break. 340-yard drive back into a crosswind. This from 140. It's turning left and off that slope.
That's okay. Just putting up the hill, up the slope just a little bit.
Good start by the Texas junior in that anchor match. 2 up through 2 against Cameron Sisk. Longhorns leading in 3 of 5 on Championship Wednesday.
Every layer of rock, every line of sediment, every crack in the crust is a journey back in time. That tale has been told for over 2 decades. After 3 years, it's time to wake the Iron Giant. Time for a new chapter to begin. Red Bull Erzbergrodeo 2022.
These steep Styrian slopes are rich in iron, minerals, and most notably, tales of hard enduro heartbreak. And for the few that can summon the will, the skill, and the ability to push oneself to the ultimate limit, this place is hallowed ground in a sport that demands everything to claim victory. Today, once again, the hills above Eisenerz, Austria, welcome the fans, enthusiasts, privateers, and hard enduro elite to Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, stop 3 of 8 of the 2002 FIM Hard Enduro World Championship. We welcome everyone. I'm Pat Parnell, honored to be back at the 26th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and we are also joined by previous competitor. I like to call him grizzled veteran. I look up to you, Daryl. I mean it in the best of ways. Daryl Curtis, everyone. And then, of course, 3-time winner of Erzberg, Johnny Walker, who's unfortunately out with injury. Maybe you can let the fans know the update. How are things coming along with that?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. Obviously, I've done as much training as I can, rehab. I had an ACL surgery, shoulder surgery, so I was in Austria at the APC getting physio and everything like that, and obviously I can't miss coming to Erzberg, so decided to come here and watch the guys racing. Well,
it's good to hear you're going to the Red Bull Athlete Performance Center. I know that's helps on the kind of the quick climb back. Speaking of someone that's been to Erzberg more than once,
over at the 5th.
What time does this mark for you? I know you've been coming back since the early days, Daryl.
Well, I'll tell you what, Pat, when I drove over the pass and I had a look at this big mountain in front of me, it took my breath away. It does every time. You know, your heart starts pounding. And there's just such an electric atmosphere here, having everybody back on the mountain. I think it's going to be a great race today.
Yeah, you talk about the atmosphere. We've got 2 gentlemen at the base of this dirt-encrusted Coliseum, if you will. It's none other than Rob Warner and our very own Paul Bolton. Good day, gentlemen.
You're watching the NCAA Division
Incredible start zone.
Championships
Paul Bolton alongside me. Bolt, I know you've raced this one. What's going through these riders' minds right now?
Yeah, what's going through the riders' minds right now is try to find some shade. How the start's going to work. There's plenty of puddles down over there, but all the planes are flying around us now. The crowds are lining the top parts of the hills. It's a mega atmosphere.
It's unbelievable. We know that this is going to be one of the hardest courses ever laid out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got some new sections as well this year. We've got one early on and then one a bit later on the Motorex Highway. That's quite late with a lot of hard sections before, so let's see how they get through that. But you know about it, Rob.
Yeah. If you want to see how hard it really is,
Parker
check
Cootie,
this out.
we had a chance to talk with him about what it would mean to him to win a national title.
4 long years and
so I can hear a little bit of noise behind me over here. Looks like Rob's picked up some slippy tree roots. Let's check out what's further up. We'll leave Rob down there.
Hard work, remember, Cooties were injured in the race, sprint. They injured themselves, so the team has really had to adapt, and maybe that's something that's paying big dividends for them at the end of the season.
He's looking for Rob Warner. Has anybody seen him knocking around anywhere?
Just outside 20 feet, and up and over the ridge.
No, I'm stuck. Bolt!
From the opposite side of the hole.
I'm stuck. Forever. Probably. Right, Rob, I'm coming.
Refs conceded to
Oh,
Summer Hayes. A lot
Bolton.
expected
Oh,
of this young
Bolton.
man when he started
What,
at
Rob, why's
Arizona
your bike
State.
down there?
As a freshman, we
There's a
take a
bike
look
there.
at recent
I did it.
Pac-12
I'm
freshman
absolutely
of the
bandaxed.
year
I'll help you,
from
mate, don't worry. I've
ASU.
had enough.
Summer Hayes winning that award.
the location.
A year ago.
Let's go.
Sis
I've had enough of
in
this old enduro
2019.
game.
John Rahm nearly a decade ago.
Oh, I
when
didn't
he
cry.
made
My knight in shining
his
armour. He saved
college
me out. He
debut
really
here
did.
in Tempe.
Bolt, I know you're going to get on the bike now and do your on-bike reporting all afternoon. Where are you going
Fans
first?
are
Yeah,
out
I'm going to
in
meet
full
the guys
support.
at
Pearson
Watermaster
Coody, chance to go
Lightung,
3
then
up in this
Central
one.
Hamburg, onto Machine, and then finishing off at Motorx Highway, your favourite.
Okay, well, we'll send you on your way. And I'm going to send it up to Leonie Zuma, who is in Cole's Dinner, and she's going to be telling us who is making a meal of this place all
I
afternoon
was
long.
putting this putt earlier today, Billy Ray. and
Well,
it
let me
really
tell you
difficult.
guys, Carl's Dinner
That is
is
well judged.
as daunting as ever. While this
Texas
section is
5,
a bit
Arizona
shorter
State 5,
compared to
Texas
2019,
remains 2 up.
it's gone
Pearson Coody
from
remaining
4
2 up. You see
to
head coach John Fields
3.7
along for
kilometers.
the ride on
By
this
no means
championship
does that
Wednesday, and
mean
Pearson
it
talked
has
about what
gotten
Coach
any
Fields means to
easier.
him.
The riders have
Coach
to
Fields is,
kind of find their way through a sea of
it's hard to
big
put into
boulders
words,
and huge rocks,
kind
as
of
you can
the
see
wisdom that
right
he's been
here
able to
behind me.
give us.
And these stones
I
are huge.
I think
My
25
camera team and
years
I,
or close to 30
we
years
were
in Texas,
struggling to
something like
just
that.
walk
He
here.
knows a
Now
lot of things
imagine
and has seen a lot
dragging
of
a
great players come through, and,
110
just
kilo
being able to talk to him
motorcycle
about
through here.
golf,
God, that is
life
absolutely
really
incredible.
important. It's
And
been
remember,
kind of a
this
pillar
is
for all of us to lean
checkpoint
back on.
21
The
out of
feeling's been mutual.
27.
Fields
So when
getting
the
very
riders get
emotional
here,
talking
they
about the
are
Coody twins and
exhausted.
Cole Hammer this
And
morning, the
coming
three
next
amigos,
is
as he's dubbed
Motom
them, and
X
what he's
Highway, which is a
meant to them
completely
and
new
they've meant to
section
him
just
as we
added
watch
this
Coody.
year. So really, they don't get any time to breathe. So it's safe to say, Pat, Carl's
He's hit a
Dinner
big
is
drive
and
going at the
remains
green
the game
with an
changer
iron.
in
Is
this
it
race.
Short. That's not a bad leave. This whole location set up.
All
on
right,
a
thank you
little
so
bit
much,
of a
Leo.
bump,
Stay in the shade out there as we take a look at the
Jump
skies.
into that first
What
match
a cool
at
way to
7.
kick off this
Troubles
year's
continuing
competition.
for Hammer.
Gives us a chance to remind everyone as the T28 comes ripping through high above the line here at Erzberg. Air Power 22, I should remind everyone, September 2nd and 3rd. You'll see planes like
Anderson,
that and
is,
a
win
whole
both
lot
his
more. We all
matches
love
yesterday in the
aircraft,
quarters
do we
and
not?
semis. It never had a 2-up lead in any of those matches.
As we look at the rest of the air power coming through here. Alpha Jet coming through.
Remember, he was
and
2
we should
down
point out
with 3 to
Marco
play against Dylan Benetti.
Spiel
Berko
and
came
Marco
back and
First
won
of the Red Bull Skydive team. They're going to be making the jump into center stage here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Just a cool way to kick things off. Great energy. The season
All
so
kinds of
far
trouble
has
here
been
for,
interesting, has
Cole.
it not? You got the
Bones
defending
just-
champ Billy Bullseye on his back,
Yeah.
but kicking things off for the first time at the minus 400 in Israel. What were your guys' takeaways? Obviously, heat was playing a major factor, but it was great to see Jarvis
Troubles
back as well.
continue for Cole.
Yeah, obviously he went out halfway through last year, Romaniac with an ACL injury, and for him to come back and get on the podium was insane. You know, like obviously he's a good age, so come back from something like that's a big thing.
Are you calling Graham old?
Nah, he's not old, but then already Mario winning.
Yeah, Mario Roman, and it bodes well for him because also hot temperatures today. Then we went on to the second stop, and the big story there was Lettenbicker coming back, but the young gun, the Bulgarian, Theodore Kabashkian. Daryl, what do you make of Theodore?
Underneath the hole.
Well, I had a chat to him earlier on, and he's like, young, he's
Tee shot there
super
at the
confident, super talented. He got a good prologue. He's got the speed. And I really think he's going to come through as a contender. You know, we're going to be really looking for him on our screens today. I'm expecting good things from him.
And you saw Graham Jarvis there taking a little POV approach in Serbia as he was able to find the third and final spot on the podium. And by virtue of his 2 third-place finishes, as we watch Manny, signature little nose Manny coming in, taking the top spot, we've got a tie for the current standings. This at Erzberg, the third stop of 8. It is a season-long march. Too soon to get ahead of ourselves, right, Johnny? I mean, anything can happen at this point in terms of points.
Yeah, that's it. You know, there's obviously been 2 different winners at 2 different rounds, so I think we're going to see a big change in the championship. Maybe even today, you know, if Manny could pull through, if he could get a win.
In 3 of the matches,
obviously, all the other races are so different.
By more
so there's
than
definitely going to be different winners through the series.
Couple commanding leads
it's an interesting time when you're early in the season. Then you have all of these riders dealing with injuries, and it's good to hear that you're kind of back on the mend. When you see riders like Jarvis kind of climb back the way he did with his injury, kind of gives you a little bit of hope, does it not?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, he's been riding for so long and he's not really been injured his whole career. So for him to get injured and to come back so strong straight away was incredible.
And this is looking back last year at Jarvis and just his ability to kind of get sneaky from behind. What is it that he does that people can't just figure out, and he can continue to do it into his 40s?
It's his trial skill. You know, he's so strong, he's so fit. He rides every day, all day. You know, he gets so much bike time, and he doesn't really work on his speed, but his technical abilities probably the best in the paddock.
Yeah, I mentioned last year, back in 2019, it seems like last year we want it to be, but man, it was a long 2 years not coming back here to Erzberg. We talked to the riders and we talk about how important this mountain means to them, or what it should mean to them and what it does. Let's hear their thoughts.
We are in Erzbergrodeo 2022 after 3 years. Going racing around this mine is quite special. It almost feels like we're back home. It's just been a long time, but everyone's excited to be back.
It's true, I don't believe that we are here yet.
This race is so important for us because sometimes if you tell people and they're like, I don't know what hot enduro is, and you say, yeah, have you seen this crazy massive race in Austria? And the people say, ah, yeah, it's this huge pyramid where people just throw their bikes up, you know?
It's one of the toughest races of the world for sure. Big challenge.
It's intimidating. It's big. Everything's big about this place. Even the machines are just crazy. It's so unique that like one race can literally explain like the whole sport, you know? Family and friends and everyone pretty much around the world can watch it live.
We have a few journalists from Spain that they only came to this race in the whole calendar, so it must be important.
Yeah, it's not just a race, I think so. It's a big festival.
So many people are coming out here from all around the world. We have even Japanese riders here.
The atmosphere in the paddock's incredible, you know, so many riders, so many fans.
They look forward all year just to come here
At
and
the 6th,
camp out,
Parker Cootie, 4
have
up
fun
in
in the
his
beer
badge,
tent, just
his
go a little bit
second
crazy.
shot.
They definitely know how to make a festival out of it, so I think it's such a cool
all
vibe.
the way. Dean is really firm up on top. Didn't quite get up there, but that's not decent.
Well, you heard Wade. He said working machines, and if you check out the size of these trucks behind us, what I'd give to drive one of these things, right? It's always been a dream.
Hammer was able to get
We'll see if we can make that happen. As we check out things here at Erzberg, it's an interesting thing. It is a working mine. You just got to keep that in mind when you're out there. They keep safety. Definitely, it's in the number one mindset. Let's take a look at Erzberg and the working mine that it is.
4 up against a former top-ranked amateur in the world, and Mason Anderson in his 5th season at Arizona State. Go back 3 years ago, Lambkin Grip.
Mining iron at the Erzberg goes back to at least the 11th century,
Hammer,
and it's still a working mine
also
today.
in the mix
biggest
there, and then
iron
in Hawaii
ore mine in Europe.
in 2020, beating William Mao in the Ogletree. Well, there's Pearson Cootie yet again. Sahib Thagala, former Fred Haskins Award winner, presented by Steeple.
In 1986, the last underground mining tunnel was closed, and the move was made to open cast mining. That means the shape of the mountain is constantly changing.
He's played here quite a bit, so he knows what this putt does. It does go slightly up a little ridge. This whole location right on a little bit of a bump.
So, every edition of the Erzbergrodeo delivers a new track, new challenges, and never-before-seen sections.
Good
which
effort.
is especially true for this edition, since the last time we raced here was 2019.
At the 5th, Summerhays first to play. 2 birdie putts coming up.
Yeah, this is a big putt.
Yeah, it's so cool. You can feel the energy when you're walking the course, and you can see that how much has changed over the years. And speaking of that, it gives us a chance to talk about just that, Daryl, right? As we take a look at the augmented reality of this mountain, because it does change that much. Take us through some of the things that we should be looking for.
Tie up this
kind of
match, JP Bear alongside. He's been a huge
there's quite a lot of changes. You know, in the
for
3
this
years,
young man who committed to Texas in 8th grade, and from about his sophomore year of high school into his freshman year, John Fields told me he really struggled,
at the top, there's
but he
been
never
subtle
lost his
changes all
vision
over
of what
the
he could
place.
be. He
But,
said his game
if
left,
you look at
but his
places like
identity
Bart of
didn't.
Honor,
He credited
where it's
JPA
completely full
Bear
of water now, we can
with a lot
take a
of hard
closer
work
look
to
at
get
that.
this man back
That's
on track.
impossible.
That putt just broke
all over the place, really. This is the old Badavana right now. It was heaps of fun always. We went to go and have runs up the hill, testing our bikes back in the old days. And literally third year, the guys were jumping out the top. Probably one of the most funnest climbs of the course. And of course, there's no more. It's filled up with water. There's a lot of really, really soft mud at the bottom. It's full of water. It's going to come into the picture just now. There we go. Impossible to ride through, so it would actually ruin the race. And instead, we're going to skirt around the edge on the top side there by the green. You can see all the trees there. They're going to head up into the forest. And it's always wet and slick in that forest. Johnny, I mean, the forest is really tough.
Yeah, that's obviously where the bottlenecks start.
His teammates could use a little change
the
of momentum.
pipeline early on, but after Badavana, you go straight into the wood. And, it's difficult.
Can I talk about the next section, Grunahella? You've had some experience there. Pray tell, John.
Those two.
Yeah, it's a gnarly section. You know, it's
long par putts.
I've heard this year it's a bit shorter, right?
Couple par putts.
I've been able to walk the track.
Well, they've actually filled in the whole bottom. So, like, in many, there's Grunahella right now coming into the picture. This is what it used to be like. And I mean, how difficult was this back in the day?
It was bad, you know, you never got a good run in under the tunnel because you had to duck under the tunnel and then it was like a long hill climb. It was so muddy and yeah, it like peaks at the top, it got super steep. So the last year they turned it out.
Well, this is what it looks like right now. So if you remember the bridge that you guys had to go under, well, it's completely covered now. So there's a little jump there. Well, it's not a jump. The guy's going to roll over and they're trying to try and get as much traction as they can at the bottom. It's about 30 or 40 meters up. And they're probably still going to have to push out at the top.
And another change in the mix.
Anderson on the tee at the par, 3/8 of that big lead. We'll take a look at it with our top tracer technology.
They've moved it over
177 and very little wind. And guess what? Right at it.
Orange netting now dividing the old lazy in on the right. And that will always be a game changer, always at the end of the race. If you didn't get a clean run up it,
put your foot down on that gas pedal,
free it up and let it go. And that's exactly what Mason's done.
It was one of the biggest stresses in the
Back
old days.
at the 6, Parker Cootie.
I mean, Johnny, have you ever had to turn around and have another run up at that one?
Nah, I've always been pretty good, but I've heard this year that they've moved the pace closer, so there's not really a good run-in. You know, if you lose a meter of the track for running,
He has
then
been
you really
outstanding this week for the Longhorns. Had a chance to win the individual
try and
title,
get
5
grip
up
on them.
through
You know,
6.
you're gonna have to get a good run because there's no
Now
chance
over
of stopping
at
halfway and going again. You need to go from the bottom.
So the guys now, we used to be on the right-hand side, we're now on the left-hand side of that barrier.
185 to the front, 195 to the whole location.
Not much grip out there.
Two great birdies in the
and there's always those situations where you walk the course, you think it's going to be one way, you show up on, you know, the big game day, and it's entirely different, right?
That's exactly it. You know, you have in your mind what you want to do, but obviously you get to some sections and it goes so much easier. So then you get to another section and you think, oh, I'll fly up this, but then it's totally different.
Hammer can do needs a good one, Bones.
Yeah, just trying to keep it small out here. Get something on the back shelf and give yourself some kind of quality look.
And not to get ahead of ourselves, we're expecting a fast race today with conditions.
A little bit right of it.
Yeah, this is what we've everyone's been saying, you know, because it's so hot, everything's going to be dry early on.
Get on that slope
from the start to Carl's Diner.
Okay, first good swing of the day.
Well, speaking of fast, you know, things always kick off every year. We love it with Rocket Ride. Always a good way to kind of get things started here in Erzberg. As a little different line this year, right?
Yeah, it wasn't like a straight hill climb. This year they had like, I think there was 5 hills and they turned a little bit in between, so you couldn't really carry your speed out the top.
Pretty well
you
done.
had to come a little bit slower, turn across, and then out
going
the
down
next hill.
And I have to
down the slope and down
just have to make mention, Daryl, thank you so much for getting me down at the ride at Eisenherz. Just the smell of two-stroke and the taste of beer simultaneously. I'm forever a changed man.
Yeah, we had so much fun. We were like pretty much close to ready to see these guys now, and they were burnout.
Stanford in 2019, trying to win their second
fans just come out
national
strong,
title.
And then, of course, the prologue. Johnny, you're a previous winner. What does that do to you mentally? Having that success in the prologue,
right now they're
leading
up in 3 of the matches, and with some sizable leads.
Every race that you enter, you want to win. You know, the top 10 guys obviously wanted to try and win the prologue. It doesn't make a massive difference because you start in a row of 50, but if you can pick first gate pick and miss all the puddles early on, then you might be able to stay dry. You've got more teros for later on.
We were having a conversation just before we came on air today, and just the ups and downs of being a hard enduro rider, just on the injury side. It's not an easy thing to handle mentally, physically. One rider who's been doing just that is none other than Manuel Lettenbichler. Let's hear from Manny.
Manuel Lettenbichler, The 2019 champion and last year's runner-up was once again one of the big favorites for the season. But before he even touched the throttle this year, bad news made him miss round 1 in Israel.
I broke my meniscus 5 years ago, and it kind of made some issues the last couple of years, and I knew it's time to get it fixed. At the beginning, the scan said the knee would be fine after 2 weeks again, and then I was in the wake-up room, and there have been like 3 doctors just telling me, yeah, man, you will be out for like 3 months, and I said, perfect. I've been at the Red Bull APC almost every day, just working out and trying to get back on the bikes. It definitely was a bigger progress than I was expecting.
That progress showed in round 2. Lettenbichler was back on his bike and ready to race in Serbia.
It's a little bit jump into the cold water because it's a pretty long race. You can easily make a mistake and maybe go like a big step backwards, so I definitely don't want to risk it.
Nice to have you back, man.
Thank you very much.
Back at the par 3-8.
Right from the get-go, Lettenbichler showed he could keep up with the top riders. And then, on day 3, in the most difficult section of the course, he took it to the next level and jumped into the lead.
Now he's just got to stand there and find a bit of a farming squad. This will work. Take his ride right off the bat and try and hold on in the last couple of feet.
4 days later, after a total ride time of 11 hours, Manny crossed the finish line of the X-Ross Hard Enduro Rally in first place to make a comeback of the coolest kind.
Just flattened out on him a little bit.
I came into this race with no expectation, and yeah, to win it is pretty special after such a long time.
But now he needs to face the mighty Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, a race he has yet to win, and he'll be gunning for every point he can get to make up for missing round 1.
Golf Club in Scottsdale, Arizona,
most
Texas,
pressure for me at this race, and I'm always going to go into a race and say I'm going to give my best. The mountain is just insane, the atmosphere is insane, and at the end it's still the biggest race in the year, so yeah, definitely stoked to have it back.
College World Series beginning on Thursday from Oklahoma City. For more information on game times and listings, visit ncaa.com, home for all.
And here I am with Manny Lettenbichler. Manny, it's super hot down here. Any tactics for today?
Flat out, man. Just having a good start, and hopefully we can manage it quite good. Like, I'm excited, and it's always pretty nerve-wracking down here. So yeah, really excited to get out of the mine.
Ready to get going? The knee injury all behind you, all good. Going to be strong enough for today?
Yeah, I hope so. It should be enough. So I think I'm 80% now with my knee, but I already had a good comeback in Serbia, so I'm definitely wanna try my best also here again.
Absolutely, Manny. We wish you well, mate. Good luck. Let's go back to the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. We always like to speculate. How do you feel, Manny, in terms of his mindset and where he is physically?
Yeah, Manny's he's not going to come back unless he's fully strong. You know, he's not going to want to come back and finish 5th. You know, he wants to win every race.
Yeah, well, there's one thing that stands in his way, and that is this course. We were talking about things that have changed, but also things that have changed we think are going to be a little bit of equalizers, are they not, Daryl?
Yeah, there are going to be a couple of little tricky places, like Vassalating, for example. A little bit of a twist there, so rows 3, 4, and 5, I think they're going to get hung up there a little bit.
And kind of earlier in the course. Normally these kind of challenges come later, so we could see some bottlenecking, could we not, Johnny?
Yeah, I think definitely early on, especially water pipe with the way it is now, the way you come down, you go up, down, and up again. You know, if you don't get a good run off campus to get up the top, they're going to be coming back down. Riders are going to be trying to go up, so that's going to be a big part.
30-minute conversation with David Pooch this morning.
So much course to contend with, and then you take the stamina factor of these things, the challenges that get thrown to these riders at the end of the race, if they should even be lucky enough to make it that far, right?
That's correct. And then this is another really tricky climb. So this used to be called Three Kings at Centrum am Berg, and you got to be committed to your third gear all the way to the top. Not easy to get up there. It's very steep, but the same one coming down, you've got to sit right back on the bike, and you could easily get a runaway down there. It's very
and I
steep on the
felt
way
there
down.
might be better opportunities for me to
Yeah, I
play
remember
in Europe.
doing that
I
years
want to
ago.
get
It's like
experience
real
as a
steep, but at the
professional,
bottom there's only
and I
like a
thought this
2 meter
was the
path. You know,
best
you've got to
path
stop
for
before
me
then you go down the
personally
next hill. So
to eventually
it's super
become
steep.
as good a pro
I mean,
as I can
there's
become.
so many highs and
that's down the
lows
road. He
on
will
this
stay
mountain, and they're
amateur. He
forever
has every
changing, as we
intention
keep
of coming
pointing
back
out.
to Arizona State. As you
One
said,
that
it's about
always kind of
opportunity to see
garners
where his
a lot
game
of
stacks
attention
up.
is Carl's dinner. Well, I mean, it's a beast, is it not?
It is, and I remember the first year I did it, we just went along the bottom. Now we go along, you come back along, you turn through it, you just go into the biggest hole.
The bikes are getting better, the riders are getting better, and they have to continually up the game if they want, the challenge that is Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's super difficult to set out because obviously not many people can ride Carl's dinner like within an hour. So like to set a track out and do it must be super difficult.
And that doesn't look like much, but that's 3.7 kilometers of rocks. And then they got that steep climb back up at the end of it. And before they start heading out to the ski resorts, which you'll see in the far distance there. And then they'll come back into that new section called Motor X Highway. I did have a walk. That's actually the video earlier on with Rob and Paul. That's where they were at. That's the entrance to it. So it's like a typical Romania's uphill river section with lots of logs and roots and things like that. It's quite slick, but not too difficult. And then at the top, they've got a left-hand turn and a very, very steep camber. That's actually where Rob slipped down and he lost his bike in the bushes.
Slipped down. Slipped down. Is that what you say? Rob Warner got straight up stuck. Is what happened.
You understand the level, you can hardly walk there. So the guys, and they're lucky because it's not wet.
Yeah.
If it was wet, it would be a completely different game changer. After that, you're going to make your way all the way back down to Dynamite, and you've got another couple of twists over there. Every year they try to surprise us, and it's not just straight up. They've got to go in and up around that steep section. There's lots of shale there. It's really tough before they go to the Red Bull.
Yeah, it's super deep around that tree because they've rode that for like the last 4 years. I think we went around there, and it's got so dug out over the years. I know not many riders get there, but yeah, it's pretty savage.
And lots of different lines, so like all depends on how they're going to shape it up for the race there.
Talent.
Yeah, you're going to have to find everything in the tank, and we made mention of the Air Power 22 show September 2nd and 3rd coming in. Also with the jets and the planes, of course, Red Bull Skydive team, Marco Vattenspiel and Marco First. Man, what a view! And I want to remind everyone as they make landing right front and center here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Be sure to download the Red Bull app, and you can bring this mountain into the palm of your hand, or even better yet, right into your living room as you're watching. It gives you some great insights, local knowledge of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Red Bull app, a must download. And gentlemen, we are minutes away. We can hear the engines just on this other side of the building. Are you guys ready?
I'm so excited.
Yeah, dude, I can't wait to see this.
Bigger question. I hope everyone's ready. Stay close. We're about to kick off the 26th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo right after this.
Pedal to the metal on Red Bull TV. Motorsports at its finest, all over the globe. Download the Red Bull TV app for free and sign in to watch all of our content offline. Download the app now.
Anna, are you excited? CCC.
Welcome to Nuts and Boltons, your inside guide to life at the West.
A vlog journey through the 2019 World Enduro Super Series.
It's going to be fun.
Oh yeah.
Ride motorbikes is awesome.
Nuts and Boltons, now available on Red Bull TV.
Won golf championships, Texas against Arizona State. Texas up in 3 of the matches. Parker Cootie up 5.
Welcome back, everyone. It is Red Bull Erzbergrodeo here in Austria. As we get ready, a look at the start list. 500 riders, and we whittle it down, starting with the first 50 based on their success throughout the week. A lot of the usual suspects, but we've been having this conversation. So many young riders. What do you make of these young riders making the front line?
Pretty good angle from the
right
first cut to
obviously
the left
the way
Anderson now feeling a little puff of wind in his face, going back for a different thought.
It bodes well for the sport of hard enduro as you can hear the engines. And there is none other than Carl. You've got some good stories with Carl, Daryl, as we...
No question about it.
I mean, man, what he started with here in the early days in the 90s, such a special event.
If you look there, you can see Manny's got 3 sets of goggles on.
Pressure on your
Start so wet, so as soon as he gets out the quarry, he's going to pull the second goggles off, the first set of goggles off. He's got a brand new set underneath.
The start is everything here. I'm looking out for Caleb Russell. I'm looking out for Paul Terrace on that big 7. I know he's on poles on the second row today.
Yeah.
Anybody. There's so many good riders here. Johnny, what's your feeling? Who's going to get the whole shots here?
I'm gonna put my money on Manny. I think he's going to be good off the start. And also Billy. You can see Billy in the middle there. He's fired up. So
throw me a dark horse.
A dark horse. Walkner.
Okay.
Walkner for the whole shot.
Okay. For Austria. Here we go. The flag is dropped. We are off. 2022 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo underway. Some carnage already.
Something heroic here. Like some kind of dead
Tio's got the whole shot there, followed by Manny, and then there's Billy on the right. So Billy's gone coming through there.
Short club in your hands.
Unbelievable. As we see a lot of the favorites making their way out, and you know what it's like to get out early and take and hold that lead. It can basically spell success.
Yeah, it's so important. Look at them all fighting to get to the front, pulling tear-offs. It makes such a big thing. If you can get a good start, there's Caleb Russell there coming through in 4th. So he's going to push. He's going to go for the win early on.
Notable mention to Caleb. Yeah, so fast. But this is, this is an endurance race as well, mentally and physically.
Yeah, so I think with Caleb, he's gonna be good super early on, because it's quite fast all this section. So if he can get out front, he's going to make a little gap, but then as soon as I think he gets into the wood, it's going to be a little bit...
This spot here, he's coming off of this hard desert.
Just getting to that first checkpoint is a battle in itself.
Bounce it into the bank.
Multiple lines.
It'll crawl up and onto the green.
Yep, so you can see that Manny's now in the lead. These hills change so much because these are from the rocket ride, so you can see how deep the ruts are. So it's you could picture if you catch a foot peg on them, you're going over the handlebars.
And conditions here very demanding.
You're going to have a big crash early on.
Already some early action there. They're not quite sure which way to go. Looks like mayhem out there. Look at all the dust.
Trying to pitch into these banks.
Visibility is an issue right now, as you can see.
Oh no, there's something gone wrong there.
Yeah, I'm going to say
back round and back up the same hill.
Golf
Tape
Talk,
was down. Okay, we've got issues.
Yours truly and Brentley Roma.
Oh no, that's not good. The tape's wound up on the wheel there. I hope that doesn't bring a problem there. There goes Theodore.
That's Manny with the tape in the wheel. I guess they'll have all walked this section, so they'll have an idea where they're going early on. Because obviously they all know how important it is off the start to get a start and get out front early.
James. Yeah, needs to settle in a little bit. Note I touched on the fact that James
bit of confusion with Manny and the rest of the pack that were at the front coming down. Visibility wins on the stronger side today, so definitely kicking up a little extra dust.
It almost didn't work out.
Looks like Manny's gone down under there. Already into some big boulders.
But Matt Thurman saying
he's got the tape wound up his back wheel.
Yeah, you can see all 3 riders there with the tape in the wheel. That's not good,
Yeah, he's showing some signs of.
When you're this early on in the race, what are you keeping as kind of that focus? What are you aiming for? That first checkpoint, or is it farther down?
Yeah, it's basically just straight to the first lot of hills. You need to get them out the way as fast as possible, and then it's obviously to pipeline. That's the main focus, is to try and get there in the lead. So these guys are going to be pushing so hard to stay in front. Obviously, you got Billy there. You got Manny who will be trying to catch him, but Billy's in a good position here because he's making the dust. Everyone else is going to have to go a little bit slower behind him.
40 feet coming straight down the slope.
Setting a blistering pace right now.
Very fast putt.
And Billy's also got another foot injury. He hurt his foot again, the same foot, his drop foot. He wasn't quite sure if he was going to do the main race, and as the days have gone, the last couple of days, he's felt quite good and feeling a lot better, and it certainly doesn't look like it's affecting him at the moment.
Nah, Billy's an animal. I don't think he feels pain. I've raced him for a few years now, and he comes into something and he is genuinely really injured, but it doesn't bother him. He raced the Super Enduro Championship this year, last few rounds with a fracture in his wrist, so...
Amazing amount of resilience. Just to remind everyone, Billy Bull tied with Graham Jarvis right now in the overall standings of the FIM Hard Enduro World Championship.
Tough putt.
And as placings start to come in, we will deliver those for you.
Arizona State, who's pretty much walked every single
now they go
in the postseason.
from what we used to do. You drop down, you go into the wood. This isn't super difficult, but it's quite fast, and then you'll come into
decades at
pipeline, which is
and now
obviously
here
the
was
new,
a good player as well at
the new hill climb
BYU.
that's different.
He told me this morning sometimes
now
you question, are you good enough to ever get here? He said there are moments every coach has them. He's had his opportunities, lost to Texas and John Fields
4 minutes
in the
on the
quarterfinals
clock
a decade ago
as
in
we
Riviera,
expect
but he
maybe
believes
what a race time,
he's
say a
ready
little
and
in
his
the
team
2
is
hour
ready to
plus zone.
capitalize on
Yeah,
this
they
moment.
say around 2 hours, so I think it's going to be, it'll be close to that. They won't get it wrong, but these two now, especially when these two are out front, you know, they're going to ride together. They train together. They're going to push really hard.
How much pushing and pulling, that elastic factor, it almost actually makes you go faster sometimes.
Yeah,
you see, depending on who your rivalry is with.
Well, with them two now, what the person at the front, Billy now, he'll be pushing as hard as he can. Manny can kind of cruise.
Looking back at the start, we had a little bit of carnage.
Appears to have some.
All about getting that whole shot.
Coming off that, but it doesn't.
Yeah, them puddles look deep, eh? Imagine getting the ones. To be honest, getting splashed by the water was probably quite nice for them keeping it cool.
We talked yesterday a little bit about
the big
playing
question
Arizona
is what happened higher up. We saw them take that first hill, redirect on the turnaround. So
it's so easy to make a mistake, Pat. You know, it just depends on they changed it, and it's been so written out from the rocket ride. You can very easily, a piece of tape could have just fallen down, and they would have made a wrong turn.
Especially with the dust, you can see the dust now. You know, the riders behind there have to take it a little bit easier because they can't put it because they don't really know where they're going.
How about that for Cole?
Back to live picture.
That jump starts it.
As near the 6 minute mark.
Perseverance right there from the senior.
Now back at the 5th, Cameron Sisk.
Okay, so
has a putt
delay for that second row. Remember, 500 riders,
a little bit more.
so 10 rows of 50 riders. No easy task getting out of the bottom of that quarry pit there, especially with the water from the recent rain.
Source is just a great kid.
And this was a section we thought was going to cause a little bit of bottleneck, and we're going to see that with the lines coming up to this. So probably second, third line. This is we're going to see a little bit of a backup.
So these guys will need to have a clear run over here. It shouldn't be too difficult, but this is where they drop down. They make a little loop at the bottom, and then they've got to go up this new fresh shaly section.
Sisk has won the last
Look at the gap that these two have got on the other riders already. These two are on such a good level at the moment that they're going to push so hard. So Billy will go as hard as possible. If he makes a mistake, then Manny will take the lead, and then Billy will follow. So that's what it's going to be like for the full race, is these two going back and forward.
Exactly, just like this. This is what you dream of, the rivalries that bring out the best in each rider.
So this is a super difficult section. I mean, we're going to get rows 3 and 4 start stacking up here just now. It's going to become absolute carnage, but these guys have just made it look so easy.
And I did see a visibly very, very calm and collected Manny Lettenbichler this week. He seemed, there's just a freshness about him. Compared to, I'd say even previous Erzbergrodeo. It just seemed, and you have to imagine too, getting a second place in 2019, that kind of stinks for a little bit, that you came so close.
And he must be super confident. He's gone back from having like an injury 4 months off, and he's come back, straight back, and he's won a race. So he's going to be confident, and yeah, he's definitely going to be fired up.
But how much? Theodore Quebec Chief, he's doing really well. He's right up there.
Well, Theodore, I mean, just in terms of coming out of virtually nowhere this year and then having success at the first 2 stops, and now currently like in the top 5 in the hunt for an FIM Hard Enduro World Championship. That's just unbelievable at his age.
Yeah, he's been like the last 2 years. He's always been one to watch. You know, he's always been in the top 10. He's had like good bits here and good bits there. And I think this year he's just starting to bring it all together. He's a fast rider early on, so I think he's going to be good now. When it's technical, he doesn't really have the trials background, but he's got long legs. He's strong. He can battle.
And it's great to see all the new countries popping up. Bulgaria, Israel. You know, with the minus 400, there's talent coming out of Israel, and we hope that new generation, that force de resistance, as they say, just keeps emanating for the sport, because it really pushes the established veterans as well.
See, you can see the dust now already early on this hill. I think it's going to be difficult for the other riders. Obviously, you get the rocks rolling down the hill, so that makes it harder when you're following someone to pick a good line.
all the competitors had a chance to assess all areas of this course, but a few changes. Just nearing the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, that's not an easy hill, you know, the way you've got to come up, turn and go along, and I think it looks very difficult. There's
row 2 is off.
And there's Paul Tarres on the outside on the 700.
So for the viewers that are new to it and they just break down a 700, the weight, the upside and the downside of a bike like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure the weight, Daryl, of his bike, but
well, he shaved off. I think stock there about 178 kilograms, and he shaved off 15 kilos of that bike.
It's
he's trying to do what he can. He's beefed up the suspension. He's done a lot of work. He's built that bike himself, but he knows that it's going to be an absolute mission to get that beast around the track. And on the prologue, there he is there, right in picture 9 frame. I mean, that's a monster of a bike. I mean, you bring an adventure bike to Erzberg. I mean, you got to be nuts, right?
Yamaha 700, it's fast, but man, that is going to be one hard bike to lift up if it drops.
I couldn't imagine it if you're in, like, obviously when you're in the woods, it's super narrow. There's going to be a bottleneck. I can't imagine what it's going to be like on a 700.
Maybe he just ride around. Maybe he just powers through.
Over the top, maybe.
Yeah, it was fun to watch Paul Terrace last night in the trials. Fun gas trials event last night.
Last fall.
Even had someone in a gorilla
out of the gate, bogeyed the first couple of holes, then rattled off 6 birdies in the last 12. Supposed to score
10.5, second
and watch
line.
And wait. When you hit bunker shots like this at 18, John, you have a sense of just how special this young man is.
No easy task right
top
there.
50.
Last hole has to carry over another bunker. That was a wonderful
their way
shot.
up this course. We expect times right around 2.5 hours.
This birdie putt on the
definitely
last
dry, faster
so they would share
conditions.
co-medalist honors.
A lot of concerns that
with
rain
a chuckle.
came in.
But maybe he was laughing even a little more yesterday when he took down Goddard in convincing fashion in the quarterfinals as ASU beat Oklahoma.
That was at 5. That was our first
that
look at Chris Goddard.
Great
really,
back and forth.
How impressive he was.
Expect still a lot of elasticity.
Preston
right?
Summerhays
a lot of chance for, I think, for the riders that are back in, even like, 5th, 6th, 7th. We've seen that happen multiple times.
Yeah, it's quite good for the riders in 5th and 6th because you've kind of got something to follow. Obviously, it's difficult because you've got dust, but apart from that, it's not too bad.
So World Cup skier, Marcel Hirscher, the Austrian, 8-time World Cup titles.
That just
and 20 FIS Crystal Globes, and decided, you know what, I'm going to retire. I want to get into hard enduro. Who does that? Obviously, a masochist for moto. You gotta love that.
Yeah, he seems a cool guy. I follow him on Instagram. I've met him a few times, and he loves motorbikes. So yeah, fair play to him to me. I would never attempt to go to a ski competition.
And a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, so he knows a thing or two about discipline and sacrifice. As Manny in picture, just taking a nice cruise through the forest.
Head saying walk that
he has not to make like any mistakes, just to save keep your heart rate low and don't get too worked up. I mean, where do you think most of the energy is going to be spent today?
I think they're going to blow a lot now because they're going to be sprint. Look how Manny's sprinting, and they've already done like a water section before this. It's super slippery. Their heart rates now will be 190, absolutely flat out. And then I think in about 10 minutes they'll start to relax a little bit in the woods, but not too much. And then Carl's Diner is going to be a big one.
Okay, so Carl's Dinner, we saw in 2019, Manny did have the lead. And then, what's that guy's name, the silent assassin? Oh yeah, Graham Jarvis, out of nowhere. I mean, he's been known to just blast through sections where other riders are putting so much effort. How do you minimize how much energy you're putting out early on?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I've always sprinted early on because my speed was better than my technical ability. So I knew that I had to make a big gap as possible. Look, see how he switches the engine off there. So if anything happens, his bike doesn't set off flat out down the hill. So that saves him a little bit of time.
Championship match.
It's what a lot of riders do now. And there's Walter now in second. So there's my dark horse. He's there.
Your dark horse just moved into second like that.
Jim, that was a pretty good call, Jeff.
Well, if Volkner can hold on and hang on and land on the podium, wherever it may be, he'll be the first Austrian ever to do so. And I can guarantee you the streets in Eisenherz and throughout Austria will be celebrating tonight.
Probably from
I can imagine his whole family and everything. They've worked hard for this race, and this is where I met them years ago. So this is definitely a big race for him and his family.
A little bit of bother there in the front bunker, but that depends on the line.
Manny doesn't look like he's slowing down. I mean, he's really eating the course up. It's dry. What do you think it's like inside the forest?
I'm not too sure. I think the forest could be quite wet. You know, I spoke to some of the riders. They said it's dry early on, but then the higher you get up the mountain, there's more water, obviously. So
they've just come out of the winter period, so they've been melting and seeping out of the mountains, and it doesn't get a chance to dry in these forests. But these early stages are actually quite easy. There's lots of traction, so there's some definitely very slick parts of the track. When they cross over to go to Carl's dinner, I heard the guys talking about a really difficult climb in that forest. So.
I mean, it's such a delicate dance between knowing when and how to use that energy, and then the technique. It's mixed with the endurance factor. If the fitness isn't there, you're just going to be
starting to pick up a bit. Helping here at this par 3, playing downwind. Actually, just a
unbelievable how this mountain just takes
slope as well. 177 yards.
Dropping in there, so he's doing
got
good.
this match in the situation now being 3 up. All he's looking for now is center of the green.
If Manny makes a mistake, he'll lose a minute in no time.
So if you could jump into Tristan's head right now, what would you tell him?
He's just got to keep pushing and minimizing mistakes. The biggest problem is if you make a mistake, you're going to lose 5 seconds here, 10 seconds there, which obviously by the end of the race you've got minutes. So if he can just plug away and keep doing it, which I think he will because he'll be a strong rider, he'll be good.
That slope. Sure, that was.
We mentioned expecting some bottlenecks, and we'll be seeing more of this with the remaining lines of 500 riders. Unbelievable when you really start to quantify, kind of understand how many riders simultaneously on course.
Well, if you think of a dirt bike race, you start off with 1,500 guys, you whittle them down to 500, and then you get like 20 finishes at the end. It's the hardest one-day race in the world, Pat, and you don't really understand the steepness of these climbs. I mean, that if you wouldn't walk down there, but the camera doesn't do it any justice. Stand at the bottom, and it's like, do they really come down here?
Both players will have to contend with that ridge that bisects the green here at the 8th.
Next line about to get underway here at the 16-minute mark.
Love to have gotten that up on that proper slope.
And the cap on time, 4 minutes, 4 hours, I should say. We start of row 4. After 4 hours,
just short of the green,
you are deemed a DNQ. Or DNF.
Looks good right here.
I wish I could explain what these guys will be going through now. Honestly, like, you're just watching this one flag that's lifting up, and you know that there's 50 of you burning into this one corner. It's like, the feeling's insane because they've been sat there now for an hour and a half down the bottom. Like, it's just all built up.
Takes us up in 3 of the 5.
Almost feel the nerves from here.
Today's coverage is
so many privateers and so many just, we're talking weekend warriors, what it takes for these guys to get here, as they are off.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about our sport, you know, these guys are racing against us, you know, and it's kind of professional, amateur, it all works.
If they're good enough, they could be banging bars in a corner with you.
Exactly.
What other sport can you say that?
Yeah, exactly. You can't go and play football with Barcelona or something, can you? So.
Yeah, but the only trouble is you guys have set the bar too high now, so it's like...
It is, the way the sport has come on in the last 5 to 7 years is incredible.
Any type of special conditioning you do for Erzberg specifically? Because it's this explosive kind of one-day beast versus Romaniacs kind of drawn out different stages.
That's the thing, like training for hard enduro is so difficult because obviously you go to Romaniacs, you've got 5 days of 8-hour days, and then you come to here, which is a total sprint. So it's like training as a sprinter and a marathon runner. It's a difficult thing to be fully prepared for.
You pointed out the lack of visibility on some of these climbs. You're literally riding by braille at this point.
Yeah. And like that guy there, he's stuck halfway up the hill. It's difficult to get moving from there. You need to turn around, go back down, have another go.
So last time we checked in, current leader was Manuel Lettenbichler, and an up and down year for him. It's great to see him come back at the second stop. X-Ross in Serbia. Checking back in, reassessing that front line of the pack as the rest of the competitive field makes their way through sections that we have to tell you, even at this level of riding, guys making it look way too easy for your typical rider out there navigating through any part of this course.
Yeah, it's a hard one to do. Like them rocks are so early on that your heart rate's so high. You need to be thinking about what's going on, and yeah, there's just so much running through your head now.
And also something that we haven't spoken about yet are the no help zones. So, in the past it was from like machine, like checkpoint 10 onwards. Now the whole race is a no help zone. So there used to be guys in the forest helping out, and it's not allowed anymore. And also there's no line spotting in Carl's dinner. And that's going to be huge. I mean, Johnny, how much does it help to have somebody walking in front of you?
Yeah, it does. Carl's Diner is like a difficult one because obviously you spend so much time walking it that someone walking in front doesn't really make much of a difference. It does help a little bit to look up, but in the woods early on, in the past years when you're allowed help, I remember years ago I'd have like a hook on the front of my bike, and as soon as I get to this section we'd have a rope, and these guys would run down the hill and it would basically just pull me up the hill. So there was one section that was like that because it's pretty much impossible to ride. All the top riders had somebody there.
Preston Summerhays.
Oh, you gotta love too that Erzbergrodeo, the guys that hang in the trees and they've got the hand hooks.
Yeah.
Ready and willing.
But I think it's definitely good for the sport. Being no help, it makes it better. There you have Caleb Russell coming in.
And then just moments ago,
he's just gone up.
So Caleb came out to test the new 2023 Erzbergrodeo edition. I think they asked him to do the prologue, and he said, well, while I'm here, let's just give the main race a crack. So, he's going to see how far he goes. I don't think he's going to finish, but he's going to give it his best shot.
All right now let's check back in with Paul Bolton, who was at Zentrumamberg just moments ago.
This should be fairly routine here.
So we're here at Zentrumamberg, normally known as Three Kings. We've lost Graham Jarvis on the start. He's gone around the first turn, and his bike's picked up some water. He was trying to get it going. I don't know if he did, but Manny's out front with a few behind him. Preston Summerhays got this for birdie.
All right.
Back up the slope. Pearson Cootie still has
Thank you, Paul. So interesting note on Graham's bike. Hopefully that is able to be sorted as we've seen Graham overcome a lot more than a little water on the bike.
Enough, it was online though, Billy Ray.
Start of row 5.
Getting a bit excited there, the boys.
Steady.
They'll be in the corner.
Steady.
Drop back to 7.
I had a little glimpse of Wade Young just now. It doesn't look like he got a great start either, so we'll have to watch, see if he can make his way through the field.
Pick it up, you're good.
But yeah, it really is all about the start. You've got to get off the line early, and if Graham's got a problem, don't know how bad it is, how much water he's sucked.
But if you're looking
you might
at
be able to see him here if he's still at the start, if you're on the first turn.
To win that match.
Wow.
Oh, then we got a bit of carnage there already.
Front 9. Let's see what Pearson Cootie can do here. Stay 3 up.
Very difficult putt, but he has started off Pearson Cootie. Even at the first hole, he made about a 6 foot for par to tie the
definitely
hole.
A different scenario than back in 2019 on that climb out. A lot more water then. A little bit better to see something that's actually rideable to get out.
Yeah, might hang to the left like it did.
It certainly did.
These hills are super difficult at the start. The rocks are quite big, but also you have to turn into them, which is difficult to carry speed. If you took the front or your back wheel kicks off a rock, you lose your speed and then you don't get up the hill.
So you can lean on that.
22.5 on the clock here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. As
see at 7 with Vic.
Remaining lines starting to make their way out. These are the sights we're so used to seeing at Erzberg. The struggle is real with the rest of the pack. Not getting off that front line start of 50.
Solid start there for Travis Vic. Now wheels coming off just a little bit.
So many riders trying to navigate sections that are difficult in their own right, let alone throw 20 other riders simultaneously on the same location.
Be sure to pull high.
You got to be also careful. There's lots of dust and stuff like that, so you can hit a boulder. You can get roosted quite badly. Not everybody wears chest guards here, but I remember a couple of guys putting some plates under their shirts just for the start, so that they don't get any big rocks hitting them.
tough ninth, par 4.
This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier on. So this is a repository.
That's a little generous.
That looked very similar to Vasalating, and I expect the same sort of thing that we're going to see.
And maybe, Johnny, you could kind of break down, just you look at that, how that dirt, how you just sink.
Yeah,
that shale on top, and then it's just almost a pumice.
So that's what I was saying earlier. If you go onto a hill like that, you make a mistake in the bottom, you lose a little bit of speed, and then you get stuck halfway up. The best thing is just to go back down, have another go, try and get as much speed as you can. But obviously riders are in the way, so you can't really ride around them. So you can see the boys are tired already. So you've got to try and carry as much speed up that hill as you can while someone's coming down the wrong way and all the rocks are coming down. So it's quite difficult.
Can we get an update on the lead? Okay. All right. So just nearing the 25-minute mark. As
Manny out front. This is Manny now. So he must be heading round onto the other side of the mountain, I'm guessing now.
Well, he's still motocrossing his way. He's absolutely flat out. I think he's got a commandable lead at the moment. I'm not sure where Volkner is. Let's have a look and see if where Michael is. Also a youngster, Austrian kid. He's been putting a lot of effort in, been doing a lot of riding. And he's had a really good season so far. But look at that.
Oh my God.
That's some hill, that one.
Yeah.
And you know the guys make it look so easy at the moment. But that hill is insanely steep and loose.
Yeah, it's incredible watching Manny when he does have that extra gear where he taps in, where you're like, okay, there's nothing that can stop him. No, he seems like he's right there.
And he's riding so confident lately, and like if you ride like that, you don't really make too many mistakes.
No, Manny basically is not worried about anybody else. He was so focused. He's completely focused on his own ride. He doesn't care about anybody else.
This one's a difficult hill. I remember this one from the other years.
The crossing.
Heading into Machine. 100 meters up the road, he's going to turn right. There's a new entrance a lead into Machine.
So get that necessary time check. And if Manny were able to do it, he'd be the first son-father winner of Erzbergrodeo. I know it was an interesting year when his dad, Andreas, joined you on the podium. We don't need to dive into that. But
So this is the new entrance into Machine. They used to start with the spectators are down there. They used to come in from that side. It's not terribly difficult going in, but you've got no run-up. Theodore's running into a bit of trouble over there.
Not made that hill that I said difficult.
Yeah. What opportunity can do.
It's difficult to turn around on that hill.
He's got a lot of deep. So he's bringing a lot of fence with him.
So that's a crossing. So Billy also made a mistake a couple of years ago there. So Theodore's going to go back down. Give it another run.
Did you see Walton? Walton was on his way up then as he was coming down. So I guess Walton want to get it up on that top level. What a shot there from.
It just shows you how difficult these times are.
It is, because it only takes one rock. As soon as one rock kicks your back wheel, you lose your traction.
So take a look what he's done in the spring. The seniors get so much attention.
And Machine, there's quite a nice lineup there, so there's a lot of zigzags over the years. So not too much has changed in the second half of the time, but it's always
solid performance. And I think this is the thing that really gets lost on people that don't watch a lot of enduro is the subtleties that are necessary to navigate through this.
On number 7.
Yeah, and we've kind of learned. We've probably learned off Graham this technique. Like you just sit down on the back of the bike and you get so much traction, and that's what Graham used to be so good at. That's how he used to win races. And now obviously everyone's got onto that. And as you can see Walton in the background, he's just sat down at the back of the bike trying to get as much traction as possible.
You have actually found it over here.
Although it's slow moving, the difficulty factor on this is at its highest point.
He's got a clear swing.
Unbelievable how these guys can navigate their way through this littered debris of field. And Wagner currently in second. The Austrian, his best showing so far at Erzberg.
A heck of an athlete, not only becoming one of the best golfers in the collegiate game, but go back to his days growing up on the gridiron at Second Baptist High School. He was a starting quarterback.
Michael at the moment is lying 8th overall
with the helmet on.
Also
go to the
And there's Mario Roman coming back to
High School, where his
So Mario's going to be really good here. He's really fit at the moment, and he's super strong. So for him to be this close to the front early on, he could be one for a win now.
He ultimately realized the future potential on the lengths in the game of golf.
This is where he's really good on a lot of these sections.
Tremendous athlete, loves the competition.
And now Theodore. Wow.
Every little mistake the guys they make, it just sucks that little bit of energy out of them. And so far, it doesn't look like Manny's made any mistakes so far. He's cleaned everything. And that's going to help him so much later on.
I wonder if Billy's had a problem because he's just come into the picture now and he's like just past Theodore, and he's pushing hard by the looks of it. So I hope he doesn't
Still
burn
fairly
himself
tight
out.
pack though, fair to say.
Yeah, it is super. There's Manny out front, but not far. So it only takes one little slip off for Manny and the boys.
His tee shot now. Parker has lost this to the right. Going to come very close to the penalty area.
Needs to woe down.
Getting checked in.
As it gets going that direction, it gets there in a hurry, Noda.
Might hit the 30-minute mark here.
To the
These guys look like they're struggling quite a bit more than what Manny did. Manny rode up there pretty quick and smooth, but I guess he's loosened all the rocks. And then these boys are riding into the loose rock now.
Valley effect
So you can see all the tape still wound up on the wheels from the start, that mistake they made earlier on.
Right, but it just doesn't. You saw Pearson Cootie miss.
As Mario gets out of the hill.
Just in the match before this.
Unbelievable tenacity.
Things are starting to change a little bit in the favor of Arizona State. This could be a big stand.
And dealing with that the double fall line section, just adding a little bit more spiciness to the mix.
I wonder how much. I wonder if that foot's affecting him at all. But I mean,
I don't think he'll let it bother him.
Yeah,
he read it perfectly. Didn't do much at all. You get behind that, and I was hitting that putt out there.
We've learned so many times you can't get ahead of yourself here at Erzberg. We've seen leads disappear within minutes.
Exactly.
It just takes one mistake, and the rest of the pack are just as hungry, if not hungrier, and they're on your heels.
Tristan Hart and Gomez have just come into the picture at the bottom, so they've got pretty good starts as well. So they're not that far off it.
What was your first experience? The year that you got third here, when you had to battle the rocks.
Yeah, I honestly came here. I didn't really know much about the race. I'd seen like YouTube videos, and I remember riding around thinking, what am I doing here? Like, I was stuck on these hills, and I was just like, oh my, what is this? And then when I finished and I got into it, I was like, yeah, this is what I want to do. So that's where it came from.
So Wade Young is also in the mix. So I've just had a glimpse of him coming in there as well. And I think there's also Dominic Olzawi there. Finished second in the prologue.
Yeah, so Bulgarian rider along with the Polish rider.
I think Tristan Hart's going to be a good one. He's up early on, and he was 7th or 8th place with Romaniacs last year on his first attempt, which is super good. So.
And he's already caught up with Theodore struggled. He lost quite a bit of time on that climb.
And should be noted too, the younger riders made a little bit more in the reserve tank.
Moment ago, Pearson.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he'll be trying to push later on.
First play here, 156.
This is where we are on our virtual mountain. Daryl
holds position on the left-hand side of the green.
Just getting over to this point is no easy task.
Currently 2 up in the match.
Yeah, and then they're still looking forward to that slippery piece there as they head over the top of the crest of the mountain.
Wonderful golf shot there from
Pearson. And then they go around the back there. There's a very hard off-camber section. And then they're going to drop down into the Motorex Highway, the Grunahola.
Pressure on Summer
They'll be doing Carl's Dinner first. My apologies.
149. This is the first time that Summer Ace had the
3.7 kilometers of rocks.
Yeah,
that's what's ready for the
beauty
points.
there.
You've got to remember also the drop into Carl's Diner is savage. They do 2 steep hills down. The second one's always in, but the first one's a new one. So I'm interested to see how they ride that.
Right now, let's check in with Leo, who's at Carl's Dinner.
Fordham University, class of '86.
So something that has changed since 2019 is that line spotting help from the outside is not allowed anymore. Graham Jarvis, the 5-time Red Bull Erzbergrodeo winner, has proven time again that he doesn't need this. He just sees the line and goes for it. But other athletes like Manuel Lettenbichler, who used to tag team with Andreas, his father, here specifically at Carl's Dinner, who would just help him to throw the lines left, right and center, who would guide him. Now he might actually struggle with this new challenge. So let's see how he's going to cope with that.
Some impressive players executing some even more impressive golf shots. Also, don't hate listening to my man Bones calling.
To the house as we jump back in and watch our leader just try to distance himself. Manuel Lettenbichler. currently
Justin Anderson, hammer
in the hunt
on
to grab some
11
coveted
and bones.
points.
It's been a magical ride for you and
2022
Justin. And,
FIM Hard
not a bad
Enduro World
moment a few weeks
Championship,
ago
but
at
most
Southern
notably,
Hills.
he has
Lots of
yet
fun.
to
Glad to hear
win
that my man
a
JT's
Red Bull
watching. I just hope
Erzbergrodeo.
he's got a TV out there by the pool where he's relaxing with Jill, Frank, and
looking
the
like a
cold
good day
beverage
so
of his
far for
choice,
Manny.
because he's certainly earned it.
I mean, this is
Hey,
the
we're
kind of
even
distance
happier he
you
gave you the
dream
week
of, right?
off to let you come out here and
his
join
race
us.
has gone pretty much perfect.
Yeah, no,
Apart from the slip up at
I'm
the
so
start,
happy to be. I'd be
going
out
the
here
wrong way kind of
watching,
thing.
so to be able to
He's
walk inside
he's
the
put
ropes
time
and
on
work
the
with you
other
guys is
riders,
an
which is
absolute
what he
pleasure.
needed to do.
And any
Give us an
tricks
update
you
on this
tell
one.
yourself
Well,
when you
Hammer
do
went
have that lead
absolutely
is not to
sleep
think
on his
about
third
what's in the
shot.
rear
He
view.
was sanding.
Nah, to be honest, you don't really think that. You know, you just focus on the next set because you kind of know with walking the track what's coming next. So your main focus is thinking how I'm going to do this, how I'm going to do that.
And some competitors are better when they have to like reel someone in. Then there's those that are just, you know, if they're out front, you can't catch them.
Yeah, I think you've got like Graham. He's a rider that would love to come through the pack.
See if that happens.
Well, I guess he would love a good start, but he is good at coming through the pack.
So at the top of the machine there, Michael Volkner was a minute 15 behind. So that's actually nothing in the terms of a hard enduro race like this.
Not at all. And this is what we did expect with Wasserleiting.
Get this match to
just debris field at this point. Carnage and moto melee everywhere. And just the serenity, too, of being out in front of the lead. It's almost like, obviously, there's the technical aspect of this because the course is grueling, but when you look from above, it just looks like a beautiful trail ride, does it not? It's anything but.
The camera does these hills no justice. You've got to come here and watch it in person to see how amazingly steep
and it takes hold. It's part Burning Man, part Coachella, part, I mean, probably the best moto event you can ever experience because there's all the families, multiple generations, and the fans of all things moto. Doesn't matter what aspect of moto, how they come out and camp and live in the dirt for a solid week.
It is, it's crazy. I don't know if you went up into all the other paddocks.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many different paddocks. It's insane what goes on up there.
And then there's the beer tent as well.
And then there's the beer tent.
That's a festival of madness.
Now, we should point out, too, this event, it sells out usually within a few hours. And I know everyone was extra keen since 2019 to get Erzberg back. So it's alive and well. And another look at machine here as the rest of the pack start to make their way through.
There's David Knight there. He's the one there with the yellow camel pack on. So he's got a pretty good start. Was he on the front? Yeah, he was on the front row.
Previous winner, David Knight, also in his 40s. You would think that David Knight knows a thing or two about this mountain. Been doing hard enduro for so long. Unbelievable rider. Earlier, Paul Bolton was checking in from Machine. Let's have a listen.
So we're here, it's Machine. This is a really tricky section. You can go up it without using too much energy, or you can make a hard job of it. So far, the rocks are really loose this morning, but Manny is putting down the rubber on that tyre. He's making a whole new level of it. Let's see where the guys go next.
Thanks, Foltz. You can just hear the energy in Paul Bolton's voice there as we look live with Manuel Lettenbichler. Live update where he is on the mountain for the first time ever, getting these live updates. Incredible to watch. And for Boltz to say that, you know, Manny just blistering through. Should remind everyone too, as we see that AR and the VR that comes up on screen, be sure to download the Red Bull app, go to Erzbergrodeo, and you can get your own version of the mountain in the palm of your hand as David Knight continues to push through.
And that's Keelan Hancock behind, also a British rider.
Yeah, there's a good group of English riders now, you know, coming to all these sort of races. There's a good ability in England.
Yeah. Notable mention to David Knight too, just his dominance at earlier rodeos, everything from last man standing, just a powerhouse, such a resilient rider.
He's pretty much won everything.
Yeah.
He's like literally he's had such a good career.
There's Philip Schultz now. So, he's done many many Erzbergs, and he's got 2 last finishes at Erzberg. And he finished 23rd in 2019.
And let's be honest, just to even say that you finished an Erzberg, that, I mean, that sits with some of the best accolades you could ever get.
Another Austrian rider there was Thomas Hecher. And over there we have Milan Schumacher from Germany.
I think he's just a junior rider, I think that's who he is, but he's a big guy.
And just to remind everyone, this used to be the begin of the help zone, no longer. So all the riders having to navigate this on their own, which we like to see, that level playing field.
Sonny Goggia there also had an awesome prologue run, and he's been doing a lot of extreme enduro events, up and coming.
He looks like he's got a bit of a problem. He was looking down before, and he's gone all the way back down, and then he's turned around and come back up. So it'd be interesting to see how long he's taken on this section when he eventually gets to the top.
It looks like he's definitely got a problem. He's fiddling down.
195 yards, asking it for it to go. Back right hole location, got a fortunate kick up there, and what a quality golf shot.
Pretty good. I think he was on the front row as well.
So now the pressure shifts to Dylan Minetti, Billy Ray.
Certainly does after that shot there from Anderson. 177 now for Minetti.
And there we go. That's what we were talking about.
Balls up the left-hand side, maybe trying to use a little of that slope.
Piling up there, and a lot of these guys are going to go no
Pretty good answer right there for Dylan.
No doubt, he has a good look as well.
And it's getting quite rutted out.
First one in,
getting spun out.
Perhaps.
And you know, the
couple
pros
of birdie
make short
putts
work
at
of it.
11.
Go up there first.
Cameron Sisk
Maybe a
can
little
do
bit easier than
match
now.
tied up.
Yeah,
against
definitely,
Derek
especially
Hitchner.
with the riders. They've got to try and ride around them, but
from right
also
to left.
with,
There
with
it
this guy
goes.
pushing, it's just digging a deeper hole. So it just
The man
moves
that
ball
sealed it in the
slower, makes it
quarterfinals
more
this
difficult
morning
the next
for
person coming.
Arizona State rolls that one in. Heisman
Harold
for
Crawford
birdie
over
at
there.
16.
Yeah, another great
Brit.
look.
There was him.
I think he's
Look at
just English.
Okay, look
about the Brits.
Guys, look at the bottom of this.
Smith still has a chance to win this hole.
There's no other way you can get up there, so you're just going to wait in line.
Somebody's got to try. Someone's going on the
Saw
left
the wonderful
new line.
second shot by Cole Hammer
Good
into 10. Birdie putt to win the hole.
Yeah, those sliders you said, they're left to right coming down the slope.
Yeah, if you stand on the bottom,
good
you
is
see how
that?
steep it is.
Really silky right
really
there,
hard.
Jim.
And you need to run up, and now those guys have actually blocked
Texas
the
up
run
in
up,
four
so
of the matches.
Exactly.
makes it
And
even
they'll be
more
all
difficult.
fighting
Back
for
to
the
11.
front.
Hitchner for
To
birdie
have
to
the
tie
next
the hole.
one, yeah.
Wow.
Like that kind of speed, there's zero chance of getting up. Is that not Lyndon Poskett down there?
Yeah, Lyndon Poskett.
Be aggressive with it.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble. So Lyndon's done
Right across the hole at the very end.
So
Arizona
couple
State
of
leading in
crashes,
3
carnage that we've
of 5
seen.
all one-up advantages.
off line one.
Dylan Minetti
That's how
led
loose the rocks are, eh? As soon as you
by
try and
2
turn on
with
them, it's
3
like
holes
turning
to
on
play.
marbles.
Mason Anderson
I mean, that shows you how
on the
steep it
last
is, right?
2. Minetti for birdie at 18. Got it!
And this is just within the first 30 minutes, I want to point out.
So that's Brett Swanepoel, South
Good
African
as
rider.
this. Birding the tough
Not sure where he is.
18.
We'll have to look out for him a bit later on. He did start on the second row. He just missed it. He qualified 53rd on the prologue. He was pretty gutted about that.
Now,
And
Billy Ray,
these
the
guys are
pressure
just digging
back
a hole.
on
These
Mason
are the
Anderson.
highlights, or you could call them lowlights
there.
of Erzbergrodeo that people are used to seeing. Just
that was amazing, given the situation.
amazing riders in their own right, literally trapped on a mountain.
We need
Now
one more
Anderson.
rider to make a new line, and then everyone will follow that line.
Minetti
Until
has
then,
to make it.
people are trying on the left, so that's not too bad. There's Marcel Hirsch.
He's doing a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, that's, oh no.
Seven-time world champ.
How about these
he's
two
already
just
the
going
part of
knuckle to knuckle?
Vaciletti.
That's the last little hit up.
What a
So
great
what should we
match.
do? Go back down and try it again?
So that was
The
him, yeah,
second
straight
time
back down.
today, Dylan Minetti goes to the 10th
But
to
it
play
depends how
extra
the running
holes.
is. You know, if there's a big group of riders down there and he's not far from the top,
Earlier,
maybe
William
you
Mao
can
had this
try
to
and
win the
push it, but maybe not,
13th
so he's going back down.
to go
Yeah, the
3 up in
steepness, I
his
think,
match.
when we do try to push up something like this, then the back wheel just digs in. And unless you really get close to the top, it's pointless. So rather go back down and give it another crack. And that's what's making this so difficult. There's no run up for these guys. They've just jammed up the
Also
whole
earlier,
entry.
Joey
And there's nowhere
Versic
for anybody to go. And there's no other way.
I have,
the line.
I have to
Win
give you
the
credit,
hole,
Daryl. This
cut
is exactly
into
what
that
you
cruise
said
lead.
might happen here when we went over there.
So that is
You
down
said
to 1
you're
up
like, just to
lead
get
for
out
Cruz.
of the first half of the race.
Highsmith has battled his way back.
Yeah, I could kind of like envision it because
over to 16.
You know, the climbs in the old days were a lot more difficult than they are now, like the rocket ride
the match,
and there you can see now we're getting into the really, really difficult stuff.
What a comeback
back to the
from
lead
this
with Manny Lettenbichler.
crafty veteran.
Just a sinuous approach to the box here.
5 down at one time.
But
and he was off. He looked a little lost, to be quite honest. Preston Summerhays had won 6 straight holes.
So innocuous and so
then other than a great par save by Summerhays at 13, he would have lost
between
6
him and the Austrian Wagner in second.
Wow, that thing has changed in a hurry, and it's escalating
minute
quickly
15. That is
in favor of the
razor hair
Longhorns.
margin.
They lead in 4 of the 5, but still plenty of golf.
That's not a good place to be in Marcel.
Yeah, for sure.
Country spotting.
Catching some shade for the 2-time Olympic gold medalist. Hopefully all is good. Herscher can give them.
Where's the 8-time world champion? I mean, that's insane. I don't see any snow here.
It is officially game on with these two tied now with 2 holes to play. Highsmith 5 down, standing on 11 tee. Give the guy some credit. He dug down deep and found it.
Just to retire from ski racing and shift gears and say, okay, I want to test my mettle in hard enduro. It says a lot about your tenacity.
Just missed right there. Flew into that bunker.
Marvin gets him on the
back
outside.
up against that back lip. That's going to be difficult. That was really close to being a good tee shot.
Not working.
Well, you remember in the panel show yesterday when Manny came on talking about Herscher, he said he went on record as the most competitive guy I've ever met.
That whole location, that back left corner still makes it difficult even if you're up just short of the green somewhere. You still have to hit a quality
They definitely
shot
belong in the moto mindset.
So a little bit of an opportunity here for Summerhays. Does have the power to fly this all the way onto the surface.
I've managed to walk the track, so I'm not too sure
where his mindset is
but
right
look at Walkner, he's not far off.
Be rattled.
No, so this just below him, great visual there. You can see Lettenbichler just atop this ridge, just below him in the white red. That is Wagner, the Austrian rider, holding on to second. Last we checked, it was just over a minute.
Leave anything in the bag there, Cookie, and what a good shot that is.
So close.
Yeah, nice and low on that front part of the green and stay on that bottom level.
The way that Manny fell off there, so
quality tee shot.
A little bit of the track.
So that can easily be, a minute and a half gap.
What a finish we have. Highsmith battling back from 5 down to get his match tied.
Super difficult bit. All the rocks are so loose.
Yeah, it's try to help us understand just knowing when you have to come off the bike, kind of walk it up.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because you need to be on the bike to get traction. If you stand up on the bike on a hill, you take the weight off the back wheel, you lose traction. So you need to be sat down with your weight as far back as possible to get the traction. But then when it's so loose like that, if you're too far back, then you start to dig a hole in the loose rock. So it's hard to know where you need to be on the bike.
It can quickly stop migraine.
But Manny knows what he's doing.
Okay, so now the distance, Wagner slowly approaching Lettenbichler, now about just 50 feet behind. Slowly reeling Manny in. This is unbelievable.
I'm super impressed with Michael Wagner.
Anytime,
To be at this level now,
Are the liners on those
it's
bird
insane.
dogs shorts really
Second,
that comfortable?
And he's always been close. He's always been in the conversation, but to be this close is another thing. And obviously showing his prowess when it comes to that trial-inspired and working his way through the boulders.
Doesn't that mean you have to wash them after every wear?
You can see Manny.
That's a dumb idea.
In the not Manny. You can see Mario in the background there, so he's also come into the picture, and I expect him from Carl's Diner to come in strong. Because he's not much of a sprinter, he's more of a long distance man.
Can I report that? Okay, I'll wait. How much can you tell just from body position, body language on Manny, how he's feeling, how he's navigating?
Yeah, he's looking strong, but it's difficult to tell because if he's making little crashes, he might just try to save his energy.
So this just coming in right now, this is not good news for Graham Jarvis in the start area. So potentially a mechanical. We'll get the information as soon as we can, but unfortunate for Jarvis, who was going on record saying feeling the best he's felt in a long time. Definitely in good spirits, good mentally, good physically.
We're back at 11.
Yeah, it's a nightmare for him. He's come all the way here. He's kind of he's running his own team now, so he's obviously put a lot of effort in himself to get here, to be out on the first push a little bit.
That's crushing news right there. I know there's a lot of Graham Jarvis fans out there. Little tangle up as Hirscher's trying to make his way back up, find that line.
Oh, and he's got it this time. Nice and smooth in the bottom.
Champions there, getting the job done.
Just keep it pinned.
Now he needs to just keep going. Look ahead.
GA Tour, one of the left
the line.
Hirscher. Good job. And Hirscher, he's up. Just like that.
Man, I bet that feels like a win.
So the Olympian makes his way to the top of the peak. Well, the first of many peaks. There's a lot more to go.
I wonder if he's ever that tired when he was skiing.
Yeah.
Just going to hold it up.
So a good virtual hole where Mario Roman just behind Bachner, but a very, very tight battle. Elastic connection, just about a minute and 49 separating Lettenbichler and Bachner. Current standings, just under the 50-minute mark.
I'm looking for Wade Young right now. I want to know where Billy is, and I want to know where Alfredo Gomez are, because I think at the level we're at the moment, I think they should come into our picture next.
The worst thing is for them if they're fighting in like a little group and they're losing time, because if one of them's getting stuck in the tight woods, they're going to hold them all. So they could lose a lot of time if that's what's going on.
Little slope.
I'm pretty
right
confident
there.
we're going to see Wade come through. He's in such good condition.
Just a
he's
hair too far
strong,
out.
he's not scared of the heat.
Over at 17, the second for
I
Joe
expected Wade
Highsmith.
to be out the front early on. I expected him to get a real good start.
Yeah, that was going to be difficult, just up against that back lip of that
right
bunker.
now, current top 10 right now.
He had a
50
good
on the
tee shot.
clock.
Just
You
missed
see Mario
being great.
Roman rounding out the top three.
16.
Theodore
from high
in
above.
the 5th
Our crew doing a
position.
wonderful
So
job the last 2 weeks
unbelievable.
here at
The
Gray.
Irish rider Azawi
Versage on the
in
green.
10th place. Unbelievable
with
for
that
the two
one
young
up
riders
see
to
what he
be
can do.
hanging on like this.
That's interesting because he's in the Junior World Championship, right? So we need to see where Matt Green is, because he's leading the championship at the moment, I think.
Yeah, that's right. In the junior championship, there's 4 rounds this year, and they're going to do all of the rounds.
47 yards, taking dead aim.
Matt's very confident at the moment. He's riding
A
well.
little bit of a backstop. He gets used to the right.
Really does
a
think
little bit of a
he
slope.
really wants to win the junior championship.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll come through later on. I'm guessing he's just had a bit of a bad start. There's nothing better than some ice cold water here. I don't know if you saw any video from Billy when he went to take a glug of water and it was petrol. Did you see that?
I did not.
Oh man, it was
We'll have a couple of
the top
birdie
of that
putts
green hillar.
momentarily there
He got to
at
the top of
16.
that
We go
and someone
back to
passed him
17.
what he thought was a water, and he took a massive swig because it's like close to the end of the race.
Summer Hayes has
and it was a
eagle
mouthful
putt
of
to win the
petrol.
hole at 17.
Coming from the lower level, just got to
I bet
get the
he'll never
pace
forget
right.
that.
This one's
Oh,
got
he's a
some
bit
heat
fast
on
his
it.
bike.
Yeah, making him climb back up.
Pretty good effort from down there.
So Machine has definitely
Put the pressure
been
on
a
Joe
big
Highsmith now
decider
to get this up and down.
in filtering out the pack here.
Pearson Coody playing
At
his
Red Bull
second at
Erzbergrodeo.
the 10th. Cole Sherwood.
I'm just looking at the timing
tee
system,
shot
and I
went
picked up
penalty area.
Matty Green actually in Machine at the moment, so I'm not sure if he's running into
Front
some
hole
early trouble,
location, just trying
but maybe
to
we'll
use
get a
that
glimpse of him here.
Backstop. He just hit a beautiful shot. Didn't need the backstop.
And Highsmith's third does not get on the putting surface. Highsmith was 5 down through 10. In WGC match play history since 2016, any player in match play that was down 5.
I think number 11 is Aussie Rising that's just behind him. So he's like a local dude, and he used to come just for the prologue. He used to ride 450, and all he wanted to do was win the prologue. He's won it quite a few times.
And the rocket ride, he used to smash the rocket ride.
I needed to get something a little bit higher, but obviously wasn't
Finally making
comfortable with
the
that.
jump
Tried
to the main race, jumping
make a
on
little shorter
our
abbreviated
virtual
swing, get it to run
mountain
through
here
the,
as we look at our
primary rough, which is
current
so
top three. The
unpredictable,
distance between them
consequently
as
didn't make it on the
Lettenbichler out
putting
front, followed
surface,
by
and now he's
Bachner
in
and
jeopardy of
Roman
dropping
in
his hole.
third.
And he got a bad break with his tee
But
shot. It was almost perfect.
Much more racing
Highsmith
to go down here.
has this for par, at least the
So Manny's dropping in there. Manny's dropping into like more of an old, that's like an oldish section in the woods, so it's like a long camber, but usually there's snow there, so I'm interested to see if there is
that was a very
pretty dry this time of year. Dry this time around, I should say.
Bladed it right out of there. So
we talk about the rest of the pack. I mean, it's safe to say they would need a little help from Manny or Wagner or Roman, for that matter, to fall in the hole. To really.
Yeah, but it doesn't take much, you know. If you mess up one hill, you're stuck. You have to turn around. See, Wagner's.
You see the gap in
him, yeah.
Yeah, it is very tight.
Looks close, but that could be super steep.
Semifinals
we saw how quickly Wagner made up through that S turn in the lower part of the machine.
The good thing is for Walter now is he'll follow where Manny's gone, so he'll see that Manny's made a mistake there. He could go a little bit of a different line and ride around.
Look at how perpendicular that is where Manny is. This is where it's really hard to understand the precipice or the sheer steepness
and just go to the next tee.
If they're struggling like this, these top guys battling like this, then for the rest of the field, a lot of them this is going to be totally imposible.
I would give him this.
The clock's ticking, so
I feel like a section like this will get better for like the riders in 10th, 15th position because there'll be more of a line. All the big rocks will have moved.
And we can see it's a brand new section. Like machine, when they put it in.
Summerhays makes the birdie.
Like this.
Yeah.
Goes one up, heading to 18.
See, Wagner can take a breath now. He can look what's going on.
Joe's just clawed his way back into this match.
Do you think that he emotionally has
spent all that energy?
So this is that new section.
We'll see coming up on 18.
Playground. We were talking about getting
Cole
up to the top
Sherwood
of
of Vanderbilt has this putt par at the
sections.
10th. Pearson Coody has a short
putt
for birdie.
It looks really gnarly. Nobody's ridden it before.
I mean, to see Manny like this, just trying to calculate
pressure
and
on
figure
Pearson,
it out,
making him putt it
in real time.
And just before this, they would have gone through
up to 11 hammer to go 3 up.
Yeah, Sargent made a really good save, had it way right the third shot. It's got to stay up.
2 checkpoints. And soon after this, when they cross over, they're going to start heading down towards Colston.
There you can see Mario coming in. So this is what's going on in front of Mario now is good because obviously Manny's stuck.
Hammer in control there.
Walter
we go to
has
10.
To sit and wait. He can't go around it. So they're both going to lose a little bit of time. So it's good for Mario.
Really
he
nice
can catch
approach
up
shot. Takes advantage of that.
And Wagner's going off a good amount of momentum too with that 6th place at X-Ross. Just being in that conversation.
Over at 16,
Roman
Versich
too,
already in with par approach to go 2 up if he can make it.
So it's a good, nice little kind of like, I don't know, say just like a confidence nudge for Wagner.
Yeah,
to
definitely.
stay in the mix.
And I guess it is like, look how close it is now. This is a home race, so you can see Mario is in the same picture now.
Head to 17.
I don't know, I've still got a feeling about Wade Young.
We go to 10.
I think
fingers crossed for it.
Will be first to play on the
it's safe to say,
19th hole of this match over at the par 14.
Incredibly.
Coming from the right-hand side, 153. Anderson from Arizona State.
Sound
He's just in the first cut of rough on the left-hand side.
I think we've seen a hunger out of Wade Young this season.
He's going to come up short and feed down to that collection area.
That's a pretty bad miss right there, Billy Ray.
Summerhays on the tee, one up at 18.
Yeah, staying aggressive here with the driver.
Now Manny and Wagner
bunkers up the left and down the right are in play. Fastest went out right, so
hang on. A chance for him.
Depend on the kick here.
Join the party. Our top 3 riders.
Depend on the line. We can see the ball, so it's not too bad. It didn't go down to the bottom like we've seen before, where they just have to pitch out.
Wagner and Lettenbichler leading the pack.
All is not lost here.
And I just want to point out too, you look at the speed and
just
how meticulous and how difficult this is for them.
Downhill playing about 13
what is this going to say for the rest
from this tee?
It doesn't bode well.
No. Call on a good one right here, and he's a good tee shot.
I think that
this is ideal here, Cookie. This is going to get a nice little kick forward.
He's got all
chasing all the way down there.
The gas tanks always have
perfect tee shot.
It's so nice.
Oh, that's all right. I'm okay.
Last year, Joe Highsmith in the semifinals in his match against Aman Gupta. His second shot at 18, and this was his shot of the NCAAs. Having to cover all that water.
So this one you need a good
kicks onto the green, uses that ridge.
That's a 3rd gear pin climb.
And hits it to about 10 feet. Joe Highsmith went 3-0 in the NCAAs last year and helping Pepperdine win the national championship. All I needed was 2 putts to win that match after that brilliant shot.
There is quite a big rut at the top. So I think he'll be really interested to just get a bit of confirmation about which line to take.
Came up short.
And probably catching his breath at the same time.
It's a good idea for him to go and ask which line to go, because if he flies into it,
got to put that behind the whole location there. Really slick pitch shot.
Arizona State leads the defending champs.
Should not enter hard enduro.
The 5 matches.
You definitely want to take advice from those that know the sport and have learned over the years. Marcel Hirscher, Einab Zentrum Amberg
for the couch. Your best sleep.
Taking a quick breather.
Like he's having a good time.
Yeah, the conversation,
$500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets.
You may have more cash than you realize in your home's equity. Unlock it today.
We jump back to the lead.
From Rocket Mortgage.
Our 3 leaders, Lettenbeckler, Bachner, Roman, slow, steady, stay in the course.
Employers and talent want the same
thing.
The choice to work
this is really what hard enduro is all about. You know, you should be on our trials back there, and we've taken our enduro bikes and we're going and riding up a trial section now. But I mean, the level is just absolutely insane.
There's your boy Wade
I want
fifth.
you as my director.
There we go. I knew he'd come through. We were looking for Billy. We were looking for Alfredo Gomez. So yes, they've come through. Well, this race is about to get extremely exciting. If they come into play here,
watch the rest of the pack.
Number 1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power brings you the select cut mower.
They're going to burn so much energy in this one section. How long? Manny's been there for nearly 10 minutes now.
we've got Tristan Hart's going to be on his way as well next up. So things are really going to hot up now. Some of these new talents now, like Michael, we haven't seen them in a condition like this before. It's been a bit of a break since we've had a really tough hard enduro like this. So this is about to get real. This is a really, really tough section.
Who's playground? What type of playground? It's like a jungle gym laid vertically with barbed wire. Like come on. Wow. So great virtual picture of where our 3 leaders are on the mountain. Another chance to remind everyone out there, be sure to download the Red Bull app. You can have this actual model in the palm of your hand, or virtually AR style in the living room. Watching from abroad today as our top 3 leaders right now just battling through Udu's playground. It is proving to be one of those vexing sections. There's a lot of discussion about other sections, but man,
Amazing boy Wade, he's coming into 4th now, so he's got to cover this my year.
Yeah, he's in such good condition at the moment, and he was really confident when I spoke to him about this race.
Wade will be super good up here. He's so strong.
And you know, he hasn't got a trials background, so like most of us South Africans have really had to dig a lot deeper and muscle our way up stuff like this. Where Graham would have that better trial skill, and he would be able to just somehow get up
Mason
and
Anderson
same
also
as
has a par
and
putt.
Manny has also got that same technique.
Speaking of Graham, I just got word that Graham Jarvis is racing
ripped
now.
it through the break.
So don't rule out the silent assassin. That's all I'm going to
say. I mean, if
he's come back, hold on, he's come. What was it, 3rd row? Where he
away now. As for his.
I mean, this is going to be.
Mason Anderson still has a par putt.
I wonder what the problem was.
Just trying to gather himself. Stake on that second, coming up short.
And Matty Green, I see he's coming through now as well.
So
I reckon he's going to come through with Tristan Hart somewhere around there.
Bogey from Manetti on the 19th hole, and now Mason Anderson of Arizona State has a par putt to win the match and put a point on the board for the Sun Devils.
And you can see them all in picture there now. So Manny looks like he's nearly at the top, or Michael.
I can see Wagner right.
So I guess Manny's up and out. Here we have the skier.
Hirscher back at it.
Go on, son.
Here we go.
Easy.
Up Centrum on Berg, and now he's going to go on that steep downhill.
He's not used to going up.
Mason Anderson
definitely used to going down.
With 3 to play.
Let's see how he handles the down.
Dylan Manetti.
See how he's swapping camo
19 holes, a point on the board for Arizona State.
Yeah, huge point too, as these other matches are all going down to the wire.
He's got quite the support crew right now. It's cool to see.
Second for Preston Summerhays.
Still 198 out.
It looks like he's having fun.
Steam line over here, so contact not an issue. Put a nice move on this.
Yeah.
Depends on the rollout.
Well, you can imagine Marcel Hirscher here in Austria.
Really well played.
If you're an Olympian, you're
a bit fortunate on the tee. having a lie like that in the right rough.
And it's great to see him show his prowess.
Quality
in
golf
hard
shot
enduro.
right there for the
It's so good for the sport as well, you know, for the people coming over.
Joe Highsmith.
I reckon Manny will just be managing his
One
heart rate
down.
right now.
It was 5 down
after that
through
section.
10.
It's like try and focus,
Now
get your heart
playing
rate down.
second
If you get flustered, you start
one
making
down,
lots of
having
mistakes.
lost the 17
And we'll start seeing,
by making
I think,
both.
quite big gaps now
After that
coming
big
out of
tee
these
shot,
first
guys,
background
only
sections.
165.
Yeah, what do you do for that refractory period when you've just gone through a section like that? That's really difficult that Manny had to push through. How do you allow yourself to bounce back a little bit and watch it? Just
slope to get
unbelievable.
Oh my! Skip back there. Well played shot.
No, but how do you let
you have to just reset yourself. You know, take it easy, sit down, take in the air, take in as much liquid as possible. You basically spend everything you have
on the
at that
freshman
time.
making that, but
That's a nice line.
Bit of a ghost shot.
not acting like a
Oh, it's coming back at him.
Highsmith down 5, got the match tied, but a poor bunker shot at 17 led to a bogey. Speaking of 17,
For him, though, best day of his
couple of
life.
eagle putts
You were to
there.
ask him.
Versich.
I have so much respect for these guys.
And the struggle is real, and they love it. They wouldn't have it any other way. It's difficult by design.
They spend their own money to come here.
Stefan Lodo of Austria.
If it's easy, why do it?
For
What's he on, a 350 there?
Insist. Birdie putt to go two up
choice
in
for
his
extreme
match.
races.
Will you ever come ride on a 4-stroke, Johnny?
Yeah, honestly, I would.
Yeah.
Like, I think you could
Bit
make
of
the
a
form
momentum
really good
switch
because
here in the last
a 350 on the
20,
hill
30
pattern, he'll
minutes
fly up them.
in
It's
favor
just
of
for
Arizona
the
State.
rocks that'll be the
Fuchs
worst.
has this putt for eagle to win the match.
Crazy too how far the bikes have come in just even 10 years.
To be honest, the tyres have made the biggest difference.
So that
tyres
birdie will
have
be
just come on so much
conceded,
over the
and now
years that
Versich
it's been a game changer.
This putt for birdie, or a second point goes up on the board for Arizona State, just like that.
Hey, there's nothing better than
And
a
with
can of
Summer
Red
Hayes
Bull
in
when
good
you
shape at
finish this
18,
race. A
one up in
nice
his
ice cold
match.
can.
The
I
host
can literally
university
finish to do 2 or 3 cans.
punching their ticket to the finals in a matter of minutes.
You have to stay aggressive with this. Just right of
All right,
center.
so we just received some footage from Grant
That match
Jarvis back
is
in the
over.
quarry. And this was the situation. I mentioned there was rumored to be water in the bike, so a little bit of a mechanical they were
The
trying to
winner,
work
2 and
through.
1.
I feel for him.
Yeah, this is filmed by one of our floor managers.
Now comes down at 18.
I mean, the
Joe
last thing you
Highsmith
want
has
is
to
something
make
like
his
this.
putt for
Everything
birdie,
else is
and then
dialed in.
Preston Summerhays
If it's
misses
a walk,
birdie putt.
surely
It's green at 17.
surely you could have got the
all way
water
down
out
the
and
fairway
gone.
at that long
Yeah,
par
flooding
4 18.
normally a minute or two, and you would be able to get that water out.
Definitely looking for that
So it must be something
make-miss
with
scenario.
The headlights off, everything's off. Maybe it's an
A
electrical
little bit of an advantage, though, I think,
plug.
he is.
Taking the
Highsmith
plug
does
up
get to
now.
go first, just to maybe a couple feet out.
Could
the
be,
further side of the ball. So he is able to knock this down with a measure of added pressure on the Summerhays to hold on to that
Well,
one
we'll
up
keep
lead.
you updated on Jarvis and
this is
his
a
situation
hook putt for
as
Joe
we
Highsmith,
jump
so
right back to the
I
top
think
of the
he's very
pack.
comfortable with this.
Manny
Absolutely, yeah,
Lettenbichler
left-hander can
still
just set
leading
it
the way,
outside-
but just
outside the
behind
hole
him,
and
last time we checked in, Wagner,
just try and match that
Roman,
speed up.
Billy Bolt, Wade Young. We'll see what happens with that mix. They were going
Just
through a
got through the
very
break.
difficult section of Udu's playground.
So right now, Manny's been able to pull a
Summerhays
2
will
minutes
have 2 putts
49 gap on
advance
on
Arizona
Michael.
State
And Mario's another minute 19.
finals.
So look at that 2 minutes. Just what, 3
Certainly
minutes
gotta
ago,
give
they were
Summerhays
about,
quite a bit of
I'd say,
credit.
2 seconds
Freshman
next to
in a
each
big
other.
position,
Literally
really
neck and neck
today had
on that rock
huge
section.
match this
But still
morning,
super tight. 3 minutes.
and then losing that lead is
4
tough
minutes
on the
separating
mind.
the top 3.
We've all been there. Everybody recovers a little bit.
And they're going to head into
He was
Carl's
able
dinner
to
now,
settle
which
his
is
nerve, step up to that 17th,
Yeah.
win the hole.
going to tighten everybody back up again, or Manny's going to be able to extend his lead.
Yeah, just, if you're hungry for more suffering, well, there's more to come with Carl's dinner. As we take a look at that virtual snapshot of the mountain, allowing us to see live, real time, where Wagner is, where our leader, Lettenbichler, is on the mountain. And gives me a nice chance to remind everyone to jump onto the Red Bull app and watch on the virtual side as well.
Arizona State
And the carnage
has
continues.
advanced to the finals tomorrow. They have knocked off The defending champion, Pepperdine Wave, getting points in their first 3 matches out.
The races will basically be over.
And how about...
Wow, there's Paul Terrace coming into picture now.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk on
While we have a moment,
the
let's send it down to Billy Ray.
All right, Bob, here with David Pooja. Happy man right now. And Coach Thurman. David, tough match you had out there today. What was the difference in the
so much skill, but he also has the size.
Well, he's a massive, he comes from the Charles family, so his uncle, Jordy Terrace, was a 7-time world trial champion. So, and you know, what he's been able to do on that T7 is actually just mind-blowing. He's got a massive following, and if you aren't following him yet, go and check out and see some of the stuff that he's doing on that adventure.
I'm 100% back at it. I talked to him, I said, man, just keep doing what you're doing.
Coach Thurman, Sun Devils advance to the finals tomorrow. Your thoughts on that? Great victory today.
Thanks a lot. I'm so excited. Looks like all the guys played really well this afternoon.
Once again, we check in with
buzzing,
Leo,
which
who's
tells me
in
it's for
Carl's
sure
dinner.
that we're advancing. I was with Cam all day. He was really steady, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck tomorrow, guys.
Let's go to Nota. Accurate because we are cooking here right now. We are clocking temperatures about 29 degrees Celsius, which is about 84 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's only going to get hotter probably
like you said, I had a big lead early,
above the 90
and it was weird.
I lost it, but Joe played great on the backside.
And you know what? I was still hitting good shots. I was still playing good golf. I was the same player I was on the front nine, so I was still confident that I was able to hit good shots and make some birdies coming in.
For the riders
You're 2-0 through these first 2 matches.
It will come down to the
first year in match
who
play,
can preserve
taking your
his
team to
energy,
the finals.
who can eliminate
what are you looking for out of yourself
mistakes, to really battle here
I
the
just kind of do the same thing I've been doing.
the section smoothly.
Just stick to my routine. Just hit smart shots into the greens and
thank you, Leo. You're there the calm before the storm. Be sure to get some shade because I know it gets extra hot at Carl's dinner. Not a lot of shade actually on tap.
Thank you, Nota. Arizona State, the 7th seed, won national championships in 1990 and 1996. They'll have an opportunity in 2022.
Because Manny just seems to be distancing himself slow and steadily.
The world's first Bluetooth speaker with
like full gas Top Gear.
and bike magnetic mount.
I guess he just swapped his camel pack there with the boys.
Bushnell,
bit of water down his back and here we go.
So the 2 downhills Johnny that you spoke about earlier on, Lenny's coming into them now.
Kate
The
knows
first
for
one's
weight
not
loss
too bad,
that
but the
lasts,
second
you
one I
need
would
a plan
probably
that's
say
all
is the
about you.
steepest downhill
What
of the
you
race.
love,
And
then what you don't.
that's from the
Because
other years, right? And there's only like a 2 or 3 meter run out at the bottom.
It's so much easier to stick to, so you can keep on living your life.
I mean, you've really got to enter
Get your
slowly,
unique
right?
plan today at www.com.
Yeah, you've got to
and
keep
love
your weight
how
back
good
as far as
healthy
possible
feels.
because if you pick a rock,
Start
if he
today.
gets to the end
Go
and
to
a rock goes under his back
www.com to
wheel,
see today's
it'll
limited
pick
time
his
offer.
weight off the back end and he'll just carry speed then. So he needs to keep his weight as far back as possible on the steep hills.
A lightweight interior hammock provides superior daily support to nestle you in insanely soft comfort. It works by eliminating the swing and cling that causes chafe while allowing for breathable, sweat-free
And
relief.
you'll notice him, he'll come along and
Check out our
definitely
5-star reviews
represent
online right now. Because
anything
here's the rub. With hammock pouch underwear, there is
About
no.
100 meters or 200 meters.
Get 20% off your first order at TommyJohn.com.
I mean, already on camera you can see the house
My son Dave Jr. is busy, but I watch a lot of financial news on Sling TV. Don't store all your crypto under your mattress.
With Sling, be confident you're getting the TV
and he gets some good POV. We'll get to see that later. And wow,
that's interesting that he's
stepping off the bike in that section.
That shows how steep it is because he pretty much rides down anything.
Wow, that's telling.
Well, if you get a runaway there, it'll end you because I mean, look at that. It's insane. You can't believe how steep it is.
I mean, that's saber-tooth tiger.
Dial in your short case. And supercharge
That's the exact section where I'm looking at if things went wrong.
And this
wow.
is tonal golf.
What can you expect from ButcherBox? 100% grass-fed beef.
So how many liters of gas did you throw in here, Johnny? I mean, the course isn't long. It's 32 kilometers. So
they'll only put a splash in. They won't want to put too much in because that'll make the bike weigh that little bit heavier, and you don't want to. They're fueling up literally before Carl's Diner, where they're going to have to move the bike as much as possible. So they want as little weight as possible on the front of the bike.
Wagner refueling, and we're getting word Jarvis on course. We're able to catch up with him
Vanderbilt
at
Jr.
Boston
William Mall has this putt for par to tie the 13th and keep this match tied.
Texas just caught him. This was Jarvis
3 other
on
matches,
course.
2 up and 2,
He's reeled in
3
some
up
pretty
and
big
another.
distances, but this would have to be the biggest if he's able to do
incredible.
it. Yeah,
Let's
earlier.
do this.
Just goes back towards the mountain.
But it just shows how much he wants it. If he's back out, he knows he's lost. What is he, an hour behind?
The match is tied.
Yeah, he's even started. So
that match remains
and
tied.
He would have to go. He would have to tackle the Vassalating. So with that whole bottleneck jammed up, so
would have been good.
Well, you know what's going to be interesting too is watching Jarvis have to navigate his way through the rest of the 500 riders that are littered throughout the course, starting an hour behind.
Well, GoPro will be interested.
Is that not the top of Vassalating right there?
Yeah.
Then he would have got out already. Yeah.
Again, we talked about Hammer as a freshman taking down.
It's going to be incredible. He's literally got to overtake 500 riders.
Wow, this.
Going to take down the 2022 individual champion.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, break down what we're seeing here in terms of the bike, the weight. Not in. Wow.
13.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
So there's him. He's in front. That's Caleb Russell there in second.
Really good save
well,
in the last hole.
second behind him.
So
he's done incredible. Because Caleb was what, second, third off the start?
Yeah.
Caleb won't be happy with Teneri beating him. So
whole year they're almost sophomores.
I'm just amazed to see the bike this far along.
They play way above their age.
I mean, even everything he's done to reduce the weight of that 700.
I honestly couldn't think of anything worse in my life than riding that thing
all the way up that false front. This is going left.
Yeah, I guess,
get up too. Wow.
Going down the straightaways.
Gather all
best
the
ever.
way back.
Yeah, but nice seat. You've got a little fairing in front.
Absolutely.
So jumping on the virtual check here at Erzberg. As Leckbeckler still out front, followed by Faulkner.
Good news
there was talks about this hill actually
Yeah.
coming up into Carl's Dining. The guys did say it was difficult now.
So this is double fault. So that's where Graham missed the checkpoint twice. He lost 2 of his wins here. He still had 5 special wins.
I'm still curious. I want to see what the kind of the melee that we witnessed earlier. Hopefully there wasn't
Mario Roman coming to the picture now. So Mario currently in third, and we're going to be looking out for Billy Bolt and Wade Young and Alfredo Gomez, and everybody will be able to see each other on the stretch. There's 3.7 kilometers of rocks, and they'll be able to try and manage themselves to try and make time or keep their lead.
It's trying to stay, and it did. That's amazing.
Soon, and we'll see exactly.
Send it down to Billy Ray Brown.
All right, Bob, thanks a lot here with the head coach of Pepperdine, Michael Beard.
You're going to see.
Well, the year didn't finish like you wanted to, Coach, but what's it been like all year long
you'll be able to
being
see
the reigning national
a
championship?
good chunk of the field.
It's been awesome.
So important to see how they've bunted off Carl's dinner.
To come
they
this
could have
close,
made it really easy and just ridden down, but they've actually bunted it
Arizona
off.
State played great
and
today.
They've forced him to go in a certain
match.
direction.
All 5
and
guys.
not having a spotter
hats
now,
off to them.
it'll be quite easy to fall into a hole, into a trap.
In my opinion, our guys, all 5 of them are superstars. And I'm just so proud.
What did you learn as a coach, with really the target on your back being the #1 team coming out of last year? What did you learn as a coach how to coach a team like that?
Carl's dinner is probably the most important part of the race, I would say.
When we got too far out, we just
the other bits you can make a lot of time, but in here is like a real crucial bit.
It was a great experience for our guys, for myself,
that section
Blaine,
earlier,
and
tire would have been like super important.
it was a
Not
great
so
year
much
for
here,
us.
Congratulations, Coach.
What do the guys mainly do with their tires?
They'll just be using
winning the national
I guess they're going to be using a medium today because the heat, they won't have gone for super soft because they don't want the tire to shred
Florida State 3.5
the forest
to 1.5 beat Oklahoma State in the semis 4-1.
Soft moves, but that will also
and then in the championship match against Oklahoma.
Because of the heat early on,
came away with the victory
later on in the race.
And they certainly
Jarvis on center
played last year with a lot of fight. Joey Versich, that great run down the fairway at 18 for this team to be able to celebrate together.
His motivation
Second program history, capping off just a great run. They had that mojo.
You will make
a little something
extra. At the end of the day, it's also a championship.
They were able to get it done last year. This year, maybe it's Arizona State.
It's
keep points.
Vanderbilt through Texas.
He's a smart competitor. He's so tactical, so calculating.
Our passion for innovation.
So remember, Graham
That's
at the
why
moment
we
is showing the lead with Billy Bolt,
the leader in on-course data and insights.
So he needs to get any points he can.
You can get free sensors and a free trial to the Arcos Caddy app. Visit
first place is 20
ping.arcosgolf.com
points.
to get started.
Drops down 17, 15, 13, 11, 10.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic.
He's going to try to get as close as he can to the front to try and recover as many points as he can.
And those of you watching, you're new to hard enduro, your eyes don't deceive you. This is the course. this littered boulder field.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car
just
insurance easy.
We save a lot.
Unbelievable how they can navigate.
So you need a combination of skill.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
What else? Do you
Here at the Credit Bureau.
Techniques, techniques just a massive thing. You can save so much time if you just keep. If you watch Graham, he sits down a lot. He just sits down and paddles through the rocks. Where
it's not because he's lazy; it's because he's smart.
He's just saving his energy. He's got 47 years of experience.
I had to do something.
It's almost half a century.
Cosentix can help you move, look, and feel better.
So the top 5 look like this: Young, Bolt, Roman, Wagner, and Lettbichler still leading the charge. Minute 18 on the clock. As we watch, Manuel Lettbichler second back in 2019 at the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and a chance to finally grab the coveted win. His father, Andreas Lettbichler, also won back in 2015, a very unique year where it was awarded to 4 separate riders. You were one of them, right?
Volker's just come in now, but he looks like a little bit tired, to be honest.
Here's to the golfers.
That's a little big mistake. It's going to cost him energy and time.
And the escapists.
But it also just shows you your management of your energy levels and everything else. I don't know if he was pushing too hard earlier on.
I think he's pushed hard, yeah. Like to close that gap on Manny, he's pushed hard. Because obviously Manny will have been pushing. I know he's got to kind of make the track, but he's pushed hard to keep with him.
To rise to the top. The French Open continues.
And Roman still close on Wagner. We're going to watch the elasticity between Wagner and Roman. But Manny at this point is staying on pace.
Trying to win the national title.
Keeping those wheels rolling through these rock sections.
There's his dad there.
Back to the finals as soon as possible. But until then, one match has
no line spotting, but a potential chance.
James Liao and a very dominating performance by Cudi. Indeed, so let's take a look at how things went down. Cudi here on the third hole, his second shot. He was contending earlier this week in the individual championship as well.
Manny having his dad at this race is the best thing that any rider could wish for, because his dad's done it so many times. Unless he had Graham as his dad at this race, there isn't a better dad to have than Manny.
Manny is dad.
He's done it so many times.
We stopped by their tent the other day, and Dad was just he was pouring the beers off the keg and couldn't be cooler to all the fans. Manny even jumped up and poured a few. But it's such an incredible relationship. And he's so respected.
You took a commanding lead
with all of his success. Just such a humble guy.
Trying to close this thing out and getting the first point for your team.
I mean, be able to go to your dad. Hey, Dad, what do you think about this line?
But it's cool. Like he can go riding with his dad, and his dad's pretty much the same level kind of thing. His dad can do whatever he does. Maybe it takes him a little bit longer, but
you're that much closer to winning another national championship
back in the day.
University of Texas.
Incredible.
How do you stay focused when you're trying to work your way through certain shots and the pressure that's associated with a match like this?
You know, generational-wise, you were able to compete against him. Oh, and right now, Roman right on Wagner. Mario Roman right on the back tire.
This is why I expect Mario to do
great playing today. Thanks.
So
I ride with
Mario
back in Andorra quite a bit, and he does some long days on the bike, so he'll just be coming into his element
now. Is also
in
control of his match at the moment, 2 up
there's
through
a lot of gabbing
11.
over this.
So those top 3 matches at the moment stay as they are. Texas will just need to clinch 1 point from those final 2 matches, but Arizona State, they will need to clinch both of those final 2 matches. So the tension is building over at Great Hawk, but let's get you back to yesterday's coverage of the NCAA's men's semi-finals. We'll see you later.
Yeah, I think when the dust settles, we're going to understand the actual script that is being written
Hammer,
here.
2 up in his match,
when we hear what actually happened to Graham and then you have Wade Young. I think there was so much kind of melee going into that front line that took off from the water to the dust cloud. And I'd like to find out too where you had all that confusion on the turn. That's the part that I'm
watching the NCAA championship.
At the start, you like literally try to follow the track, but you try to hook gears. You try to go as
Arizona
fast
State
as possible, so for them to make a wrong turn is an easy mistake to make.
Will it be
Somebody
Vanderbilt
else we also haven't spoken about is our 5-time winner, Teddy Blaziniak. So also suffering from a recent wrist injury. Cody Webb as well.
He has to feel like he had
both on the same obstacle, same track.
in there.
on the same day.
Clearly being from the States, I'm a Cody Webb fan.
Slow platter early on.
I'm a Cody Webb fan.
Yeah.
Might slide a little right.
It's quite tight on the track there, so like to pass someone's quite difficult there.
Judge the pace correctly, and he did.
To fitness, really, yeah.
Hammer remains 2 up as they head to bar 414.
Taping on bars onto the handlebars
Back
and
to the
gels
12.
and all kinds
Mason
of
Gnome
things.
from Texas.
They'll have
This one for
electrolytes
par
in
to
their camel
tie the
packs,
hole and remain tied against
just to try to
Vanderbilt
replace all of those
Terrasanat.
fluids and minerals lost.
It's really hard to convey just the technical ability needed to do this. I think people that are new to watching this sport, they can't even understand it.
So
like
much
they're
attention
barely
given to
moving.
the three seniors,
I don't see what's going on. They want to see high speeds,
Hammer for
lead
Texas,
changes,
but
this and that.
Mason Gnome, what he has done this spring,
one of the muscles. When you take hard enduro, you have to have
bit of a
every
heater
single tool
2 months ago
in the toolbox when it comes to riding, and this is one of the most
and arguably the best performance of all.
Yeah,
this is
difficult because there's so much going on. There's so much heat coming off the rocks, and you're not getting any air in. You're not going fast enough to get
Coody's second into 14. Noda has joined this match.
Got something around his neck, and I don't know if it's maybe like an ice
gap
pack.
wedge in the sand, trying to get the sand there.
Raised. I'm trying to work out what it is.
Something to cool.
Right there at hole high.
Michael Wagner finished the first 2 rounds of the year, so he was 8th at minus.
William Mall of Vanderbilt next to go.
Currently like
Just
8th
trying to
in
muscle a 60-degree wedge there and it's pulled it. It will
Just
stop.
let Mario pass then, so I guess he's going to try and follow Mario's line
close to the
save
hole.
energy.
Down everything. That'd be tough to judge that pace.
Right now we check in with Leo.
Arizona
report
State
on Manny. Leo,
win their match 4-1. Texas up.
Bickler is the first one to go through. Carl Stinner here, he's leading the pack and he's looking solid, almost surgical. How he keeps his wheels moving, quickly assessing and then gets going. Absolutely insane and really good. When I talked to him earlier this week, he said that he's missing some training time, but he wants to make up for it with his knowledge of the mountain and his knowledge of Carl Stinner. And clearly this is working out super well for him. I just want to point out he has been leading here in 2019 as well, just to be overtaken by Graham Jarvis. But with Jarvis so far behind, the playing field is his and he's looking very good, and the chances that he's taking it is looking graspable for him.
thanks a lot, Leo. Yeah, good point. He's been in this position before. We made note of it earlier, but the fact that Graham Jarvis was able to come back and snatch victory from his grasp back in 2019. But this is a substantial lead that is building. You see Mario Roman and Wagner. Roman in second. They are behind him, but it bodes well for Manuel Lettenbichler right now. A little bit closer. Jarvis, like I said, if Jarvis comes back from this, all my money's on Jarvis Racing. Here, moving forward.
It's super interesting to see if he can recover points. But right now, Mario Roman is lying 4th in the World Championship. He's got 26 points. Only 4 behind the leaders. He won X-Ross and he was 10th at minus. But this could put him in a very good position in the World Championship.
Most common side effects were nausea and tiredness.
Following Red Bull Erzbergrodeo will be off to Italy for Avastone.
I just want to correct you. He won minus. He was 10th at the X-Ross. And minus was in like 43 heat. So it's hot out there now.
Another look at our virtual mountain here in Austria, and Lettenbichler out front. But look at the distance between Mario Roman and Wagner, the Austrian, making the biggest Austrian push we have ever seen in over 26 runnings of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Michael Wagner very close on Mario Roman, but we jump back to the lead. And a meditative Manny making his way
Greyhawk Golf Club in
critically
Scottsdale,
difficult
Arizona,
sections
home of the
here.
men's NCAA Championships.
Trying to conserve that energy,
for the technical difficulties
not
at the moment. We will
overexerting.
get you back to the finals as
when
soon
necessary.
as possible. So,
And definitely showing that high
Arizona State
mountain
looking for
IQ
their
here.
first national title since 1996, or Texas looking to send their senior class out champions looking to hunt for their 4th national championship in program
riders
history.
cooling off.
Well,
Mario Roman
is your
taking a little
score
water
update
break
at the
as
moment. You
Faulkner
can see
just
Parker
behind
Cooley
him.
closed out in style over James Liao, 6 and 5. Those top 3 matches looking pretty convincing at the moment. So Texas in control. They'll just need to clinch one of those bottom 2 matches, which are tied. Arizona State will have to claim both of them. So once again, we apologise for the technical difficulties. We'll get you back to the finals as soon as possible.
Back at 12, second for Pearson Coody.
Yeah, from the right-hand side of the fairway, coming back up the hill.
They've got a really
Cole Sherwood has played his
manage themselves.
second shot, and he's just behind the hole.
Get through the section, and one of these
Good golf shot right there, Billy Ray, right underneath the hole.
Very good.
At any point you're going through
go back to 11.
you start to question, why am I doing this? Come on, be honest. There has to be some weird mental gymnastics.
The first time I ever came here, I was like, what am I doing?
Shot right there, and an outstanding one.
After that time,
Bandy rallied this morning in the quarters, but this deficit
an absolute slog to the
a
finish.
little bit different.
Like you do enjoy, you do stuff, and you think, oh, that was
birdie
mega,
putts
and then
coming
you'll
up at
fall into a
14.
hole.
William
But I want to
Malls,
point out, is this a true story? You came here, your first ever, you were the youngest competitor ever to win the next year. But when you got third, that you left the race after getting third at your first time at Erzberg, straight to the factory to sign a sponsor deal.
That's exactly what I did, yeah.
Really?
It's the same, yeah. Same also happened
the
with
right
Taddy,
there.
but I think now it's more
good
difficult
effort.
for somebody
Enjoyed our stay
say
here
that,
at
or someone else to
Greyhawk
come
with
in.
women's and men's
I think the level's
NCAAs and
gone so much that
different
it's harder for
quality
another
of
rider to come in
programs
now and
and
get a podium
the
like
amount
I
of
did.
schools
I
that
think Taddy came
sent
in and won
both
on
the
first
women's
year, right?
and men's
So
team
he just podium.
Yeah, he
here
did,
at
no, he won.
Greyhawk,
And he got
qualifying
picked up.
for the
He got a ride anyway
NCAAs.
after that, but, I
Tremendous
think
list.
if Tony Bow
Arizona
had come
State
here, for example,
men
I
in
think
the
he'd probably be the
championship
only guy that
match.
could
Oregon
come
women
in
were in the
and give
championship
these guys a run
match.
for their money. I would
Texas
love to see
trying
him
to
out on
punch
this
their
course.
ticket as well.
But,
Travis
you can
Fick
see
at
this
11
is pure
for birdie
trials
to tie the hole.
section, so if you've ridden a trials bike from an early age, I mean,
Pretty
Michael
good
started
breaker
riding
from
when he
left
was
to
3
right.
years old. He started off with a little bit of motocross, and just recently he's hopped onto a trials bike. So he wasn't,
Stay
he
three
wasn't
up.
brought up riding trials.
Just looked like it got right
But he
off
certainly
the
has
strike.
been doing a lot of preparation for hard enduro because
He's
all in.
The conversation's always there, and we've seen Faulkner. He's been, like I said, on the outskirts of the conversation and always mentioned, here we are in Austria, there's Faulkner. But slowly but surely we're seeing him climb the ranks. And
he's looking
He's got a
quite
little
tired.
work left there.
But the
Now,
trials, I
Cole
mean,
Sherwood
you
has a
can
birdie attempt coming
get
back
that
down the
experience,
hill.
but if it's not there from a long time ago,
Up to
there's
14.
muscle memory and things that are innate, right, that don't come naturally that you have to work on.
Yeah, when you've done it from a young age,
more
you just,
uphill in this,
it just
so give us
happens
just a
naturally. You
touch
just
more
do things
speed
and you don't even think
than
about
the
it.
putt Maul had.
Like when you start later on it, you lose the hours. Like think how many hours
It's just
we've
creased the
done as
left
kids
edge there.
riding
Noda.
motorbikes. When you were a kid, you just ride around.
Two
and
pretty good
around and
efforts.
around.
Yeah.
Whereas when you're older, you don't do as much. There's Graham, not Graham, sorry, Alfredo coming in.
Opportunity.
Alfredo
here
Gomez,
at 12,
another
Billy Ray for
rider
Cole
much
Sherwood.
like Graham Jarvis, starting in his own racing team,
Coming down the hill. It's a really tough
AG89.
read. Head coach Scott Limbaugh helping Cole with the read here.
And
Valley
talk
off
about
to
the
his
heat.
left now.
I believe
John,
Alfredo,
I
not a
got
fan when
suspicion
things
just
get
at the
overly
end, those
hot.
balls
No,
go
which is
just
surprising.
a
Obviously,
bit to the
being
left.
Spanish, you thought he would be good
have
in
to
the heat.
think
But
so, Billy Ray. There's
I don't
not
know,
a
he's had
whole
a
lot
few
of
little
break in this
experiences, like
part of the green.
one
but
day at Romaniac.
definitely have to
last year,
factor in a little bit of the valley, so it's going to go
2019,
a
I think it
little to
was.
his left.
He hit a wall and like
It is very, very
he didn't even finish the race. He
A virtual
carry
wall.
on
He didn't
racing.
run into a wall.
No, yeah. He hit a physical fitness wall.
Quite interesting as well is that Alfredo's got his own team. You'll see the AG there.
Yeah,
so
really difficult
Alfredo
to take a
Gomez
run at
racing
that one.
on the gases and Graham Jarvis as well.
Parr conceded to Sherwood, the sophomore out of Austin, Texas, playing for Vanderbilt. Take a look at what he's done this past season. A win in Mexico, Cabo Collegiate, 4-shot victory over a very strong field. And backing it up at the Mason Rudolph Championship, also a 4-shot victory. This is part of a tremendous spring for the Commodores. 7-stroke play events. Vandy lost to one team as
be
Coody
a
cleans
spot
that
again
up.
on the 2022 FIM
John, you go
Hard
7
Enduro World
events
Championship
and only lose to one
Tennessee. We
team.
look forward to that.
Heavy stuff.
It's pretty much domination.
Really able to muscle his
John
bikes
Fields,
around.
the Texas coach, said we're looking to be the second team to beat him in the sprint earlier this afternoon.
He's going to do Romaniacs.
Jim, the lie okay for Cole?
It's a little knuckly. It's 162. Probably got to carry it right 130 to get into that bunker, but I don't know that he can hold it. This thing, if it comes out with any,
Romaniacs. That's a good.
It's going to be knuckling when it hits.
Good one to add.
Tristan, did he come from a trials background? Or
Got it up in the air. It's out to the left. Might be a pretty good kick.
Then he broke his femur, and then he started jumping
gather.
into the enduro cross.
That's
in
well
the US
played.
from about 2012.
Regardless where this ends up.
Be putting through
And
a
he
little
was a
bit of a
2021
bowl right
AMA
there,
Extreme
so
Off-Road Champion.
too bad
And he
for
was
that
third
line.
in the AMA Enduro Cross Championship.
Sargent got a huge break over here. He went through the desert. He's getting released from the cart path. And he's actually
You are
going to have a
looking
shot.
at
He's
your
only going to have 94
current,
yards.
or I should say defending,
And it looks pretty clean. So
FIM Hard Enduro World Champion,
spin it just a
Billy
little
Bull.
off this
Which is
slide.
the bad foot.
It is downwind.
Actually, about to ask you that. I think it's his right one. It's his right one and his left wrist, I'm thinking.
It could have gone anywhere over there, John. With
I mean, it just
in
shows you how
desert,
brutal the
huge
sport
break.
is. There's so many injuries. It's yourself, it's Teddy, it's Cody,
As well as
it's Billy,
Gordon
it's Manny
Sargent
just had his
has
knee done.
played throughout
It's
this
Graham
whole
just had his
week.
knee done.
He has
In the middle of the
some loose
Super Enduro
shots.
Championship this year, me and Billy were
this morning and
track in Spain
some this
training,
afternoon.
an indoor track,
Yeah, he has
and
kept his
he
composure.
hit a
That's the
wall
mission principle.
with his elbow,
Just gonna say,
split his
that's the
elbow,
one thing
got
I learned
infected.
about Gordon
And
Sargent is he might be
he
a
had to have an
freshman, but
operation
he thinks
on the
a lot older
Tuesday,
and more mature than
and then he
that.
raced
Yeah,
the
his golf
following
IQ 's
weekend,
off
so
the
he got out of
charts.
hospital on the
Comes
Wednesday,
out fat.
and he's still racing on
underneath
Saturday
it.
night.
Dude, he's titanium
His only
tough,
lead
right?
of the day
He lives
or
in
the
manimal mode.
semifinals was when he
Taking a
won the
look
fifth hole to
as
go one up,
our lead
but then
group,
lost
we look at a
the
chase
sixth,
group
the
trying to
eighth,
catch our
and the
top
10th.
three.
And
Wachter
in
in
some
third,
trouble here
Rahman
at
in
14.
second, and Lettenbichler still leading the charge, trying to work their way out of Carl's dinner. It is grueling torture for so many, and so few even get to Carl's dinner to say that they got through it. Following, there's going to be more challenges, but right now all focus is making their way through this rock art.
So Mario Roman at the moment is still holding second place, and he's 3 minutes 53 behind Manny. So him and he's past Faulkner, he's closing. So Manny will be trying to manage his energy levels, I'm sure. But look at that. I mean, that's not an easy section. They're still going to drop down. They do another 500 meters on the bottom side.
This thing launched, and it just doesn't
There's a long way to go here.
I can't believe how far this thing
I mean, you
goes.
could easily drop
Do you have riser
break your gear lever
That's
or
the
a
thing,
brake
like, there's so many big rocks, you can catch
Seriously,
your gear lever, knock
this is
the
the
end of your
longest
gear lever
railroad
off, and then you're going to have to change gear with your hands
Scott
for the rest of the
McCarran.
race. So
You know this
the worst
guy
thing
knows.
is if you do a back break,
Pound for
there's so
pound,
many steep
nothing
hills.
comes close.
So that's his dad running with him, and of course he's not allowed to show any lines, and he's not. He's just letting Manny finding his way.
Nope, we use
And they're allowed
diversified
to give them
strategies
water
to
along the way
position
up.
our
So.
clients'
And there was a
portfolios
lot
for
of
the
discussion
long-term
this
goals.
week
You
is
still
where
sell investments
was
that
the big
generate high commissions
equalizer
for you,
going to be,
right?
and
No, we
Vasalaito
don't sell commission products.
seems
We're
to be the place.
fiduciary,
Everyone got the
obligated
invite,
to
they
act in
showed
our
up, you can
clients'
see they're there,
best
So when do we
and
make
everyone's
more
hanging out. And
money? Only when your clients
I mean, this
make more
is
Yep, we do better.
So it looks
for
like
our
they've opened
clients.
it up now.
Yeah,
They're letting the guys just like have a
Clearly
crack up the main drag now, and even with that, they're struggling at the moment.
But is it or is it not kind of the essence of the sport when you see that? You see the dedication, the love of these guys, and just the rawness of it. Yeah.
Challenge.
Look at how many riders are littered on this section.
80 riders on the one hill.
Well, we start with 500. There can only be one champion.
Dropping
Here
a lot
at
of
Red
money
Bull
on some
Erzbergrodeo.
glasses.
Needle,
I'd wear them a few times, and then I'd lose them or break them. That's why we created Shady Rays.
He's gonna do it.
Polarized
Plug it, eh?
shades
He's
at a
maybe
great
gonna do
price.
it.
And you can try for
He's
30
gonna-
days.
Yes, he's up. He's up.
Throw it.
Even if
throw
you
it,
lose a
throw
break,
it.
just let us know. We'll
His
send you
boys
a
there
free
waiting
pair.
for him.
Yeah.
Plus, every order helps fight
That was a
hunger
good
in
effort,
America.
that.
And thanks to you, we're making a big impact. Visit
There we go. There was
shadyrays.com
Alexander
and get 50%
Great
off
to see the
another
gear.
Austrian
with
rider.
code TV50.
I mean, I think it shows you too when you watch
Great
a
Golf
guy like
Club
Manny
in
or Graham Jarvis
Scottsdale,
head up that
Arizona,
hill.
home of the men's NCAA
And then you see someone
Championship.
still
We
at high
apologize
level
for the technical
of riding,
difficulties. We
but
will
how
get you
difficult
back
it
to
is.
the finals
I think there's
as
so
soon
much
as
respect.
possible
Like
as the
the
tension
guys, these guys
continues
know
to
how
build
good
in
Johnny
this
and everybody
championship
else
match
are.
as host school
I know
Arizona
it's super
State
hard for a
compete
viewer that
for their
hasn't ridden a
first
dirt
national
bike
title
before,
in 22 years. But the
it takes a
Longhorns
really special
are
kind
not
of person
giving them an easy
and
run
lots
at
of
the moment.
technique and
Let's check
skill
out some of the
to get through
highlights
a
from
course
this
like this.
afternoon in case you've missed some of the action so far. Parker Coody from Texas giving a very convincing performance against James Liao. This is how their match was wrapped up.
The attempts keep coming.
This is brilliant.
Here at Wasserreiting.
We should just stay on this
And
one
he just
hill.
missed out on the individual title earlier in the week. He's been playing some great golf.
He's got a good
great
drive.
ball.
He's done
Absolutely sticks that and would win the hole to go 2
What do you make of that? What do you make of that, Johnny?
Good effort.
Pretty good in this stretch here on the fourth hole. Short par putt to tie.
Yeah, he's up.
And he would miss that to go 3
I think that cameraman,
down.
there's
So
nothing
Parker
worse
Coody would ultimately
than when you're
win
like
this
stuck
match
on hill like that and there's
6
just a
and 5.
cameraman in your
Texas,
face.
they have
Just
their
gonna
first
pinch you in
point
your
on
face.
the board. Well, how about
He's dead
Celia
tired, but I can tell you, he's
Cole
like
taking
so
on
stoked to get
Mason
up
Anderson, a
anyway.
grad student, so a lot of experience in this matchup. So let's take a look, shall we? Anderson now on the first hole birdie putt to win the hole.
Wow, just
That's
look
a
at
great,
that.
yeah, just
So
a
that
great
opportunity
visual
would
of the
slide
rest of the
just by
pack.
him. So Hammond out par
Just
putt
remind
to
everyone,
tie
we
the
start,
hole.
1,500, whittle down to 500, and then 10 rows of 50, and some trouble.
Down.
Yeah.
So back to Anderson now on 5. Birdie
Tree
putt to
skiing,
win the
little
hole.
tree riding. Same.
That's
a little different.
Almost where Marshall Hitchell was stuck, I think.
It's tracking. It's tracking. That's more like it. Mason Anderson, so he would win that hole to go 2 up. So Anderson now taking control of this match.
you
now on
can
7,
appreciate.
his second shot
Yeah,
from
you know, watch it,
so much
168
respect for these
yards.
boys. So much respect.
And what's incredible when you see them around, just here in the mining pits throughout the week, the camaraderie between all these different campsites, these guys helping out, helping each other fix one another's bike.
And he'd make it just
and
holding on here,
just the
3
support
down,
as
3
we
to play, but
jump back to the lead.
ultimately it was
Letton
not
Bickler still out
enough.
front, and we watch
Anderson
that
would
lead,
win
albeit
3 and 2.
slightly
So
still
right now,
elastic,
we
just
are
under the
tied
4-minute mark.
1-1
Mari Roman, as we
take a
look,
at the current
trying
scoreboard.
to
It is
reel in
getting
Letton Bickler.
incredibly
And let's
tight up
not
there.
forget,
Pearson Coody is just
Roman,
1 up through 13,
third
but
back
those
in
bottom
2019,
2 matches are
much like
tied. So
Johnny
let's
Walker
hear
here. You got a
from
third and then
Mason
came back and
Anderson
won, so
alongside
anything can happen.
He's looking very
Mason,
strong.
congratulations on your win
And
today.
I
That
just
was a
think he's gonna be so
dominant
good because
performance
of the
by
heat.
you, I
He's so
thought,
fit
featuring some
and,
world-class ball
Mario.
striking. What were your emotions going into the day, this particular round, knowing this is the last time you were going to represent Arizona State University?
Yeah, it meant a lot.
He's carrying a good bit of
To be the
speed.
first
He's not
person
really
out
stopping
too.
too much.
Just to get out there, get the early lead.
What do you predict once we get out of Carl's dinner then, in terms of what's coming? That's the
And what
big
your
question.
plans now to
There's
get
going
out
to
of here
be
and root
a
for the guys
chance
playing behind you?
for Roman to kind of...
Well,
Yeah,
terrific
that's
performance,
100% there's a
fantastic
chance
play.
because
Congratulations and
there's
best of
so
luck
many
in the
things
future.
that can go
Go
wrong.
get 'em.
Like so many little things. Like all it
So
takes
if things stay as they are
a
on
little
this
slip of the front
leaderboard,
wheel, you
Texas
lose the
will
bike
need just to
off the
clinch
path,
1
and
point
you've got
from
to
those
try and get
final
back
2
on the
matches,
path.
but
You
they're
can
both a
lose
must-win
30
for
seconds or
Arizona
2
State.
minutes
So
in no
tension
time.
is building. Once again, we apologise for the technical difficulties. We'll get you back to the finals as soon as possible, but for now, we will head back to semi-final coverage from Tuesday.
Not the same one.
Earlier at 13, Harrison Opp, fifth-year senior from Vanderbilt. His tee shot at par 3, following it, the top tracer technology.
Jarvis again.
Meridian machine.
Let's watch the technique. And feel free to
226 yards,
kind of point out
221 to
the
get up that
obvious
little
here.
false
I said, he
front
just
there.
sits
What
down,
a golf
dangles
shot.
his legs.
When
Like a
that hole,
little
you
flag
heard
on his bike.
John Fields saying, nice
I
shot.
guess he's going to have to have
Harry,
used a
this
lot of
was
energy
earlier,
to get to where he is
Sargent's
now.
third and
Remember, there's
14.
been sections where he's done it in 20 seconds and others have taken 20 minutes.
He's going to have a chance to save his par. It's pretty well
Maybe
done.
pushing as hard as possible.
Well, in
Take a look at College Memories presented by Steve Folk. So where'd we go to school? Yours truly, Fordham University. Class of 86 in the Boogie Down Bronx.
We predicted some
Steve Burkowski.
some mixed up madness at
Now we get to the real
Wasserreiting,
players.
but
John Cook
I mean,
won
this
an
is next
NCAA
level.
title at Ohio State. Jim Gallagher Jr. starred at Tennessee.
It might be a bit of
Nota
traction
Begay,
on there
national
where he
championship
paddled
at Stanford.
his bike up there.
And Billy Ray Brown won 3 with the University of Houston Cougars, plus the individual title as a freshman. Hammers birdie putt at 14.
450 up the hill.
Yeah, it was a good four. He's been good with the 25, 30 footers with the speed.
Up is up.
I don't care.
That was not that easy of a putt there.
No,
Chip.
no.
Up that slope.
And to remind all the
with the wind
viewers,
blowing.
Well,
there
and then you
is a
get that
cap.
last 10
You
feet
need
going
to
down
finish
It's
the
right
Red
there
Bull
on top of the
Erzbergrodeo
ground.
under 4
Sargent
hours.
did
Was Gomez
just concede
in
that
front
par
of
putt, didn't he?
Billy and
Yes, he
I
did. It
think
took
he
a little
was.
time. I don't think they hurt each other, nothing. no gamesmanship or anything. Just
It was just an in-camera shot, but I don't think it was.
Surgeon hit a pretty good chip shot. It was not that difficult. I was really surprised, John, out of the desert. That was not that difficult shot to come up that far short.
No, you really have to maintain your balance. Looked like his feet were moving all over the place there. Once your feet start moving in that desert or even in a fairway bunker, you're in for all kinds of trouble. You're probably going to hit it fat.
So Gomez
really more of an arm
still
swing,
trying to navigate his way through. He's found the top spot before, and it'll be interesting to see if Faulkner and the rest of
they're on him now. They've got him pretty close.
Heat exhaustion is a thing. We talk about the temperatures to remind viewers up in the 30s, up in the high 90s Fahrenheit. Michael Faulkner.
Cole Hammer now three up as they head to 14.
So whatever part of the podium, he will make history here today.
15,
being the first ever Austrian to podium
to go at 15
at a Red
with
Bull
the second.
Erzbergrodeo.
Coming at this whole location from the left side of the fairway. As we know, hole cut against that bunker up front. Got to carry it.
I think he's gone hard early on because it looked like he was.
He did
catch Manny. He's pushed hard. Manny will let him push.
So to catch everybody up, I know around the world we came on air with the race today a little early. So let's get everyone caught up here at the 26th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. It started off with our first 50 riders out of 500. That coveted front line saw a little bit of carnage, some mechanicals, and a couple usual suspects out in the lead earlier. What are your guys' immediate takeaways? What we've seen so far, how the day unfolding?
Sitting on the flat part
obviously
of
the carnage early on.
Just all up to him to get it close.
Rode a perfect race so far. So
pull it off.
His to lose.
Spin too much.
Check and hold. Nice shot. How hard Udo's playground was. I'm quite glad that it's in. It's a really gnarly section, and it's going to separate the men from the boys.
And then you had the likes of, Theodore keeping in the mix early on. He slipped a little back, but the big, I think, story, especially if you ask anyone here in Austria, is Michael Faulkner, the Austrian rider, in the conversation of the top three and going back and forth with Mario Roman.
Vanderbilt, the number one seed. The number one seed since we've gone to match play in 2009. Has only won the national championship once.
Mentioned the confidence Mario Roman having with that win at the minus 400, the first stop of 8 of the FIM Hard Enduro World
They took care of the defending champion.
But Manny Ledbeckler, there's something about his form, his confidence.
Arizona State since 2016.
Looking awfully calm and collected.
The third host school to make it to the finals. Oregon won at home.
Manny looks in complete control over there.
Oklahoma
He's
State
on the pegs,
2008.
choosing his lines carefully, trying to save
Second
energy.
for Pearson Cootie.
He's really got such a good style
right
on
on top of the club face.
Yeah, and he's so strong. I've been at the APC this week, and obviously Manny's been there for the last 10, 11 weeks.
Just on
and
the
they
top,
said he's
took
done
some steam
so much
off.
training. Like his fitness is probably
to
at his best now than it ever was.
Up against
with a solid,
Sargent.
I know he's had time off, but he's had a good 11 weeks
I like to do this down nice and low, maybe try to hit a little bit because he's got the driver
3 weeks,
back into the wind.
You're walking around, you've had an ACL repair, and I cannot believe how well you're doing. How long has it been since Manny had his ACL repair?
So his happened, I'm sure it was just before Christmas, but his was meniscus, but I think in the end it was worse than what they thought, and it did take a lot longer to recover than he thought it was going to be, but I think he's come back at a good time, and being at the APC, the Red Bull APC is just like, it's next level. The amount of stuff that goes on there, like just to work on your fitness and everything else, it's really good.
Future medicine and getting
Division
right
1
into
men's
that
golf
PT is
championship, Golf Club in Scottsdale, Arizona. We apologize for power issues that we had. Our power was cut out, but we are live as we crown a national championship today from Scottsdale.
But his
Mason Anderson went out and defeated Cole Hammer 3-2.
And that's something to be, maybe we definitely should mention.
He was dominant, 6-5 victory.
What you have to put in on the fitness side. It's not just spending time on the bike.
Yeah, that's it. You do you've got to get the hours in on the bike, but then you've also got to work on your strength. You need to work on your mobility, because obviously we crash a lot, so you need to be able to
chip into this lead and maybe get this match all tied up.
Yeah, it's pretty much everything has to go into this. It's not like you can ride on a weekend. You need to be riding all day.
First to putt here with 2 birdie
As we jump back high atop the mountain here in Erzberg, and our chase group as we look at it on the virtual side of things, Chase Group getting a little bit closer to Michael Wagner, the Austrian rider, still holding on to third.
Good read there from the putt.
Quick question: how about in terms, speaking of all things PT and recovery, what's the prognosis of when you think you'll be back on two wheels?
I'm not too sure. I'm going to say I want to come back and race the AMA Enduro Cross. It's my main goal. But I don't want to push it. I don't want to, with the ACL, I don't want to push it and then re-break it first month back. So I'll just come back when it's right. But I'm sure with having help from the Red Bull guys, I'll be back sooner than I actually think and in better shape than I was before.
It's funny, as fans of whether you follow snowboarding, freestyle motocross, supercross, and hard enduro, you're so used to your heroes. They get hurt, and then you expect them to come back, and they all do. You just don't take into account how hard it is.
It's so mentally. It's so difficult. Birdie at the 8th.
So in picture there we've got Tristan Hart. So we're actually watching the battle for third at the moment
14,
between Tristan
Summerhays
and Mario Roman
to tie up this match.
Billy
Got
Bolts.
a wonderful read from the putt of Pearson Kuda. We saw that ball at the very end straighten up and
Alfredo Gomez, my apologies. We've got Alfredo Gomez and Billy in the fight for third place.
Billy was in front of them too before, so maybe he's got a little bit of an issue, or he's maybe just
Billy Ray, he made a couple of these yesterday.
I just can't help thinking he's in pain
for halves.
We know the level that Billy rides at.
A free look
he would be neck and neck with Manny Nimbley.
And he's turned this match around.
I'm sure he's going to be riding in pain.
Up in the match.
And having the confidence if you do need to dab.
Outside too far.
Just won't come back. No, almost identical putt that Pearson Kuda hit.
As I mentioned, defending
Neither one of these are good either at this stage of the game.
Enduro world champion.
Not a chance I would give
and,
it.
It's just a great perspective.
All the time.
Depth,
what's on
cutting
the
back
line
across,
right now? I want to see
little double fall line in sections.
So Walton has dropped back a fair bit there, look, so he must have hit a wall.
Texas last won the national championship 10 years ago at Riviera, defeated Alabama.
And that's Wade looks like he's stuck in a
last national
bit of a hole there.
1996.
Maybe help us understand. I mean, something as deceiving as just even a 1 foot, if it's in the right spot, a 1 foot hole, it can completely lock you up.
The worst thing is here, like the rocks are too short, so your front wheel's going to either go into a hole or your back wheel's going to go into a hole. So you need to try and hop across the rocks. You need to pick your way through, because if you lose the front wheel down the hole, you've got to fight, pick it back up, then your back wheel falls into another hole. So and you use so much energy.
And we keep bringing up Graham Jarvis, but you watch Graham sometimes, and he just literally tap dances across. And he keeps that momentum.
Easy.
He just basically that. He just keeps momentum, just keeps plugging away. So that Walton's off the bike again.
And just like that, from third to seventh place, Michael Wagner slips back. Carl's dinner, it eats people. Sometimes just kind of takes the best of the best. It definitely equalizes
Texas 4,
things
Arizona State 5.
Big break.
Time and time again. So
Texas.
we'll have to see if Wagner can battle back. I think the body language says a lot, too, about Wagner.
His dad's rebuilding the track loop.
So just like that, John, a couple of wins at 14 for Cootie and at 12 for Vic. That's how quickly it can change.
Anyway,
gift at 14, that is for sure. Preston Summerhays, that was shocking he missed that
He'll make it through. He's just got to conserve his energy. But you can
Cooch
see that he's spent.
at the 13th has this putt to tie to keep this match tied with Mason Nolan.
Good. I want to thank all of our entire camera crew, staff out in the field.
It's been an incredible week for Parker Cootie.
Of this massive
He has been outstanding for the Texas Longhorns. Won his match
this aerial view,
6-5
really,
at match number 2.
About those holes. I think it gives you a
bones.
good perspective.
Thank you, Bob. Here with Parker right now. Parker, an absolutely dominating performance by you today. What did you feel were the key holes out there
I'd say
in terms of your win?
98% of the riding.
I guess start off with
the riders out there
3, and that
wouldn't be able to go through this.
Really good.
No,
maybe 99%. It's that hard.
They were good holes to get off.
It's like a trial section that one.
So obviously you carried a lot of momentum. Did you feel like at that point, being up in the match, it was all about fairways and greens?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
trying to pick a line
I was
through
up enough to where my mistakes.
It'll be super.
There's no way I could lose an
There's Tristan Hart back in the picture with Alfredo.
Thank you for your time. Get out there and root on your teammates.
Thank you.
And you're basically
over at
looking
14,
at your
David
place
Cooch with iron off
That's
the
such
tee.
a good
Yeah, a
performance.
little conservative in my estimation,
Wow.
but you gotta get the club in your hand that you think you can get in play, keep it in the short grass. Holes are
No, it
not
just shows you
very
the skill set that
receptive
it's
to
got.
iron play coming out of the rough.
Fairway does pinch it just a little bit.
So a little bit of a
goes a little bit
change
off
up as
balance,
we've
but,
seen the chase
they play
group
the
able
wide
to
side of
catch
the
up to
fairway now,
Faulkner, and a
turn this
tight
hole into
battle
birdie
for third as we
opportunity.
focus on Lettenbeckler and Roman in first and second.
And these are
How
the
is it going to
situations,
unfold as they
Cookie,
exit Carl's Dinner?
if
That's
you
the
are
big
hitting second
conversation.
off these tees, you can react
As it's just this
to
slow,
the outcome of your
tedious,
opponent's ball.
patient
So
crawl
this one obviously
that one has to do
right down
in
the
Carl's
middle
Dinner.
groove, so
And if
no
you're
now
lucky enough
has
to make it out, then
somewhat
it's, do you
respond
have
and try to
anything
either
left in the tank
play a
for the
little
remaining
aggressive, get
sections?
some a little closer to the
Tank,
hole,
traction,
or
mental,
just match him and put it
physical.
right along
I think
side and
after
in the fairway.
the bottom
He's got
section
fairway
of
wood out, so he's going to
Carl's
press it down the
they've
fairway a little
got
bit further, maybe
a good run out
get a
onto the
little
schema,
advantage
right?
on
So they can
Cooch. But I loved what Parker
catch
Cootie said about, I knew there was no way I
And then
could
they'll
lose
come
this
back
match
down
if
and
I
they'll go
didn't
into
make any
motoring
mistakes.
highway,
Fairways and
I
greens,
think
it's
I don't
so
think it'll be too
important.
difficult.
Trying to win a championship.
Just don't make any
or a
mistakes on
title.
those off cameras,
I
and
like this
then
play
they've got
here,
to go
this
back
aggressive play with the
to
fairway metal.
Love it.
George Avenue, followed by
Maybe a
Dynamite.
couple irons shorter into this hole. We're cut
At this
down in
point,
the bottom.
Danny
You have to
is
execute.
making a buffet out of
Slow
Carl's
down.
Dinner here. He's
It's
just
just fine.
That'll be fine.
taking seconds on everything being served.
Up above, we take
almost
you to 15.
out of this
a couple hundred yards
remaining
away.
lower
Pearson
section.
Cootie on the tee with that 2-up lead.
Current
Yeah,
leader.
that was shocking
Danny
back there,
Lettenbeckler.
but
Last
that's
time
why
he
you
was
don't get
in
any putts at all, especially coming
Erzberg,
down to the
Austria,
wire.
was able to grab
His tee shot yesterday, he hit it in
second
the
place
bunker
finish.
down the left-hand side. This up the left as well.
all
Kicks back
sites
to
on
the
top
left.
spot.
Dead
One
left,
of the most
Billy Ray.
coveted
Got
titles
that
you
out.
can win
Out of
in
the
Hard and
bunker,
Girl.
though, but the ball nestled
If
down
not
into the
the
rough.
Ultimate
I would
title.
say it's the
Yeah.
biggest.
Yeah, if you
Over
talk
at
to people
13,
that
Travis
just love
Smith will
the pain,
follow his
love the
tee shot
struggle,
with Top
absolutely.
Tracer
Well, it's between
technology.
this one and Romaniacs.
Yeah.
Romaniacs
Up in
is a
his
savage
match.
one.
And right now,
Totally different.
if you have a look at how much time we spent in Carl's Dinner already, there are still only 7 riders that have dropped into the start of Carl's Dinner. So.
Yeah, just wrap your head around that.
Tough golf hole.
We went back to Vasa
They're all still there.
Travis
I mean,
Bick
I see
got
that.
off to a fast start. It was
like a
3 up
weekend
through the
at,
opening 3.
At Glamis, or like going down to Ocotillo Wells.
Summer Hayes at
500
15.
people running into each other.
I think
And
the
tee
guys are
shot
piling
plays
up
back
at Udo's
downhill. This
playground. I
is
think
less
that
than
was
driver.
really
A little win from right to left.
That was a difficult one.
Yeah, the big
Fairway
new
slopes
section
hard from right to
basically,
left.
Sapped a lot of energy before
That
they got.
ball's
I think
kicking
Michael
left.
Wagner spent a lot of his energy before he got
Kicking
to
left,
Carl's
and that
Dinner
will
in
find
that
the
Udo's
fairway
playground.
bunker. Just depends on how close to the face you got
But
it.
this section's brutal. I mean, if you walk it,
Cameron Sisk.
You can't
at
imagine that a
13,
bike can
Top
ride through
Tracer
there. It's just-
technology
it's
will
just that
follow
bad.
his tee shot.
100% difficult to walk.
A good line as well.
Faulkner
Right over top of the hole.
still
Jim,
trying to
got
stay
a
in the
little
mix.
deep. Needs to
Shame he's
hold
got nothing
on, or
left
it
in
will
the
go
tank.
down
You
to a
can see
little
he's
collection
spent.
area and
This is that's kind of how when I race Erzberg, that's how I race it. I race it to
National championship
Diner, and then I try
hanging
and
in
go
the
from
balance.
there.
Arizona
Like,
State and
your
Texas
motocross
each
system.
with a
I would
point on
rather
the board.
be
The
totally spent
Longhorns
when I
lead
get
in
there
2
than
other
get there
matches.
and have a little bit of energy, because I'd rather just bulldog it
Employers
through.
and
pedal
talent
away
want
Yeah.
the
or
same.
just
Can I ask you what victory stands out as the best for you and why here at Erzberg?
Probably when I had the victory over by about, was it 20 minutes I won by or something one year. That was by far the best race I've ever had. I think it was 2017. No.
1 hour, 39 minutes?
Yeah, something like that. The
Yeah.
whole race just went perfect.
Yeah.
I guess pretty much like what's happened for Manny. He's just having a perfect race so far.
2014, and yeah, it's like it happened yesterday, right? it's been one big blur.
It feels years and years ago for me.
So Manny's lying 7th in the World Championship at the moment. So
2 wins
10
will push him
points.
up.
Well, yeah, didn't
10 points
opted
behind
out of minus 400, and so then jumped in. But he can easily be a contender.
Can you see the spray paint on the rocks? The little yellow dots. That's what the riders will be following. Someone will have put that mark in either this morning or last night. One of the riders will have gone through and just put little dots on some of the rocks, just where if there's a big hole here, they'll try and stay out of it, so they'll put a dot on the rock.
So it's a little rock,
high.
a rock ferry that comes in at night.
Yeah.
We don't see them,
Nobody
but they're
knows who it
allegedly
is.
there. I think that's what Bolt was calling them, is the rock ferries.
On
Interesting.
Like the other year, I remember coming through, there was pink dots, yellow dots, blue dots over here. It was mad.
You know, you could try to sabotage.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
You always put a stray one off there. If you know that's a big hole, just put one into that.
But where do you go about buying spray paint in Eisenhutz? That's what I want to know.
Come prepared. You've got to be prepared.
Look at our current top 5. Billy Bolt in 5th. Gomez in 4th. And big news for Hart in 3rd. The Canadian making an amazing showing at this year's Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Mario's still looking strong.
Puig.
And he's riding with a bum leg on.
Well back at 149. The hole is cutting a little bit of a ball, so...
And it's super hot out there,
get a little bit of a benefit
some riders
if he can land it in
better
there.
with heat than other riders.
Carried it
depending
back.
on, I guess, where
Gonna
they come
catch
from.
that little slope.
It will.
Well, that's what's great to see
John,
when you
we
follow
were out
hard
there
enduros.
earlier today.
Each rider will have their
Wouldn't be
special
shocked
skill
if
set where
someone
they
made
shine.
a 2 at 14 today.
Allows you to kind of have your favorites. So you see that green dot that you're talking about right there.
The whole location, and you can use that slope and that bowl.
Pretty much. There's one there. You'll just see them
Watching the NCAA Championships.
High or go low.
Presented by Geico. So taking
Mario's got off the line
off the tee, 36 yards closer for his second, only one.
And another jump above the mine here.
Options here. Quite a few
Airsberg.
outs for him.
Mine as Lettenbichler still out front. Can see the battle getting a little tighter back for 3rd place. Big question, can Mario Roman pull in Manny Lettenbichler?
I would think with this club
Lettenbichler looking for his first ever victory here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Could be a little bit longer.
2 minutes. I'm sorry, 2 hours. Yeah, 2 minutes. That's a lot of racing.
Maybe it's got enough spin to get
Just
further
over the
down
2 hour
that
mark
slope.
here.
I think it's going to
got some momentum if it doesn't hit the ball.
Get ready for Motor X Highway, the next named feature coming out of Carl's Dinner.
Mason Nome responds to Puig's second in at 14.
And a full pull here through Carl's Dinner.
Up 1 to 15, Summerhays.
Yeah, 117 yards uphill into the wind. The lip of the bunker will not present any issue.
And for good reason.
This
you know,
is a no-no
you say
here, missing left here.
the name
Huge
Carl's Dinner,
collection area there.
most riders shudder.
That got through and
just
into the
it's
rough
like
makes it even
almost
more
like trauma.
difficult. Mistake there from the freshman. Needed it right at
So
that whole
challenging.
location.
And Pearson Cootie was watching exactly what that
He's
ball
riding good,
did
Tristan.
from
He's having a solid ride.
Summerhays now.
Yeah, I'm very impressed.
Pearson Cootie's ball has
I
come
didn't know too much
to
about
rest
him going
on
into
the
this round.
opposite
He's
side
a
of the bunker.
newcomer. And
What I've said
yeah,
was
he's going to do 4
down
rounds,
in
and I'm
long
really
grass. It's
excited
in
to
an
see
old
what's to
divot
come.
here,
And
so
I
he's
was free if
forced
he's
to go
riding
out
like
to
this
the
already.
right. He's really going to have to take it.
I was just super
Sharp
impressed
angle of attack
his
here. This is
Romanian
right at the
result
flag.
for his first time there. To
Exactly what he needed to do
even
from
to get
that
in the
line
top
right
10.
there.
Yeah, that'll catch that little slope as well and gather just
How about
a
when
little closer to
the
that
conversation
hole location.
turns to Carl's
That was a
Dinner
smart
and
play
trials
that
inspired
there by
aspects
Pearson.
of the demands
Great
of
tee
Erzberg?
shot by Travis
Where do
Vick
you,
at 13.
yeah, where do you
Jim,
go to
great look to win the
find
hole.
boulders like
Go
this?
two up.
Yeah, sure. We could
the
have
city.
back there to go meet John.
Why not?
Some
Super
time.
hard
It's just
to do.
about
Okay, if
2.5,
you don't live in
3
South
feet
Africa, you can't just drive into
pretty good idea
Lesotho
as
like
we-
Daryl here.
I don't think there's
Where do you
much on
go
this
to?
one.
It's so hard, you know,
Yeah.
to find something that's
Might
legal
go a
to
little
ride.
left.
That's
No,
the
that was
difficult
left
thing.
all the way.
So you have to find
Started
places
left and
around
moved
and just
left.
I think it's
session little bits.
hats off to you that you
Missed
care about being
opportunity
legal.
for
That's-
Travis
Well,
Vick.
that you've got to sometime.
No, I.
Only
A few
every now and
folks for the other side with some
So Roman
cheering for the other side on the miss. So you just have to
working his
put
way
that on your
through
mind.
as Lettenbichler still in front of him. So
Yeah, Travis, it does
first
go
and
that
second
way.
have
Been there
maintained
10 days.
consistent
Valley
from the
effect
get-go.
is real.
It's
Couple
real.
lead changes early on, and then it's been the Manny, Mario Roman, and then Wagner for quite some time. Michael Wagner, the Austrian rider, is hanging on to third. He slipped back in this tail final section of Carl's Dinner. Just getting the best of him, and the rest of the pack now starting to close
Nome's
in
birdie
that battle
putt
for
conceded,
third.
and Puig's birdie putt misses notice, so
see
Mason
if
Nome
Hart can hang
goes
on.
one up.
To go
I
from
think
that.
his fitness is strong. He's
Yeah, and you mentioned, we always talk about it. It is
down
worth
the fairway to take the
considering
advantage
is
of
that
beautiful approach
that
to win the
momentum,
hole.
having success at something like Romaniac.
Each team with a point on the board in the
to know
remaining
that,
3
yeah,
matches.
you belong
the
here, right?
Longhorns lead
He
trying
is
to win a
William
fourth
Hall. What
national title.
position have you got him in, Daryl? William Hall? He was just on there then. He must be running in the top 10 because he's in Carl's Dinner now.
Let me see if I can find William.
He's got no peak on.
Yeah,
he must have taken that off for the heat.
Well, they had that front row. I think everyone was going to be with the transponders. 2 hours on the clock, and this is a good, just listen and watch. As we jump back.
Boys.
As the struggle continues. Back at the beginning of the course, Zentrum Amberg, the center of the mountain. And just that straight climb, as you can see, a debris field of competitors.
Too much time in the beer tent last night for these boys.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh, look at it.
Oh. This is so typical of Erzberg. We see this every year. Different climb, and it's just been spectacular there on Wasserleitung.
It's different, but the same.
What a show.
You've been coming here since the 90s, and yeah.
Rocket Ride in the beginning, those were some of the really tough climbs in the early days, but they've been so overridden now that they just become so easy. So,
well, the discussion that continues too about the bikes and the level of riding. They've had to, things have gotten what's perceived, what you go back 20 years and you
no, the level has changed.
I look at old footage of Widowmaker, it's like, come on.
I was talking to Letty last night, all those years ago we were running motocross tires at Hard Enduro, and you wouldn't get very far in today's courses.
Yeah.
So special tires have been made, and it's really completely different.
As we can see, Manny Lettenbichler making his way under the tracks, out of Carl's Tinner, making his way over.
Straight back down the hill.
So Johnny, to answer your question a little bit earlier on, Will Hall came through double fault, which is the middle of Carl's Dinner in 10th, just behind Theodore Kovacev. So he's still in the game. Maddie Green came through in 8th. So we should start seeing, it'll be Tristan Hart, Maddie, Theodore, Will Hall, Peter Rudolph, and our other American rider LeBlanc in 12th at double fault. So we should look out for them a little bit later on.
Austrian rider Michael Bachner hanging on to 7th as Lettenbichler now.
This is entering now the new section that we were talking about, going up to Motorex Highway. So this is
Pearson
the entry
Coody
point.
has done so much for the Texas
cross over a little
Longhorns,
creek,
but perhaps the proudest
up the
moment
other
for
side,
head
and then
coach
it's going
John
to be
Fields was a conversation
you'll see the
Pearson
river.
had with that
It's
young
like
man
a
right there,
typical Romaniac
14-year-old
section.
Sonny Santrelli, a young man that is battling stage
And how
4
good does it feel
lymphoma
to be out of
6
Carl's
weeks
Dinner
ago.
at this point?
This is
went
the
up to
feeling now.
Sonny
You
at the
can't.
UT
You're on the
Golf
way
Club and
home.
spent 20 or 30
That's
minutes
what.
with
That's
him
how I
talking
always
about
used
golf,
to
his
feel
love
it.
of the Longhorns. In fact, Pearson
So this is the
was
start
so
of it
taken
now.
by him,
So it's
he got some
like
wedges
very
created
gnarly,
for
but
him and a putter
it's not
to
too
help him.
difficult,
You'll
and
see
it's
the
very wet in
hashtag
there.
Sonny Strong. They're all wearing wristbands, and Sonny made the trip
this
out
is actually
here with his
right
father,
where
Craig, and
Rob Warner got stuck, if I'm not mistaken.
This is the exact section.
Bolts
were having so much fun earlier on.
Bolts left the man behind. But you see how easy Manny makes it look.
The right thing to do is a great
Well,
young man.
this is just the start. It's quite a long section. Good couple of 100 meters up.
This is
Summerhays
Manny's
now for
so
Paul.
good at this sort of stuff, like in the Romaniac sort of terrain. I guess that's why
last quarter of the putt.
he went back and just won Serbia straight away, because that was his sort of going.
About 2.5 feet left for his par.
Do you have a favorite in terms of, just the terra firma, like the wet, the dry, the tacky?
I do. I like it when it's like this, to be honest.
Right,
When-
yeah.
But also all the Brits coming from the Scottish Trials and things like that. You guys have really got this terrain, so like Graham and yourself and everybody else in
big
Bolts,
spot there by
they've
the
all
freshman.
been brought up
What
in
a
this kind of
response.
slippy terrain.
We literally ride in the rain most of the time.
After that short miss at 14, redeems
5
himself
minutes
there
on the
at
road.
15.
So it must be 5 minutes down on Manny, which still isn't much. He's not
Pearson makes
home and
this.
dry yet.
Preston running out of holes, but we've seen what he can do.
We just saw on the previous hole, we saw Christian Summerhays miss.
So they'll
one
make
just
light work
inside
of it.
this.
But if you walk up there, you'll say, well,
To go two
it's impossible
down
for a
the match,
motorbike
so
to ride up
that
here.
could be in
So
the back of Pearson Coody's mind right now, giving this one full attention.
Veteran senior here. Number 3 ranked.
the course is a challenge the whole time. They have to just keep raising the level because the riders are so good. They're just getting better and better. There you can see where Letty at the moment, there's quite a big gap between the rest of the field. Mario Roman there still has to do that easy loop up to the Alpine Resort. before he enters Motorex Highway.
15 green
Gomez
over
is
to
too
16
far behind.
T.
It looks like Gomez now finishing out
on the line.
top three just behind Mario Roman.
Scottsdale,
so interesting back and forth getting out of Carl's dinner. So you can see that
Billy Ray was
that band all the way home. You can only assume,
Hayes.
as Johnny was saying, once you get out of Carl's dinner, your mind is
here going
on the
against
finish line.
Star-studded senior. This freshman and Preston
stay
Summer
mistake
Hayes,
free,
he has been
right? At that point, you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself.
Throughout the week as
no,
well.
but it's quite easy to do that
because
you kind of feel like you're home and dry, but you have
performing
got
on a big stage. He's
3 or
won a
4
couple of
difficult
Utah
bits,
State
but
amateurs
they're quite short
in match
sections,
play,
so.
and then a USGA championship as well. 2019 US Junior Amateur.
Carl's dinner just
Summer
really
finishing it off in style.
A bit of a sting.
The Inverness Club taking down Bo Jin 2-1. Bo Jin was here earlier this week for
Right now, let's check in with Leo, who's got some information on Michael
Father
Faulkner.
of Preston telling me this morning, and he rattled it
Guys,
off with
I've
these.
just
40 and
witnessed
4.
serious
Preston's match
exhaustion
play
here.
record
Michael
in
Faulkner
all
looked
his
at some
tournaments
point to me like
over the
he
last 3 to
wouldn't
4
want
years.
to
That's
continue.
90%. That's a
Clearly,
good
his
job.
energy tank
Work to do, though,
is
if he wants
empty,
to
but he
improve on
got
that,
himself
Billy Ray.
back up,
no doubt.
shoved
You
the
run
bike
into a
right back
player
into
like
position,
Pearson
and
Coody,
continued on.
well
What a
established
soldier he
himself.
is.
He's got a
Honestly,
very
I
good
am
match
so
play record
impressed. But
of
same,
his own.
I could witness with
But this
Billy
match
Bolt
now,
serious
2 down
frustration
for
going on
Summer
here as
Hayes.
well.
He's
He had
gonna
a
have
bit
to
of a
make something
crash,
happen
had
here,
to get
and
up
Coody
off the
will have the
boulder
tee here,
and
16
get
is
up off
par
the
3,
bike
measuring
again,
150
and
yards.
he soldiered
That
on
holds
as well.
position just
So
on the front
we
section
can
of the
really
false
see
front they
here
have to
the
contend with.
temperature
If you
and
go
those
long
big
left,
boulders
it
are
goes down in
taking their
collection
toll
area.
on those young athletes.
Love this whole location here, Billy Ray. You hit a quality shot, you can get it in there.
Thanks, Leo.
Nice
Great
and
stuff.
close,
Yeah,
and
we hammer it home. We
almost
talk
saw it
about
14
the
being a
tenacity, the
little bold.
staying
This
power
one's
needed for
kinda
this
out
race on
there.
top of the
You get it
technique.
close, maybe make a one.
You know, you got to think about strategy.
Wow, just it's incredible to see Faulkner, a rider of his level,
150 yards,
just
helping
hit the
from
wall
right
like
to left.
that
You know
as
you can't miss short or
Manny
miss left.
continues.
I think if I'm Pearson
with
Coody right
2
now, I've
hours
got
on the clock,
take the conservative route
making
out
his
to
way
the
through,
right. Just put the ball in the
tying
putting
up his
surface and
lines.
force the issue from Preston Summer Hayes.
Yeah, if you get it out there to
some
the
quiet
right,
time
there
and
is
some support
there is
from
a
the
ridge
fans.
that you can use to gather it towards the hole.
We'll watch this one with our top tracer
Okay,
technology.
this is a little run up through the creek, and this is one of the really bad off-cameras.
Right.
There's a tree up top,
carry
so
the
he's going to
bunker.
want to make his way right up to that tree
He's over
line.
the bunker in the rough.
How is it that Paul Bolton always gets the best seat in the house?
Wasn't his
He
best
doesn't
effort.
look too tired either, man.
Yeah.
He looks.
Back
Yeah,
to
he looks
15.
tired, but he
Who's
looks.
getting ready from the fairway bunker?
Not making things easy.
Well, they've got to get out the top.
Yeah, this section is really, really tough.
But has found a nice
Hold on, was that an eye roll? I just got an eye roll from Johnny Walker. Yeah, that.
I actually think they've changed the lines
Clip this
from when I
perfectly.
walked it
Got
until
enough
now.
distance on it. It's
It
got to
looks
get down a
different.
bit.
When it comes
down
back in the
that
picture, we'll have a better
bowl,
look. But
Minnesota.
almost
That
like
was a
they've made it a
clean
little bit more
strike.
difficult than it was
Just be putting up
yesterday.
up the
Manny's
slope
good at that
and
sort of
moving
stuff as
pretty
well,
good
and he
left to
didn't.
right.
He got what, halfway up it?
Travis Vick.
So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled to Lettenbichler trying to navigate his way inside the woods. If Roman,
That's a bad idea, isn't it? Have no tread left by the time you get to this slippy hill if he's doing wheel spin.
left and
I reckon this is going to be a repeat of the old Grunerhola as we saw it. This is going to take a bit of time for the guys to get through
Take a little
because of this.
left break. Not gathering quite enough, but that was a nice golf shot.
This has changed.
this is Grunerhella volume 2.
This is a sting in the tail that we were looking
Summer
for.
Hayes opening at 16.
Oh,
Will he
boy.
take advantage?
Oh, no.
He's definitely being 2 down in the
And
match.
just like
He's gonna
that,
have to take a
5
different
minutes
approach and a
becomes
different line.
3.
Well,
2.
exactly.
Hanging up in the breeze.
Manny
Got the
keeps
false
trying
front.
it. It might get a bit of a line in,
wow.
and Mario
missed
could
by
get there and
a
just
mile
get one
there,
good
Billy
run
Ray.
in, get out the top, and he's off.
This is going to become like
Well, we
vacillating
saw
for the pros.
David Pooch close. Mason Nome even closer for birdie. Consist, knock it in tight.
That from 127. It is also just left. Let's see if it come off the slope like you asked it to.
Manuel Lettenbichler currently in first place over the 2-hour mark. Mario Roman closing in behind him, trying to navigate this section in Motorex Highway. He's had 2 attempts, unable to do it so far, and you can see
Mario's there.
closing in.
Mason Nome getting ready for
And
his
Tristan
second. He's
Hart
one
this
up.
morning was very concerned about
Nice clean line.
about conserving his tires because the rocks would have maybe taken the edge off a little bit. And over here you'll need like a really good tire, you know. And
To get down, that'll catch that little ridge, go down on that bowl. Right next to David
Graham
Poole.
Jarvis in 2019.
But he will get a good
Graham
speed
Jarvis might be
read
back for the win.
line read.
You know what?
David Pooch.
That's
Arizona
not
State with
so
a point.
crazy.
Texas with a point. The Longhorns leading in the other three.
this
Coming
doesn't
down the
look easy,
stretch
eh?
on the back nine at Greyhound.
There's no nice run at it.
It looks to me like they've changed the course at the last minute and made it a little bit harder here because
events in North America.
That's what they do. If we walk the track and make it like a little bit easy by moving stuff, they just fire something else in. Go on, Manny. Oh no. There's no other way, is there, apart from ride straight up.
it looks kind of dry over there, but I mean, it's just so steep.
Yeah. He was definitely, I think he was in third gear there. So it might come down now.
What's your call on this one? Based on what you can tell from here. A little bit.
I don't really know what to say, to be honest.
I mean,
I think after a little bit, there's going to be a line in, but him and Mario are just going to be going back and forward. Mario's going to be there in a minute.
Bickler gives it another go. Not this time.
I guess it looks like there's a level a bit higher than where he just got to then. So maybe if he can get to there.
That definitely looks a lot harder than when we walked it. It's definitely.
Not to mention, yeah.
I mean, so notice respect
to the crowd.
My mate Rob Warner rode out there.
Yeah.
Okay, he slipped off. Bolt went and hopped him.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like this. I can tell you now.
Yeah. I think he's asking for the tape to be pulled back a little bit.
There's a rock in the way, I think. Go on.
Let Bickler again.
If you can get to that level, level there.
Trying to assess. You can hear and feel the frustration.
He's on a level less. So I guess that's where he's got to get to.
So he might try to pick the bike up and then
zigzag
it, drag it off, get some kind of traction up there.
Adventure more.
I feel for him now.
I mean, if Paul's struggling to run up there, right? Yeah. So that just tells you how bad it is. You can't even walk up there.
Moment ago at 16,
Mario.
second for Preston.
Mario has just arrived.
Very loose.
Just has to commit to
and there you see in-screen Martin Roman back in second, soon to be right below Lettenbichler. What a battle we have on our hands.
The greens.
It's getting excited now.
Oh, race is on. 15. Great shot there. Mason Anderson, teammate. Couldn't
this
watch,
reminds me,
but
it takes us
watched.
back to 2015 when the four of you guys had to pull each other out.
Don't tell me that.
Battle back.
They must go to the right.
Pearson Cootie is second.
So
The
like
if it goes in, he closes out Preston.
It's one that he could make this ball sitting down the rough, but it's a dump and run. This
and
will
just
pick
on
up
a precarious edge. Look at the steepness and the double fall line.
It's trying.
See, now Mario's got there. There's a little bit of a line in. He might be able to.
Wow.
To ride up here first attempt.
For real?
Yeah.
I mean, no, I'm looking. I'm just looking at
the downhill.
Yeah.
It's going to stay high.
Ooh, that was a misread.
There's nothing like a steep downhill with a load of tree roots crossways. That went well.
Up 1 to 15, Pooch, long birdie putt.
Yeah, coming down from this low ground, speed is the biggest concern.
You ever had the Ghost Rider go the wrong way for you?
Yeah. There's nothing worse.
So up that slope right there.
There's a video of me at España. Have you seen it? Where Luke looked out.
No, I didn't see it.
I've seen it.
I'm going to go look for it now.
Big one.
To win the whole
we shift back. We can see Lettenbichler. He was able to navigate his way up and over. It's an interesting line that they've made adjustments to. Mario Roman currently in second. First try.
To 16.
Cootie first par.
Yeah.
Really quick. Summer Hayes has got it out.
Wow, good job.
Wow.
Good job.
See, once there's a little bit of a line in, then the next rider should be able to
think about
get
the
up.
long par putt Summer Hayes made it 15 to tie the hole.
That's going to put Manny under big pressure now because he knows how close Mario is.
Here at 16 now, Pooch for his
they've
par
still got
15.
they've still got a bit to go.
Big one.
let's not forget Dynamite
No
too.
one up in that
Well,
match.
Granola is going to be a bit of a
Remaining
push
for
out.
his
Yeah.
part. We'll get back to that in just a moment.
Dynamite,
See if Summer
you've been
Hayes can
riding,
get to within one.
And Lazy Noon.
2 hours, 15, 16 minutes on the
Just
clock.
behind the hole.
Heat's in the
Yes, you're
upper
getting
90s.
One down.
Your
two
body
to play.
is it been pushed to the ultimate brink.
Fantastic up
just
and
in
down
terms of
Cruz teach. I couldn't. Well short.
yeah, what it can do.
He's in a bad position there, Mario, because his left foot peg will be stuck into the side of the mountain, and if it's stuck behind a tree root,
He's hanging in. Summer
then
Hayes
you
with
can't
3
lift the
down
bike
through
up.
10, and players who have been
Tristan's on
3
his way
down
now
on
to
the
join
back
the
9
party as
here
well.
this
Yeah.
week. Oh,
Man, he's had an incredible ride so far.
Really good, solid, and he's good at this sort of stuff.
No,
I guess
short
it's
one to
like
tie
this
the
in
hole.
Canada.
And he
Oh
looks
my
really...
God, are you kidding? Like beyond. Like
He's like
heat
riding this
and
all the
wet,
time.
and it's all about
While we have a
the
moment, let's send it down to Bones.
roots, like just
exciting
greasy
now.
roots
Thanks, guys. Here with
everywhere.
Mason Anderson,
They love
first
it.
out today. Your last time representing
But also,
Arizona
it looks
State
like he's in good
University.
condition. He's
Coach
not
Gio
tired. He's
first
got good
and dominant
technique.
performance. 3-2 victory, which frankly wasn't that close. What were the keys to you getting it done out there today?
I just stayed really consistent.
I guess it'd be
Hit a lot
probably
of
the
fairways,
first Canadian
hit a lot of
podium,
greens.
right?
That would be.
I just didn't make
Yeah.
very many mistakes. There were a few holes.
We've been
like
talking about the
11
international,
that I
you know,
missed the
presence
green.
here. There's always, you know, good.
But other
What,
than that,
Poland,
just-
Bulgaria.
We really appreciate your time. Get out there and root on your teammates.
That could have
Back to you
twisted
guys.
bars and stuff like that.
Great performance by Mason Anderson.
And if you
as we
notice,
take
none
it
of
back
these
to
boys
15.
run wrap round
Travis
hand
Vick,
guards.
2 up
Like,
in this
he's
match.
kind of a little bit dangerous. He could break a lever,
Coach
but
John Fields.
Yeah, debating between driver and 3 with the
I think he's good.
is definitely in play.
Okay.
But that just gives you a good idea of how steep that little uphill is as well.
yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Special
like this
note to
play
Paul
there,
Bolton
Jim.
there.
He's
We've
got
been
it
really
to the
enjoying
right.
all
Fairway where you're hitting
the
three with
embedded
does
field
kick
reporting
pretty
he's
hard
done
right
from
to
the
left.
from the
So
first stop onward. He'll be
give it
going
the
to
right
every
side.
stop of the 2022 FIM Hard Enduro World Championship, doing his reports from the field. Such high energy, as you can see. It doesn't get more embedded than that. It's right up in your face.
He's leaning just a little bit.
And it's,
Sounds like his clutch is
Any
slipping
kick to the
there.
left,
If you listen closely.
bunker, but not at all. That's perfect.
Like, I guess it's been really hard on the clutch through Carl's Diner.
Coverage of the Division
Yeah,
all
One
the hill climbs.
College
It'll
World
get-
Series
be getting
begins
hot
on
now.
Thursday from Oklahoma City.
And they're running these
For
super
more
soft tires. So how much of
information
the
on game
tire
times
would have got
listings, visit
worn off, do you think, on
NCAA.com.
Buddha's Playground and Carl's?
The good thing is about these soft tires now, they're so soft and grippy that they're like, they fold and don't rip the knob off. So even if it does rip a knob off, you get so much more traction with that tire than a harder tire if it rips a knob off. So I would always go, I've made so many mistakes here in the past with the wrong tire choice, wrong move choice, that I always now just go for the softest move
That's been the
and the
case
softest
for
tire I can
most of
get.
the day here. Just John Paul
I sat
coming
with
in.
Billy
even on a
yesterday.
day like today with the heat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because with the heat, the moose expands, so then the
Feedback
tires
for him in making his
feels
final
like it's
decision.
rock
They picked
hard.
their line of choice just right
Alfredo's
on.
coming to the
wrong way.
Ideally, you want this
the wrong way.
drop
to be
in.
falling a little bit left to right to hold that slope to get it close.
Yeah, I think everyone, there was a lot of discussion about Alfredo Gomez and the heat.
Go up the green.
And then to throw Tristan's name into the, I mean, he was
That's a
definitely
big mistake
in that
right there.
kind of
That's
outsider
very
conversation.
difficult.
Definitely has
Might
the
even
skills,
have
but
gotten
it's
to
been
the
a really
Summer
unique
Hayes
kind
on
of like
tee at 17. This
that
is
was
the
the battle
first
for second
match to
wave
make
line
it to
that.
17.
Yeah.
The guys.
Gordon with driver
So,
320
not
yards.
bad.
We
He's
talked
close now.
to Coach Thurman about this. He
just
said they would be
skirted,
going for
the
this green,
Audubon
a
here
couple of
as
his
we
players.
Look at this.
go up and high out
Right
of
by the flag
this
stick.
final section.
Billy Ray.
Still moving
Summer
on.
Hayes
2
was
more
3 down in this match through 10.
sections for these guys to navigate. Still ahead for all of the competitors, all the way back as we jump high above
Answer, trying to get it
into
from left to
Dynamite,
right.
wrapping back around,
That's the direction he
then
likes
down
to work
below.
it.
Down in that
And
collection area. but
all
he's
the way
got
back to
room
the
work
finish.
After
with.
Dynamite, that's
Yeah.
pretty much it, right? You've got Lazy Noon. And
Yeah.
that's
Siska
it.
15
So
with
you've
driver
obviously got some
Jimmy.
difficult
Yeah,
bits,
he's been
but
driving
you're
it
kind of
fairly
on the
decent.
home stretch.
I think the race is
Not as
fast from
long
over
as
because we
this,
don't know if
I
there's
like
going
this
to be any
play.
more twists in the tail. You
This
never
is
know
going a
with
little low.
the route
Depends on the
directors.
kick
So
and left a little bit.
Dynamite, I think, will be quite straightforward, but it's going to be very loose. They've got to get
Short
around
of
that
the
big tree at the
bunker.
top.
Got
And
the short
and
stuff.
also
Got
Lazy
fairway.
Noons. could be quite tricky, and they'd left loose Shaley stuff.
Opening for Puig at 16, see if he can take
These guys are
advantage.
tightening that. It's starting to pack up a
Absolutely
little
needs to
bit,
keep
Chaz.
this ball right at this
It all
hole.
depends on who makes the
That's where
best
all
job
the
out of
green
Motor
is.
X Highway.
Mario Ramon made up for a little bit of time, but not. He was dealing with a 5-6 minute gap leading into that exchange.
And that will go down in the collection
Manny
area.
definitely lost 2 or 3 minutes on that one section.
On the
And
down
Gomez
slope, now pitching
makes his
uphill.
way
That
to
is
this-
really difficult as well. 2
Gomez
swings there.
behind Preston Hard. What's that?
Texas
Okay, so I've
trying
got
to
the time
close
at the
in
moment.
on
So,
national title 4.
it's
Tied up.
Mario
One
Roman
apiece
is
with
2
Arizona
minutes
State.
57 off Manny at the Motor X Highway checkpoint. So there's not much in it.
And just if you were curious how things are on the course on the first features, yeah, it's still going. The battle, the struggle is still real.
That was like Bardavana back in the day. You know, the guys, the race ended in Bardavana, and this is exactly the same thing.
Tristan.
No.
A bit off the top. Oh. I see Tristan on his Instagram riding hill climbs like this all the time. So. Oh, what a ride on the right.
So some highlights so far.
No.
Weekend warriors, pros alike. All trying to help one another out, getting their way to the top.
Oh, no. No.
The dominoes.
Let's get touchy-feely. Keeping it warm and fuzzy on Vasalaitun.
Close to comfort.
Yeah. And I should point out, if you make it up this section, ouch, that's going to leave a mark. You got 26 other checkpoints after this, so.
Gotta keep
let
trying.
that
There's
settle
no
in.
giving up. There's no give. Oh, that's how that guy got in the tree.
A little bit of a re-entry there.
Wow.
Oh, that's so good.
Unbelievable images, and another just a special thanks to our over 30 cameras out there. An incredible crew. They've been out all week, bringing some incredible imagery here as Vasalaitun still keeping the challenge alive and well.
These boys are fighters.
Yeah. Masochists, all at their core. Could just watch a live feed of this all day.
Some slow-mos, great slow-mos.
Looks like Tristan's got it right.
He got awfully high up on that section.
That's a really good job. Like you said, Johnny, there's a bit of a pathway being worn there. So.
Yeah, someone's put that in there.
So have to watch Gomez just behind
trying
him.
to cut back, might need to get up a little.
See how close
Too
he's
far
getting.
left of this flag stick, or it will go down
See, it's
into
a
that
different
bowl
approach. He's
like
got his front
that.
wheels so high that hopefully he doesn't slide.
Too far.
He doesn't
Gotta
slide
get it
down.
out there to the right of this whole location.
It's tricky that.
The commentator's curse.
I'm sorry, Tristan. I'm so sorry,
16,
man.
Mason Nome is second from over the green.
Kind of decent line, gotta go full elevation, wide stance,
I
wide
wonder how long
swing.
until we see someone ride.
Done a nice job here.
Oh, yeah.
I reckon
Really
Billy,
well
when he
done.
gets
He'll even leave it short of that whole location.
Yeah, I think
pretty
probably
good.
does.
wing it.
Yeah.
Bulldog it to the top.
Maybe Graham Jarvis.
Billy Ray Cootie playing his
why
second at the par 4 17th.
Coming back up the upslope.
So still in third place for the Canadian.
Summer Hayes is behind the hole with a really quick pitch.
That was well done there, Billy Ray.
It must be horrible because there's that one big rock at the
Nice and low.
If Cootie wins 17, he ends that match back over to 16.
Puig, his second.
Nice clean line, little on the upslope, should be able to spin
Just
it.
love to see that.
Clipped it nice there, Noda. Great catch. Beautiful shot.
Tristan has some ground to make up for. The big
15.
big thing to watch for here with 2.5 on the clock
This has to be out to the
is
right.
Gomez.
That's
Can
a little
he
better line.
reel Tristan in at this point?
Looks pretty good.
It's going to be close.
Yeah.
Right on. He said it's a better line. It was.
Yeah, you heard Vic ask Coach Fields, where is it? He's like, I have
you
no
should take
idea.
note.
It's going
There's
to
some
end up
riders that
where
just
it
they
ends up.
flourish.
I think
and
they'll
it's
be
just
pleased.
wet,
It ended up nice.
muddy.
Now at 17, if Summerhays makes this for Eagle, he wins the hole.
Off the company.
Type of match, but what's very interesting here, he's got the flagstick out right now. This
the
is
moose
a
and
little
tire
pitch that
combo,
comes
this
out
stuff
of
is
the
just
line,
so
sitting down
important.
over
Critical,
speed
yeah.
line.
So
fast
if people don't understand, if you're on an off camber, for example, and you go over a little route or something like that, you want the tire to be so soft.
Just release down.
There's Wade Young coming in now.
Fantastic.
Bike's not sounding too good.
So the moose will absorb that route as it goes over it, and he won't slip down. It won't glance off. So that's the idea.
Come out there like he
I
thought.
spent
Maybe cut
about
a little bit on the toe.
An hour and a half yesterday with Billy.
Birdie opportunity though.
Deciding what moose he was going to use. We had like he had 4 or 5
This would
different
be all
mooses,
world right here, guys.
all drilled differently, all cut differently, because it's just such a
red
fine
perfectly.
thing. Manny's
How about
got it
those
dialed.
2 threes?
Manny and his dad have got their own little thing going
Mistakes
on.
off the
I was
tee.
with Letty this morning,
Walk
and
away
I was watching. No, you were doing it. I was actually standing next to him while he was doing it, and I was like, it was insane. And then they didn't end up going with him, and they went with another one in the end.
Really, yeah.
So
It's not like you even drill it. They drill. I've noticed Manny now. He's drilling mooses on different angles, and like one hole at like a 45-degree angle, the next one at this degree.
Texas.
And how good are you? How good are you instantly feeling the difference?
Well, it's that. Like, if you've got a bad moose, you're going nowhere. If it's too hard, you're not going to get anywhere. If it's too soft, you're just going to keep hitting the rim. So.
And also important to run when they run 3 run locks.
Close. I think
They're
he has
really
to take
soft
a
moves.
little bit of the break out here and try to force the issue. I don't like really trying to force one in coming downhill, but I think this situation might call for it.
I agree with you, Billy Ray. I think this is just maybe on that left edge.
All right, once again, we have the opportunity to check in with Bolts. Bolts, what are your takeaways on Moto X?
Wiggle it in there, but this circumstance right here, we'll see.
So I'm here at Motor X Highway, and by no means does that do it any justice. It's one of the hardest sections I've ever seen in my hard enduro career. There's a really long riverbed, lots of debris in the way, and there's this hard left up this hill that's almost vertical, and they have to swing it across, get the back wheel hooked onto this line. It's absolutely epic. Manny took about 4 times, and Mario Roman came up with a one-shot hero shot. So let's see how the rest of the field go.
Thanks, Bolts. Always insightful. And for Bolts to say that, one of the hardest sections, I think that speaks volumes. We're watching as Alfredo Gomez, he'll try to make his way up.
Started online.
Almost right there.
There's some pretty wasting time.
He's got his front wheel just over.
Reset.
You noticed before on that other clip, Billy had just come into shot as well, so
joins his brother in the winner's
Billy and Wade are
circle.
close now, so they're just behind
match 2. Pearson out in match
Wade's
3.
back in 10th place, so
He's never trailed
bit of
in
a
this
pack
match.
between
2
3rd
up
and
quickly.
10th.
Got it up to 3 through 7. A birdie for Pearson Cooney and a second point on the board for the Longhorns.
Hopefully, always good for our current leader, Manuel Lettdeckler.
Okay, so that's the camber that I was telling you about. Once you get to the top of Motor X Highway, you turn left, and you can see how much grass. No, it's got bikes of. While we were pre-running, and falling down there.
Congratulations.
And then we're going to go back down through the forest and come back down into the lower level. But yeah, it's really, really difficult.
15 for birdie to go
He's out of the worst of
Say TP
What's that?
behind it.
He's
These
out of
guys
the worst
can
of it now.
see.
But that section
Cisco's
just
about
before,
6 feet
that was just
far
out of
out.
camera, was
Let's do a 3 up.
really, really difficult. Not a big section, about 100 meters. So
It's a
all the time that we've
on
been
this
watching the other
back
guys,
9.
man,
He's missed 3 to the left, Burko.
And all of them have been low left.
This is a recovery
and
section, so
away from
get his
the
breath
down
back,
the
and then
valley.
he's gonna turn off left,
He's
and
been
he's gonna
talking about
back down a very steep
Arizona
descent,
golf and Texas
and he'll
golf.
have a little bit of time just
he's
to
a little confused
compose
on where the
himself
valley
again.
is.
How much breath can you get back, for real?
It's
I mean, at this point, are you...
enough good shots to
you're pretty good.
close this out.
Yeah.
You don't
You
want to
train
keep
your heart rate to
Cameron
go super
Sisk
high
in
and
this,
drop.
Jimmy.
So it's all about recovery time.
The fitter you are, then the quicker it'll recover, obviously.
He knows the read. He's just going to execute.
Gomez back down again.
Right in the center.
Hats off.
And we can see Wade coming in the background there.
Yep.
So
Opportunity missed there for Travis Fick, but Cameron Sisk is
That's off
hanging
to
tough.
Gomez, who doing a great job on this
David Prudich one down going
heater
for
of a
here,
day.
17.
Second attempt.
Mason Nome
Oh, he's done it
is
one.
already laid up safely in the
that was
fairway.
insane.
This tee shot hit it right at the center of the green.
That was a pretty solid pivot for a second.
Gets up on top. You know what? This gets through that little first cut.
I think Manny
it's
got
going
the
to be
short
really
end
good
of this
hands
thing.
up.
Yeah,
It's still a real good
That's
shot.
the thing about a lot of these, like he did at the.
All right, Bob, thanks a lot. Pearson,
the
emotional match there, up and down throughout the day.
He got the worst.
What was the difference in this struggle in this match today?
I putted well. I
No, if
really
Benny gets to take the win, yeah, he'll solidly deserve it.
It's just tough reading these greens, and that last
now
putt
it's back
I
down
really
onto
knew it was
the
going to
low
go
level.
in.
It's
I trusted my line, and
such a difficult
just that
climb,
one
and
birdie
it's
made all the
really
difference.
hard.
Preston's a great player.
And he's going to be hitting.
there
He's going to
tough.
making.
Well, certainly it's a family affair. Parker, hop on in here next to Dad over here, please.
That's the level
It's been a long time, and I want to address you right now, having the family here. And having your brother here for all 4 years here in Texas, what's this experience been like so
He needs to make
far?
as much time now as possible.
It's hard not to tear up. It's
without shredding his tire or getting his moves
it's really hard, especially this year. Just some
be a
adversity,
highway,
and
compared to
to
what
end
it's
up
just
here
been
and
like now.
watching everyone play like
We're
this,
not gonna know
it
until we
means
see
the
the
world.
first
Something we'll
black
never
guy.
forget.
Yeah. Kyle, you and I have known each other since the early 80s. We go back a long time, played against each other at Houston and Texas. And Mom, I know it's very tough watching these two sons on the other sides of the ropes. Talk about y'all's journey, in watching these two great players.
The riders before, they said it looked pretty
University of
difficult
Texas, Coach Fields,
so
Coach
that's going to be
Aver,
interesting
Richie.
just before the
They've done a fabulous job with the team, with my two
final
boys.
section.
They made the best decision they could to come here.
The rest of the
And
pack
it's-
just
I
trying
can't
to
believe
stay
it's
in
getting
step
ready to be over,
with
to be honest
Manuel
with you.
Lettendickler.
It's been so
Manny
much fun.
keeping a
Last 4 years
blistering
since
pace.
done.
Alfredo
Goody
Gomez
from the golf telling us we want to thank you guys too. Y'all been great. Let's send it over to
making his
16.
way through the throat
Cootie
of this
family
creek.
synonymous with Texas golf. Seems like the wins Pearson and
So
Parker
the
done
checkpoint
enough.
at Butter-X
We'll find
highway so
out
far.
as
We've
Travis Fick getting
got
ready to
Mario
go to
Roman
par
2
three.
minutes 57 behind Manny, and Tristan
Let's see
Hart's
if one of these players
7
can
minutes
get this
41
figured
back.
out.
So that's quite a big lead for the top two.
There's Graham coming into Carl's Diner.
Wow.
He's plugging away. But think how long was Manny in that?
He started an hour behind, so he should be at an hour 30, not 2:30.
Right, we'll take that.
That means
I think it's just a smooth.
he'd be in the mix.
Oh, he's got so many people trying to pass now that are on the line.
I think he's going to have to work harder than anybody else here.
I just left edge of that bunkers where that slope is. Everything feeds and kicks to the left.
Kind of open things up.
That play's been spot on since the 11th hole.
Poor guy.
Putter's let him down a couple times, but see if he can execute this one.
And we talked about
yesterday about
younger privateers,
team
and weekend
sports.
warriors.
He loves this team aspect because
at the level where they can
you
make
have
it
to adjust on the fly.
Say, yeah, I was passed by Graham.
Football and baseball.
Yeah,
it's just I love that aspect.
I was in front of Graham for like
That starts
2.5 hours. It was great.
a little up and to the
So
left.
Manny's out of the Gunnar section now. And he's going
come
on
back off that
part of the
false
old
front there to Jim.
section in the old day. And then he's going to go up to George Avenue, which is
Be forced with
it's
a
a
little pitch
two-part
shot.
climb, and
Just
it's
depends
also
on the type
not
of
easy.
lie and what he wants,
To
how he
clean
wants
it
to
in
play
one
it.
shot, there's like a step in the middle. If you don't get it right, you're going to have to turn
Way
down and
Gnome second in
just reset your
17.
bike.
Yeah, bringing it in from
It's quite a
126
difficult
to
climb.
carry a minimum
Yeah, the
of
next
120
one, yeah, because the
to
top
cover the
section is
steep
in like
ridge
two
cutting through the
sections,
center
right?
of the screen.
The last quarter is full of big rocks. So you go
Right
up and then
underneath
it
the hole.
flattens
Good
and then it
shot.
goes again. So as you come over the rise, you can't really see what you're coming into. You don't know if you're in
See
the
what
right line
Cameron
or not.
Sisk can do. Jimmy needs a good
math
one.
here,
don't forget he
and
was 3
had
down after 3,
Graham
got it back to even.
not had
So
the mechanical
8 different,
situation.
9 different
He'd be about
changes.
16, 18 minutes behind if you add up when he got to Carl's dinner. But then you got to keep in mind, look at what Graham had to go through to get there.
For sure.
This is the
Green is
entry
wide
here. This
open.
climb is insane.
So if you watch it, it's like when he gets near the top of the screen in a second, you'll see it flat and then goes again. So when you get up here, you can't
Really
see
good one.
where you're
Arizona
coming
State
into,
needs
so there
it.
you
Texas
go.
a point away from winning a national championship. We'll see if the Sun Devils can rally coming down the stretch.
Okay, well, he made short work of that.
That was a textbook right there.
Yeah,
Ace
that
now
was
offers free
really
assembly
good
and delivery.
What to do.
So it's never been easier to get it.
So from here, Manny's going to make his way down the mountain and find his way back to Dynamite, Pat.
He looks like he's putting on a veritable clinic. I mean, we talked about his calm approach this week. He looks so, that you got that typical Manny, always gregarious, kind of happy, but there was something extra there. Clearly, every rider wants this, but you have to want it more.
There's the breather that he was looking for. The first bit of gravel road we've seen.
He'll still be pinned.
Yeah.
And there's Paul Bolton in the background. Did you see him?
Yeah.
Having way too much fun.
Loving life.
Oh.
He loves his new beater.
So Manny just maintaining that blistering pace. The rest of the field trying to stay in step.
So this drop down now into Dynamite is savage.
I think
you basically drop through the woods and then it squares off and it's a straight shoot down, and then halfway down you have to turn left.
Bolt's lost it down there before.
Oh, really?
Went tumbling down. That's been for years and years and years. So it's a really an iconic section of the Erzberg.
So these boys have already done that hill climb, so they've done the most difficult bit.
So that's Billy Boltz coming into our picture now. So just to recap here, Manny, we had 2 minutes 57 to Mario, who was in second. Tristan Hart was 7 minutes 41 behind, and now we've got Alfredo Gomez another 6 minutes behind Tristan, just to show you the gaps of the top 4 riders.
Well, good to see Billy Bull just maintaining us there. Talk about the season-long march for the overall
at 17 to win the hole and tie the match up.
Let's get this way out to the right, Bob, and let
So you see all of the orange nets there? We haven't seen Dynamite yet.
Good effort there from David Pooch. Puts a little pressure on Mason Gnome now, make him about a 6-footer.
Because there's so many different lines over there, so they've got to go up and around the tree.
Yeah, it doesn't get much easier than this. Straight up the hill, a little bit of breaking it, coming to his left.
Any critiques,
off the putter
No, the guys told us this morning they have to go up to the right-hand side first, and then down, and then around the tree.
Oh, wow.
So that match is
So
tied.
they said that this bit now
They
is
go to
super
18.
difficult. They've got to turn and square up.
We go back to 16, Vic, his second short of the
So
green.
when the guys walk it, they're not too worried about it, and then you arrive there in the race, and it's like completely changed. It's like a panic station. It's like,
Gave it a rip.
that's what I say. It's not over until it's over. And we still got Lazy Noon. Have they done anything there as well? We don't know.
Curious
But
play
I'll tell
there,
you what,
Jim.
it makes
I'm
it
with
super
you.
exciting.
He must not have liked the lie,
Yeah, unbelievable that
or just a little
Manny's
nervous.
been able to stay so
You've got a
precise.
Yeah, you've got a
and
chance here if
consistent.
you're Cameron Sis to
So how do you
roll
find
on
traction there when
maybe
there's
a
none?
two-putt would be good
It's
enough.
so
But go
difficult.
back
He's
to
gone
an
up onto
awards
the
banquet
left, you
the
know,
Sun
because
Devils
like
had
the
just a
rocks
few weeks
on the
ago,
left
where
will be
Matt
hardest
Thurman sort of
because, you know,
handed out a
they've fallen
questionnaire to all
down
the
into
players
that
on
V,
his
so
team
all
to
the
let
ones
everyone
in
in
the bottom of
attendance
the V will
get a
be
better
loose, so
understanding
he's
of
tried to stay up
who
on the left
these young
roads a
men
little bit
are.
harder.
And one of the questions is,
But yeah, it's
what player
super
would you
difficult
like
to
to have
find a
a
line.
15-footer
And you only
to
really
make
learn that with
to win a national
experience, you know,
championship?
trying different
Almost
ways.
every
Becoming
single
an
one of them
accidental
said,
geologist.
this man
Yes.
right here, Cameron Sis.
Can I come down to that? Absolutely.
And he's just trying to find as much traction as he can there. He's
That must be
just
so
looking to
steep.
any inch.
It's not like he's ever thrown a last minute touchdown to win. Same mentality.
Personality
But
of
two and a
Cameron
half
Sis
hours in,
mimics
having
his
done
game.
everything that we've done, and now going into this.
Of course, he is all
We've had, I think,
get back
we've
to
had
it
an
shortly.
hour 30
Head to the
Erzbergs
tee,
before.
though, at
We've had
18.
Yes.
4 hour Erzbergs before.
Yeah.
We're on the brink
David
of going. We
Pooch's
could
tee shot on the way
The
at
time
18.
limit is 4 hours, right?
This is out to the
Yeah.
right.
So this will bring the finish
It's
rate
just right
down. I really
bunker
thought
down
that
the
we'd
right,
have a
should be
very
in the
high
rough.
finish rate this race because of looking at the course.
It's going to depend on the
But
line, Noda.
with
We've
those
seen some
extra
good
little
lines,
things
and we've
thrown
seen
in, it's
some
going to be
awful lines.
Back to
Done that once
16.
already today.
Sisk for birdie to win
It's
the
good
hole.
that he's taken time to do that and not just thought, I'll keep going.
all the conversations this morning were,
Vic's got about 13,
everyone
14
was
footer for par.
alluding to a fast
Absolutely.
conditions were dry.
Yeah, I was told it was going to be like a
Gonna get a
easy
pretty good read off this
Erzberg.
putt too.
Yeah, well, it's pretty bad.
Definitely wasn't.
Completely the
early.
opposite. Okay,
Here's what
I've got Mario Roman now is 4 minutes 30
Oh, nice ride that.
behind
Perfect.
Manny at George Avenue. So got a 4-minute cushion at the moment.
Gnome on the
And
tee
you
at
see
18
Paul
after
Bolton
losing
there,
17.
our intrepid
A little
field
bit of an
reporter,
opportunity here to try and get
former
something in
competitor
play.
here. I
And
mean,
this
Paul
is
can still
quick
compete
left,
at this
fellas.
level.
Heading
We're so
toward the
lucky to
bunker
have
down
him,
the
and,
left.
encourage everyone, be sure to go to Red Bull.
Hits the tree,
TV
comes
and,
backwards,
rebel.com and
way
check
backwards
out all
into the fairway,
updates
but he's
from
going to be a
the entire
long
2022
way
FIM Hard Enduro
from
World
this green.
Championship Tour.
Paul
will be at all the stops, and his
hit the
reporting
tree?
is priceless. I
Hit
mean,
the base of that tree
Now that
or
looks
hit one of
difficult
those
now.
branches.
They're in
Hit
like
one of
the loosest
hanging
rocks there.
branches. That could have gone anywhere.
Let Bickler still on top.
Back in the
Mario
fairway
Roman
now.
trying to close in.
Long way.
This Dynamite is
Vic
really
now for his
throwing
part,
up a
16 to
challenge.
tie.
You see how he's backed
late in the game.
He's backed up to the solid rock, so he's obviously walked that, realised that rock's solid. He's going to get his traction from there, but that might spit out
Be
now
firm with it.
if he gives it too much, and then the next rider won't have a rock to go on.
Got to go.
Wow, that don't
goodness.
Got one on line, but ran out of steam.
I mean, I can relate to that. I mean, that is insanely difficult. This is the hardest Dynamite that I think I've ever seen.
Multiple opportunities on this back nine.
Yeah, if you go back to previous Dynamites, it was
Cannot believe.
1 or 2 turns.
and now it's a labyrinth of nightmares.
Longhorns scattered about. They're behind the green at 17.
The camera doesn't do it justice. I mean, it flattens everything out. If you go stand there, it's I don't know what degree
They will
time it would be.
continue to
Probably
wait.
like
Texas with 2, Arizona State with 1. No one huge making their way down 18.
Sounds like
That one is
Mario's
tied.
just come into the picture.
Vic now 1 up on Cameron Sisk as they head over to the short par 4 17.
See, Manny will be stressing a little bit now because he won't know how far he is behind.
Head coach John Fields,
so he's been stuck
25
there for a good
years
couple
at
of
the
minutes
University of
since George
Texas.
Avenue.
Go back a decade ago, led by
The lead has
freshman
got
Jordan
whittled down
Spieth,
now to
taking down Alabama at Riviera, and
Well,
another
it all
freshman
depends on
on
how
that
Mario
team,
gets through the section, I
Justin
guess.
Thomas.
Well,
That
it's
was
the
10
same for
years
Manny
ago.
again. He's in the
John
worst
Fields
place.
said
He's
a
the
lot
one
of
making
pressure
the
on
line.
him. His contract
Mario's
was up.
the one riding.
He said, regardless of the outcome today, 10
But
years
that'll still
later,
take Mario
he is
a good
going
3-4
to
minutes
enjoy
get to
this
where Letty
moment.
is, to where Manny is.
Those of you
Clearly they were
just
watching
joining
our
us,
telecast
Manuel
on the phone
Bickler,
because they
second
had
back in
the off the
2019
tree
here at the Red Bull Erzberg Rodeo.
So Vic
Holding lead as we flip
missed a birdie
way
putt
back in the
at
pack.
15 to go.
Graham
3
Jarvis
up
still
in, this match,
in the
and
middle of
loses
Carl's
16.
dinner.
So now they head to the tee.
But the battle
at
right now
17.
for the lead
2 points
in the middle
for
of Dynamite. You
Texas,
see to
1
the top
for
of your
Arizona
screen, top
State.
left, that's Mario Roman. And then at the bottom of your
Strategy
screen,
here. What do you want to do?
Manuel
What
Bickler.
club do you have? What are you comfortable with?
precarious lead at
Cameron
that.
Sisk
The
just
battle for
grabbed driver,
first.
and he's ready to go.
Well, he's been comfortable with that club all day.
Seriously vexing section of Dynamite.
But this is the biggest shot he's hit
We've
probably
still
all
only
day.
got 6 riders now out
Jim, I
of
think you made a great point. I mean, the
Motor X
putter
Highway.
from Vic on the last hole from that spot. We have not seen that all week.
I think there was a lot of conversation
293
about,
front,
can they
Jim.
make it
320
difficult
hole.
enough? Nowadays, are they?
Starts low.
I think that's been answered.
Manny's
pretty
back
good
down
line.
there for another run. I think that's super difficult
Scoot
where
up
he is
that
now. It's so
front part of
steep.
the green. Will have
There's
enough steam
nothing
to get
like
all the
set
way
off
up there.
from, no solid platform.
That's the tree that I was talking
Yeah,
about.
it'll come
when we
back
were
to the
up and
front,
around. And it's
leaving a difficult
it's
two
just
putt.
like loose shale. You can kind of get a perspective of the angle there.
That better slow down. That could go 20 yards
As
off
you
the
try
front
and
of the green.
pull away, you see all those little stones there. They just,
that's a bad
they just
break.
fall away under your wheel.
It's a much better
And no
shot
run
than
up.
that.
See, Manny happened
That's
to
why
make
when
the new
Cooge
track. Literally, Mario
hit it further
will
right,
ride
it's got
down
a better
straight onto
chance
that
of
track
staying
that
up.
he's already
Little
put in
flat
now with
over
his
there,
back wheel.
plus you have
See how
that
he's
first cut of rough.
trying to roll backwards and spit the stones out to make a little platform.
Some kind of line.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the
I think
fitness
this is where
level
you're just going
of
to make
many
the
must be
decision. Am I a
ridiculous.
good enough
And
wedge
Mario,
player to
because
lay it up, or I go ahead and go after it?
Well,
they're not showing any signs of
Yeah, it's just watching the body language, the movements.
Missed the green left.
It's
but
a little
hole
distance
high,
on.
it's pretty doable up and down from that spot.
A little bit higher on that attempt
taking
for
a cover of it. I
Let
like it.
Bickler.
Likes this
and
big
Mario's
moment.
on him now, so
Can
now
we
it's going
lay
to
up?
become, this is the battle for the lead now.
Sure, he wins this hole.
Close together,
They
who
win
can
the
get out
national
first?
championship.
You know, it's sort of that mentality he has, that football, baseball
2
mentality. He's such
hours,
a great athlete, as
40
we mentioned.
Remember last
5
week with the women,
minutes.
they chose to lay up.
See how he's just
Roseanne,
digging a hole.
She had the lead, it worked for her. And they got the
But
national
that's energy
championship.
sapping stuff like that. So he's trying to inch his
Dad
forward,
told me this
inch his way
morning. He
forward
said,
bit
you
by
know,
bit.
he's really not
He knows
scared
if he
of
goes
the
back down, Mario's going to get probably past him, so he's not going to risk it.
all those sports that
So
he
in a way,
played,
he's
it's just-
blocking the
it's his
line and just trying to get up and
mentality.
around
He's
it.
not- He's catching up to
Last
these
little
guys 'cause
piece.
he's just a little bit slower
That's
behind.
not helping any.
Especially golf-wise compared to where they were, but he's catching up quickly.
Literally inches on both
These guys were
sides.
playing
There's
golf
not a lot of
forever.
options
And that's
for
it.
Let Bickler right now. You can see Roman is just creeping into picture, just on the other side of that tree.
Way up
working
in the
his
air.
way up.
They did. I lost it up there, unfortunately.
And
to the right.
to the top of your screen, Let
That's not the
Bickler
miss that you want. Short-sighted.
trying to get out.
He's making progress slowly.
Got a little
While that
distance.
was going on, Gnome, who hit the tree down the left side, playing his second at 18.
243 yards. Just want something now. Kind of the left front part of the green.
Right, you just see how deep that trail goes.
Oh, it gets a hot.
It's a hot one.
Wow, there you get perspective. Wow.
Stay out of that bunker.
There you can see all the old lines.
Yeah.
All the
We'll
old
have
trails.
a
So
pitch
just
down
cut
the
across
hill
everything.
towards that penalty area.
All right, Nona, what about this stance for Pooch?
He's got no stance
Look at
issues.
that.
Very nice lie. Just got to get this
behind
up
you now
quickly, and he has done
difficult.
that.
There's like some
got
rocks
way
that
up
are
in the
wedged
air,
on
Nona.
the,
This should
on the
have a chance
wrong
to stop
angle,
and get
and then you
close.
like it
What
points
a
you
shot
into
for
the tree,
David
so you like
Pooch.
both foot pegs get caught on each side.
Well, Let Bickler made good work of that. Seriously, double fall line,
Texas 2 on the
very
board.
narrow
Arizona
section.
State with 1.
Still slack job that he was able
Vic
to
up in his match
from a
playing
standstill make
17.
his way out. And now Roman will have his
Today's coverage is brought to you
take
by
advantage of some of the
Geico.
work that
Switch
Let
today and
Bickler
see
did.
all the ways you could save.
Man.
Stiefel, investment services
well.
since 1890.
And
The Thunderbirds,
He's almost
promoting
like he's
the
out of
Valley of
danger
the
now.
Sun through
And
sports.
through the arch. And
Bushnell
if you have a big
Golf and the new
surprise, let
Wingman.
me know, and then-
Crank up your
And then
game.
you will just be able to go down to the arena. But it's not over till it's over.
Are you ready?
it is not.
Wow, that is gnarly, man. That is
He's
like
trying to
that
sneak
is,
across
oh.
that corner because you don't want to go down to the bottom. Whoa!
It's got to get up onto that top level where the line is, right?
Yeah. Mario's gone straight into the same position that he did to see if he can push it up.
We talk about potentially being one of the longer running Erzbergs in history. Definitely be one of the ones with not that many finishers.
Yeah,
We're
definitely.
nearing the three hour mark.
Look at his tyre there. You can see how shredded his tyre is.
I think we'll be lucky if we get 10 finishes at the end.
Definitely.
Because of the level, the level is just, it's so high. I mean, almost 3 hours so far. It's an hour longer than the last one. I think the last one we were probably at about 2 hours.
16 finishers back in 2019. I mean, and you take that for what, 500? People can't even, they can't understand.
I tell a lot of people, you start off with 1,500, you whittle them down to 500 qualifying, and then like 10 finish, and they're like, no way. This really is and deserves to be called the hardest one-day race in the world.
For sure.
As you can see, he'll make his way out of Dynamite, wrap all the way back around.
I can imagine he's a little bit nervous now, heading
doesn't know what he's going to see.
Because he doesn't know what to expect after what they've put in already.
I mean, something as simple as, I don't know, a random pothole.
There's only one thing stopping many from the win, and that's the little climb called Lazy Noon.
Yeah.
If it's anything to go by what we've got, I think it's going to be different.
You were talking about it earlier, too. I mean, could Manuel Lettenbichler be any other type of person?
Back
I mean,
at
when you have
the
a dad like
NCAA
Andreas.
Division I Men's Golf Championships.
Fighting it there.
Makes it known
he
with Texas.
just, he's
is third
become
at
like
18.
the rider you would expect him to be.
Yeah.
And they've got such a
Get
cool
it way
dynamic.
out there to the right.
And he
It's
makes
really quick.
such
Struggling
difficult riding. Looks so easy. He almost,
He's got a good 12 feet.
Yeah,
now from par.
I've been racing Manny. Manny was on the
Advantage,
scene
David
when he was
Pooch, who
15,
has a putt
16
for
years
birdie.
old. So what's he now, 24? So he's been around for like,
Texas
8 years.
has been in
so he's
control
been on the scene for a
entire
while.
day.
So, and with his dad always racing,
Arizona State
he's got a good background.
hanging in there.
So how does it make you feel knowing what you're going to go back into? Because
Dude, I'm worried. I'm watching this and I'm like, I feel like I haven't rode a bike for so long.
The organizers are brutal because, I mean, the riders are getting so good that the organizers are like, they don't know what to do.
Well, that's the problem. Like setting out a track, there's only
short
so
game
many people
facilities and see if all
that
that
can do it
practice
because
can
there's
get
only
off there.
so
It's a
many
tough
people
one
that
to
can
judge off
ride
the
it.
slope hard
And you
enough
also
to
want
get up there and
to
slow
make
it
the
down.
sport look good.
Yeah.
Drive it in there
Can't
low.
be a point
Like
where
that.
when you have one or two people
Check
able to
up
make
that
it.
hill.
And there'll be a lot of top riders
By.
that'll never finish the race.
Yeah.
We have about 7 feet.
Like
a little left to righter though.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's
the line
just
for
dropping in
Travis
now.
Vick.
So
It's not good.
just
The
on
problem
fire.
with this, I haven't seen a ball that's landed in this overseed that's
So
bounced
Tristan's
forward.
8
Now,
minutes
if he
41
gets it
behind
within
Mario.
a foot or so of that. That grass is a little drier.
That was at the top of Georgia.
The thing here, he's just got to focus on
And this
getting on the
section
green,
here,
give yourself
too.
a chance. Do not try to
where
get
you
cute
see-
with this, because he gets cute with his fives.
Yeah.
He'll be like,
Absolutely. At all costs, this has to be on the green.
I think the hardest thing with this, John, you try to help this up. Let the club do its job.
Exactly. We're
So
going to put
loose to set
about
off from
90 degrees of loft on it, so go ahead and swing
And you're forced into that line.
The uncertainty
Yeah.
of match play and the ebb and flow. Vic is a short cut away from going
But the
Oh,
30 up
easy.
to 15.
That's a nice ride.
And so now 3 minutes back, Mario Ramon
trying to
just
sneak
behind
through, and
Andy
what a
Bickler
golf
in
shot.
the lead.
That's pretty good. I didn't think he could do
Just
that.
I
under
didn't think
3
he could do
hours on
that
the
either.
clock.
He took that
They
chance and
literally
landed
had
in that
now.
right
They've got
grass
quite a
rough,
few
like you
downhills.
said.
They've
It
got
killed
one
it.
downhill
Just
just
got
before
through.
lazy noon.
Earlier,
if it's in
David
like from the other
Puig had
years,
this putt for
it's a
birdie
bit
at
sketchy,
18 to
super
win the
steep,
match.
with a big
goes
drop at the
downhill,
bottom. So it's not going to be a
breaks
decider
pretty good to
because
the
it's
left,
downhill. You're always
and
going to
picks
get
up
down to
speed.
the bottom.
Get down one way or another.
Yeah. But then
Well
the
done,
lazy
but
noon, dude.
He's going to have to
Well,
putt
that's
that
the only
one.
thing that's might be a surprise for
What's
us.
this
Yeah.
putt going to do for Mason? No.
Putting on your
I'm
coach's
nervous
helmet.
now.
Right to
Yeah.
left.
Putting on your coach's helmet for Tristan, what would you say? When you're this
Killing
close.
it.
Yeah.
Telling him what to do.
Yeah, if you could
Gonna
get into his
swing by, and it
head.
just catches that left edge.
He's got this one dialed. I think he's got third.
putt.
After missing the
we
makeable birdie
thought
at
he was gonna be in the
17
top
and
10,
losing
but
the
he
hole,
absolutely
what a
smashed
par
it.
save by
Yeah, he's
Mason
killed it.
Nome.
You know, they talk about Erzbergrodeo.
Puig.
It can make or break you mentally, physically, and then make or break you career-wise too. You've seen how you find success at Erzberg, and you're instantly talked about, respected. It's an event that matters.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, they're coming from America too. It's
has
all
to
around
make
the world.
this
People
putt
want to
or
come and
Texas
race.
wins the national
We've only
championship.
got, we've still only got
Sudden,
6
this
guys
little
through
2.5 footer got a lot
Motor
longer.
X Highway. So, are we going to get 6 finishes this year?
Maybe not even
I don't know.
6 finishes today.
Yeah.
Walton's still plugging away.
Nolan
Look,
Puig go to extra holes.
he's not going to give in.
Man, that takes a lot of heart. He was absolutely
They'll go to the
spent
10th
in
at
Carl's dinner.
17.
So, I mean, he's still going.
I think but it's
This kid has to finish.
It's testament
Travis Vick of Texas.
to what it takes
First.
to do well
Vic
at
makes.
this event. You can't come out,
Texas wins
completely,
here.
tapped out in full gear. The first hour you really have to play that stamina game as well.
I think he can still get to the finish.
You can.
Well, if he gets out here without spending too much energy, he's got how long? He's got an hour left.
This putt has to have some left in it. It's got some pretty good speed, I would assume, because it's going downhill. Down the green.
Faulkner was
You've got to get this
in
one out
great
there.
position for quite a
Jim
bit
kinda
the
let
first
the
half of the
slope kill
race.
it just a little bit and then
Holding
let
on
it
to that
trickle
third
out.
place position.
Otherwise it's
Carl's
gonna
dinner.
race by.
Back on
A
Graham.
couple of these today.
I won't write Graham off. I'm going to say Graham can still make the
finish.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, so it looks like Graham Jarvis is in 18th position through Carl's dinner. So he's going to be in the points, possibly in the points.
Manny hasn't dropped into lazy noon yet, right?
Short birdie putt to go up 3 at
No, so just to run you
15,
through it, guys.
16.
After our leaders,
And now 2 birdie putts
at
here
Carl's
at
dinner, we got
17.
Matthew Green in 8th, Will Hoare, Theodore, Ryder LeBlanc, Jonathan Richardson, Carl Flanagan 14th, David Cyprian 15th, Jack Price, Keelan Hancock, Graham Jarvis in 18th, Dominic Osler in 19th, Kevin Gallis, and David Knight in 21st. We've got 21 bikes at the Carl's dinner checkpoints and only 6 through Motor X Highway. Put that into perspective.
Wow, that's steep. Look at the rocks coming down.
Yeah, we were looking at this angle the other
Across
day.
the hole.
Kind of opt.
It's good effort.
Try to hang
A little
on.
out of position with that tee shot. Put it in the wrong spot.
That is brutal.
He's so close to home.
Arizona State senior Cameron
Just
Sisk
the ability to hold on to your bike
has
when
a
you're
birdie
3 hours
putt
into a ride.
Your body's been pushed to this limit. It's
big rocks at the bottom.
It's a lot of weight.
Look bleak for Sisk.
Lettenbichler, that much closer to grabbing his first ever
line to what Preston Summerhays
win
had.
here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Put it out that left and just kind of let it leak in.
You can assume he can feel it at this point.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's got to be a little bit nervous about what's to come. One more.
I'm also nervous.
Wendy, I mean, you said after you get through Carl's dinner, you kind of go there in your head, but when it becomes in vision, where you can see the finish line, you can hear the crowd here.
When you get to the top of Lazy Noon, as soon as you get to the top of Lazy Noon, you've got it. You've got it. There's only a few downhills, and you're into the finish.
I'm secretly nervous, guys. He's not far away.
Are you happy with three wins here? You want a fourth?
Nah, I want more for sure.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
I'm excited to get back racing, to be honest.
There's not much in it. 3 minutes 56. So if there is any little twist in the tail here, it could change.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I don't like the way that
in a match that's tied.
Lazy Noon has been
Taking
marked
the long
out
iron
with
off
the way
the
that
tee,
they've
trying
got
to hit
to stay
the widest
in
section
them
of
big
this
rocks.
fairway. Critical in the
He's
lead
got
off
spirit
roll
on his
here.
classic.
So put it in a nice position in
Well,
the
if
fairway.
it
Put
were
some
to
pressure
end
on
now,
the
it would
opponent.
still bode well for Mari Ramond with that win at the minus 400 and the overall standing for Ramond.
It sure is, Cookie.
Just outside of the top 3.
That is well left. Going to have some rough issues and maybe some tree
Ramond
problems.
obviously so close. Some great back and forth with him and Manny.
Boy, it's hard to calm
Earlier
down
on,
after
as
making
we
a
look from
huge
above,
putt like that at 18.
Lettenbichler
Get your nerves under control. Come
keeping
in,
the
keep your
charge
sequences
alive,
together, and hit a good
making
tee
the
shot
drive
here.
for the
You're
finish line.
already in the
Still
rough.
under the 3-hour mark.
Looks like you're hitting an approach shot to a green.
A little bit more work to do for
This should
Lettenbichler.
be just fine. Great position.
Advantage.
I mean, when you finish this race,
No,
Johnny,
here.
every time you spent.
Yeah,
I mean,
got nothing left.
you just
It's a gnome trying to beat the
absolutely
ninth
finished.
ranked player and the
basically
world
from
amateur
Carl's
golf
Diner,
rankings. From
you've
there
got
we
nothing
go.
left.
How many
Over
days
to
does it
the
take
tee
to
at 18
feel normal
where-
again?
Well, you
Travis
only have like
Vick,
1 or 2
Texas,
days off and then you're
is
back to
one
it.
up
Yeah,
on Cameron
well, right after
Sisk.
this, we'll be going to the next stop, Avistone. We'll be
Manny's off to Manny's coming to the APC, the
Oh,
athlete
nice.
thing this week, and Billy also.
What?
So we're gonna have a week together. It's gonna be good.
All the broken
No,
athletes.
I'm telling you, masochist.
Well, he doesn't look very broken at the moment, I can tell you.
Where's Lazy Noon at? I guess we're coming into that.
Yeah, he's gonna.
But I'm sure he's already passed it.
Yeah, well, there we go. There's no string in the tail.
There it is.
Done it.
Get in the rough.
Lettenbichler makes his way in.
And settles down a little bit.
It is
gonna be
official.
interesting.
Cookie, would you rather be in the bunker or in that rough?
Got to make the one final lap.
You pretty much know
Cement it into the books.
It's going to be more consistent. And we've seen good lies in that right rough, and we've seen absolute chip outs.
So now
Up and around.
Does this
Years in
change
the
his strategy
making.
off the tee?
And he has
Whatever
done it.
you're
Manuel
comfortable with,
Lettenbichler, your
whatever you can free swing.
2022
He's got
Red
less than
Bull
driver out. He can free swing
Erzbergrodeo
this
champ.
Easily. With driver, he might have to take a little bit of something off, and he hasn't hit many drivers today. So
The first time ever, father and son, his dad Andreas Lettenbichler.
This one he can
Won in
free swing this
2015.
He's got some help with him.
I think the eyes of Carl say it all. So much emotion as Lettenbichler joins the ranks of a very elite crowd.
Which feels like it.
Coach Fields likes it.
And there's his father, Letty, Andreas. Let's listen in.
Vic leading one up with a chance to seal a national championship.
Are you ready? Because travel.
Oh, I think the face says it all. Johnny, I know you know the feeling. You've been there. And I know you know Manny well.
Amazing.
What can you imagine Manny is going through internally right now?
I bet he feels brand new now. I can't imagine he feels tired or anything. Everything just like doesn't even bother you after that.
I think the relief is like so big.
He's killed it. He's rode such a good race.
And I mean, look at Mario. He's I don't even think it's 3 minutes 30 behind Manny.
Yeah.
You know, it's like what an incredible ride.
Wait, you're saying when
So remember the World Championship. Mario was in 4th before this round.
Yeah.
And Manny was in 7th. And the only guys in front of them are
Greyhawk, the national championship.
Billy and Graham.
To be decided
So
will be at the 10th.
It's going to be a nail biter of a season for sure for the overall.
Force more extra holes. Travis
Billy
Vick,
Bolt, defending
Texas,
champ, is going to have his work cut out for him. I want to point out that when you won 2014, that was the first time I think when Manny was
in
that
the
was
rough
his
at
first,
10,
right?
playing their 19th hole.
Oh, really?
I believe so.
Dude, Manny's old. Manny's been on the scene for
2014,
so long.
Yeah, youngest rider ever to compete. 16 years old, youngest rider ever to compete. You were the youngest rider ever to win.
Requested he come in.
Am I still? Yeah.
How old's Manny now? Yeah.
Distance measuring.
Well, in 2014, Manny was the youngest ever finished off with
jump
at 16 years old.
At
16 years old, he finished
for some
18th.
reason he's deemed to be away and he does make a mistake. It gives Noah a little bit of a chance to react to that.
Mario Roman showing
Mason Noah will be declared
his deft touch on the bike. Incredible
Would you rather
perseverance.
go first anyway?
100%, absolutely. He can force the issue right
just
here with a good
personified,
shot. He
hanging
knows exactly what it's supposed to
Some
do.
great back
He
and
can
forth.
control
He'll make his
exactly
way
what
the
he can
last
do
final wrap,
with his
final
ball being in the
checkpoint,
fairway.
just to make it official.
He knows he has to get it out to the right and on that proper level. That will force David Puig into
And there is your second place finisher. Red Bull Erzbergrodeo 2022. Mario Roman.
A great shot. This is a tough hole.
Sharon.
I've seen a lot of players make big mistakes.
One of the podium spots with Lettenbichler.
back of the screen, Noda from the top of that ridge actually slopes away.
Them two fought hard this race. They've had a good battle. I can imagine Manny was a bit stressed at some points.
Well, especially when he was in eyesight.
Yeah. And that was a couple of times towards the end of the race.
So who's going to close our podium out, Pat? I think Tristan's going to be able to come through.
Tristan's got it, yeah.
Now that we've focused on the revelry, the celebration,
Whatever it is to clear about 2 or 3 steps
eventually
on
shift
top
back
of that ridge and a little bit to the right.
So,
yeah, JP just
Manny's day in a nutshell. Now that we can get reflective here, looking back on just what 3 hours, 3 hours plus of riding.
Perfect race.
Yeah, permission to get critical, but you're going to be hard pressed to do so, right?
He's tough.
Yeah, honestly,
dangerously left.
I didn't see him put a foot wrong.
He
had to go find his way first through all of those difficult sections, like Motor X Highway. So he had a really tough job to do.
Up.
I think he nailed it.
Yeah, that
and his ability to kind of assess things early. It was such a bottleneck and a chance to break out early. That really started things on the right path. It could have been a little bit tighter back and forth.
I think this was a huge surprise for Manny. I don't think any of the riders expected this. But third or fourth attempt, he made it out. Spends a lot of energy in there, I think.
A lot of energy and time.
So he has to land it right near that.
But Legacy did this so good.
He'll go out to the right now and try to right around that ridge.
Yeah, he managed it perfectly. He saw Mario coming. He held his line, pushed it out the top around the tree.
That could go off the back of the green. That's really well done. What a good golf shot that is, just to keep it up on that little plateau.
Coming into this, one of the winningest riders in the sport.
And over to 18 though. Travis Vick of Texas is one up. He's got the advantage.
The title,
he's playing for the
fairway.
Champion. 194 carries.
He probably won every race now.
The water on the right. Downhill line extends, move the ball from left to right. Sis does not have a very good line in the rough.
Wow. And I think the fist pump says it all. And a hug with your pops.
Puts this ball on the green.
They did it together.
Huge advantage.
Such a great dynamic between those two. Andreas Lettenbichler, as we noted, won back in 2015, same year that Johnny. Was an interesting year where 4 riders were awarded the win.
Proper shot, right, because remember, Travis Vick is one up. That's how big that tie at 17 was.
We got old Wade Young coming into picture now.
He is
our first South African.
He's done dynamite.
Super stoked. He's already around a bad bit.
Yeah, it's a terrible line. 191. It covers 175. I think if you can just get somewhere left and short. It's just
okay, so Tristan have already got him out of Dynamite, so that means that Wade will be in a 4th place.
Drop out of the sky.
It could.
So there's a short run to the finish.
You were asking me, but I was doing my kind of like my list.
Towards the bunker.
Wade Young was definitely on there.
Yeah, so I had him right up there as well. The heat and the dry conditions.
Bunker shot will be landing on a
the route
downslope
was
towards
definitely
that
more tech than normal, and Wade had to work really hard for it.
All right. All right, right now we check in with Rob, who is with our 2022 champ.
Cole Hammer.
Yes, I am.
Manny
Lembeckler, you've done it. You're the 2022 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo winner. That was never in any doubt, was it?
Just battled back. Back and forth they went.
Was such
all
hard push,
lead
but
changes.
I'm completely over the moon. It's always been on the bucket list, and I've been so close the last couple of years, so
it's incredible.
Yeah, it feels pretty special.
Did you feel the pressure at the end, Mario? You're getting stuck on the highway. Dynamite, he was coming. Was it stressful?
Really stressful. Like, I was the first guy in, and probably got a little bit better for Mario already, because there was just no line, and I had to move trees and just rocks and everything, so to build a line, and that was pretty hard, but the pressure was on, and I tried to keep me behind me, and like one point I was like, I'm done. I had to push so much more, like just to build a line, so to make it happen.
Mate, it was unbelievable to see you the third German rider ever to win this race. Christian Pfeiffer, and of course your father. What does it feel like for you to join your dad, the first father and son ever to win the Erzbergrodeo?
Oh man, it's unbelievable, like I always said, I want to get another number one trophy into the house, and they let me close, and finally made it, so pretty damn stoked.
And now they are
man, it's been incredible. I know you're in a right mess, mate. The effort was extreme. You've just won the world's hardest one-day enduro. Brilliant, mate. Thank you. Back to you, Pat.
Championships. Billy Ray played.
Thank you so much, Rob. And you can feel the emotion on Manny. He does such a good job, like I said, keeping it fun. But when you hear that raw emotion from him, you know how much it means.
And the pure joy that was
especially after the injury he's gone through, the 4 months off the bike.
I asked about Travis Vick's putt, though, because
unbelievable.
When we were out there earlier,
we talk about what's at stake for every individual competitor. They all come with different hopes, different goals, how they want to finish at a Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. And when you talk about Tristan here, it doesn't get any better to come in like this in the conversation, maybe on the outskirts, but then to find yourself on the podium, albeit unofficial at this point.
Slow that putt down.
Yeah. So this is Tristan's second Erzberg. So he finished 14th in 2019.
Yeah.
And just to come back like this, and he's got it. Wade's 4 minutes behind. What a ride.
He's come on so much in the last few years. Like I obviously watched the American Championship, and he's leading at the moment. So it shows how much he's actually improved over the last few years.
You can't always judge what the sand is up against that front part.
We all say you're always racing your own race. Tristan has just put on just an amazing showing, especially in the latter stages of this 3-hour plus race.
Yes.
You can imagine how tired, how fatigued.
That's Billy there. He's just got out of Dynamite, so he's behind Wade and Tristan.
Right.
Okay, he's 3 minutes, 11 seconds behind Wade. So they're pretty good.
He does force
between them. So
Travis Vick now to two-putt for the national championship.
Above, as we can see, Tristan making his way over to the finish arena.
What a battle back he has had. Fallen
Incredible
down early.
display of just perseverance by all these riders, pushing through some incredibly technical, challenging sections.
Those couple of downhills there after Dynamite, they like really steep.
Tie it.
You could easily drop it and break a lever off.
At 17, Cole Hammer.
I think you're going to hear after the fact, a lot of people are going to be, I was surprised how much more difficult this course setup was than what we thought when we walked it, the subtle changes that they made. I mean, it's definitely, when you look at how long it's taken to finish, secondly, and then how few people we're going to have actually finish.
I think this is the hardest track we've had since
2015. But you just have to react to what is right in front of you. React to the hole. Get that information that hole is feeding
hard.
React to that.
Making that final push to the finish line.
Playing enough sports, and most of them no reaction in other sports.
You'd love to see all these riders pay their dues at all the supporting competitive outlets, and it takes, it's a journey. You really have to put the time in, do you not?
Yeah.
There it is.
It's so much time and effort that goes into even just to one race. Like, you need to be racing all the races to be good.
The national championship.
I guess he'll be super pumped with this as well. Not many Americans have got on the podium right here. I think only Cody.
I think you're right. There've been quite a few Americans through the years, but I think Cody stands out.
How many feelings in sport?
Let's go! And Tristan.
Yeah, and I'm going to
like this one.
I think I'm doing my math right, but I think this is for the first time too. That Taddy, Jarvis, Walker, yourself, or Gomez have not been on top of the podium. So, in the last 15 years.
On top of the podium.
On top of the podium. Yeah. On the podium. Yeah.
I've been
on the podium. On the podium. So brand new. I'm saying brand new podium. I just did it in a very obtuse way. My apologies. So
it's not one of the usual suspects, Pat.
Well, and it's especially with Tristan coming through, a definite changing of the guard. Tristan Hart will take one final pass, that final checkpoint. Quick wall ride for good measure. And there is your third place finisher at the 2022 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, Tristan Hart.
He doesn't even look tired.
Adds his name to such an illustrious list of hard enduro's elite. And it's such a young age. So Roman, as we pointed out, was challenging Letty throughout the race, but it was his focus and persistence of climbing back and staying in the hunt in that second place position.
He rode a solid race because he's come from quite far back early on.
That point where he overcame Faulkner and slowly but surely
and Mason Nome
took his timely approach and paid off dividends.
His team and won a national championship. While we have a moment, let's send it down to Billy Ray.
All right, Bob, thanks a lot. Certainly, everything happens in a national championship, and you have to have a lot of inspiration.
Some good momentum.
Sonny, this Texas team has adopted you.
2022
what kind of inspiration
Hard
is this
Enduro World
Texas team giving
Championship
you?
Tour season.
So much
Grabbing that win at the first stop and
every time I go to the
place
hospital, they'll watch them and just
here in Austria.
I know it's an emotional time.
I'm guessing he'll go to lead the championship now with 2 wins.
I'm here with second place finisher Mario Ramon. Incredible. Your best ever
Pearson,
finish
obviously
here.
it's an emotional time here for Sonny, but
as hard as it
since y'all hooked up and you guys have become really close friends, what has Sonny meant to the Texas team?
The whole week, but then we found a lot of surprises during the event.
Jinx,
like we had to push so hard. Like
really
I
met
think
Sonny and heard
it
the
was
story.
the hardest level ever.
His team never looked back.
And,
He's been
for sure.
Yeah, still, it's not like he's been a part of the team. He's been our biggest inspiration. For him to be healthy and come out here and watch us meant the world. We're just happy that we pulled it off for him.
Talk about the text in which Sonny's dad sent to Coach Fields today. Talk about that text.
It's special.
Of course,
I mean,
absolutely.
You see
brilliant, Mario. It's great to hear that, mate.
Boy
And,
that's
you know, at the
fighting
end,
and,
as you
if
said,
he can fight, we
it was
can come out here
there.
and fight on the
You
golf
were
course
almost
just a
on it.
little bit,
Everyone
and,
was just urging you to get on his
moments
back
like
wheel. Did
these,
you think
we
you
just
might
start
have got
to
the
lift
win
his
today?
spirits.
Yeah, it was very close.
Pearson, Sonny, thanks so much for your time. Let's
I
go over to
was
Jim
like 20
Gallagher.
meters
Billy
away
Ray,
from him, but yeah,
Travis, not many people get the feeling of winning a national championship. What's it like?
Give my congratulations to him.
It's hard to put into words what this feels like.
2 wins in a row is fantastic. So
it's been such a long road.
You're right on it though, mate. A win this year, third at Erzberg, second at Erzbergrodeo, excuse me. Incredible. Congratulations. Enjoy.
So to be able to get it done is truly special.
Thank you, Rob, and
what's it like with the target on your back and playing? I mean, you've played a lot of sports, and now this sport here, one you're loving right now.
Loss as we
the Arizona State fans
shift
were
gears
pretty
back
brutal
to the
today.
contest,
I was getting tackled out there. You know,
it's unbelievable to think that there's still riders back.
I think the other sports kind of helped with that.
On the first hill,
kind of block
way
them
deep,
out.
still going strong.
Yeah, I kind of leaned a little bit.
A lot of celebration, a lot of time of reflection.
Got off to a hot start. What you tell yourself when things kind of got tight because there was
goes into just getting here, let alone finishing, and then on top of that, making the podium.
Yeah, I got off to a hot start.
From personal experience,
started
Johnny.
making sloppy bogeys, mostly
Guys,
because
I'm
of short
looking
game.
quickly at the timing there. It's
I didn't really
Motor
tell
X
myself
Highway. We've
anything.
got
I knew that good golf would take care of
Michael
itself, and I
Walker's
was
managed to
feeling
get out
pretty
the
good about
top,
my game.
as
So
well
many
as
sports,
Matthew
you get the
Green.
game ball. Here's your game ball. Congratulations.
He was first junior now.
Back to you, Billy Ray.
And thanks a lot here with head
Are
coach
they going to make it
Matt
to the
Thurman.
finish? So how much time is there? 45
Coach,
minutes?
45 minutes. It's
Sundell's
going to be tight.
put up a valiant effort
Billy
here
coming in.
today.
So
When
Gomez
you look
just
back
in
at
front
this
of
team,
himself.
what's very special about this team?
Well, I think, for so many of the,
Everything's
we'll say
special.
the
Just such a
400
be here.
of the rest of the pack. I mean, just being able to say you finished.
They're worthy of that. They work so hard.
So
They
Alfredo
love each other so
Gomez,
much. They did whatever we asked
should
them to
be
do.
our
And
fourth
they just
man in.
represented the university in every way that we could ever ask. So love these guys. Sad to see Cameron and Mason and James be done.
Billy Bolt
because
too.
it's a
Also
great run
important
for
with a
them.
strong finish
And
here
just
when you
a
talk
whisker
about
from winning a national championship.
We'll talk
getting
about that then
overall-
now. You've got
overall
something
title
actually
at
to
the
work
end
on
of the
in the
year,
offseason now. How do you
which
use
will,
this loss here?
will culminate
if you want to call
in
it a loss, how do you
Hispania,
use
Spain.
that as motivation coming into next year?
Last season,
last year we made the
Billy was
semifinals, and
able
it's
to nab
just
it from
natural
Lettenbichler
motivation.
at the
You
last
don't
stop
really
at the
need to
Getson
remind these
Rodeo.
guys much. When
So
you're
it's going
that
to be a
close,
battle for sure into the
first of all,
final
it's hard to
stop.
get back here, so hopefully
It'll
we'll
be
get back in
interesting
a
to speak to
situation
Billy
we'll
at the
have a
end and
chance
see how
to do
bad
something,
his
but,
injuries were.
No,
Because I
it's
reckon
a
they've
ball
been.
that barely rolls in the rough.
They must have been pretty bad.
I think getting the
It really is
recap
that
from
close.
everyone, I
Texas is a
still
great
want to
team.
understand what
You know,
went
they played
down
awesome.
early on,
Watched
and
Cam
just
play
that all that
day. Vic was
confusion,
incredible,
and
he didn't give him any openings. So
and then just I think everyone
just
has
hope to
their
get back here and see what
individual
happens.
nightmare
Thanks for your time.
at some point. You just don't know what they're going through.
Berko told the story of
But I mean, you pointed out the tenacity, the resilience of Billy Bolt, I think, speaks for itself. He's
a tremendous story. What a relationship between Sonny and Longhorns.
He just seems impervious.
What a storybook finish for this
His
team.
wrist must be killing him.
25 years as the head coach of the
So they've got
Texas
how long? 2
Longhorns.
weeks now before the next
Coach
race.
Fields wins his second national
before we go to
championship.
Everstone in Italy.
That'd be July
their
9th and 10th.
Since match
Italy,
play started 13
Avestone.
years
Prepare
ago.
if you've got a few injuries from this race.
So the timing system is showing me that Alfredo Gomez came through fourth at Lazy Noon, but we've got Billy in picture.
Thank you so much. So good. How about Spears?
So I'm not too sure what's happening with the timing. But
Time
let's
for
just
the
watch and see
shot
how it
of the
plays
day,
out.
presented by WM. Travis Vick had 2 putts to win the national championship, and this not an easy putt.
Maybe
John
a
took
glitch
with the speed and the
somewhere,
brakes that he had to negotiate.
Clearly Billy's coming
relied
into
on what he was seeing. He relied on feel. He
Just
relied
outside
on
of the podium.
challenge, embracing that moment.
And just even having the wherewithal to do
Couldn't
that
hit a better putt.
at the end.
And let the celebration begin.
Noses it in.
In Scottsdale and Austin.
Billy Bull just
As
shy
the
of the
Texas
podium,
Longhorns
fourth place
become the
finisher.
third team in the match play era to win 2 titles. Augusta University did it, Alabama did it, and now the Texas Longhorns have done it.
Incredible
10
tenacity.
years after their last national title. Arizona State gave them all they could handle.
So, Darrell, did you say you had
Coach
Gomez?
Sturman mentioned they made it to the semis last year after winning medal play. This year coming up short in the finals. When we come back, the trophy presentation from Greyhawk, Texas, your national champions.
Coveted checker flag for finishing. As
you find more distance, you get that much more.
And looking back at Tristan and his incredible display of jumping into the mix and finding the podium. You've been singing Tristan's accolades all day.
Yeah,
seen him. That's okay. You can say you're a fan a little bit.
Nah, I'm a fan of all these guys.
Yeah.
They're all killing it.
I didn't really know too much about Tristan until I looked at what he'd done, and I chatted to him this morning. And I mean, yeah, he's got a serious list of accomplishments. So.
Dude, he's strong and he must be super fit. His fitness must be really high. Yeah. Obviously, bike skill.
One of the biggest days of his life. We hear from Tristan Hart as we check in with Rob.
So I'm here with third place finisher Tristan Hart, Canada's first podium at this event. An incredible performance. Where do you think you made your time today?
Well, I mean, there was a section right before Carl's Diner where I made a huge mistake and I went back to 8th, I think, and I lost so much time there. And I thought that was the end of my race, honestly, because the rest of the factory guys got up and I was actually getting pulled up with 2 other guys that were privateers. So, and then I got to Carl's Diner and I knew if I was going to make a run at the boys, it was going to be there. So I just went as hard as I could for as long as I could, and when I got out of Carl's Diner, I was absolutely finished.
I was going to say, but you don't look absolutely finished. A lot of riders coming in, being sick everywhere. You still look pretty fresh. You've been working hard on your fitness?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't super tired. I mean, I obviously was tired, but the cramps were what really held me back. Like, my legs were cramping so bad. I was having to take breaks and just any food I could get. Yeah, it was bad.
What does it mean for Canadian Hard Enduro? I mean, you're flying the flag for him now.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to say anything beforehand and jinx it, but I really wanted to put Canada on the map, and I think this does it, so super stoked.
Amazing. Look, watch out for this man. It's only his second time here at the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. He's a fast starter. We'll see what he's got next year. Back to you, Pat.
Thanks, Rob. As we can see, Gomez finally making it back. We're still calculating all the madness that went down at Dynamite and the previous check-in points. A little bit of a shuffle with those riders that were 4th through 8th. And just the face says so much. And I have to say, Christian, he didn't even look phased.
He looked pretty fresh.
Yeah. Incredible. So we made mention Alfredo Gomez starting his own team this year, AG89.
Because we are the 2022
more hardware
NCAA
to hand
national
out,
champions.
and of course the rest of the pack as they start making their way into the finish
for the fourth time
area.
in the history of the Texas men's golf
Manny
program,
and Lenbickler,
the Longhorns,
he's
and
our
the
champ.
college golf
More to
season
come.
atop the mountain. An exciting finish
Right
here at
after
Greyhawk,
this.
and please be alongside Connie Hurlbut, the chair of the men's Division I NCAA Golf Committee, with a very special presentation. Connie?
Been a tremendous week of competition here at Greyhawk.
Meet
On
Jorge
behalf
Prado,
of the NCAA Division I
first
Men's
Spanish
Golf Committee,
MX2 world
I'm pleased to
champion.
present the
At only 18
2022
years of
National
age, his
Championship
success did
Trophy
not come
to the
easy.
University of Texas.
With the support of his family and his team, he managed to become a motocross superstar.
Head coach John Fields,
Jorge Prado
second time a national
beats in the
championship
dirt.
coach. The path
Now
to get to this
available
point is
on
seldom
Red
a
Bull
straight
TV.
line. We have documented the obstacles in the way
I've
that this
embraced
team has
fear
faced and
and stepped
overcome.
into the
How would you
darkness.
describe the challenges,
edge
how
of
they dealt with it to
discovery.
get to this
Put
point?
our lives on the line.
Well, how I would describe it is with so many mountains that we had to
Inspiring
climb,
tales
and you wouldn't think that you
of
would have to
modern
do
day
that
heroes.
anywhere, but the
rock.
University of Texas,
The Red Bulletin
provides us with
presents
such
an
incredible
exciting new
opportunities.
series.
But it also
Extraordinary
puts a
people.
tremendous amount of
big turning point in my life.
pressure on you, because
Amazing
winning
stories.
a national
We come
championship
together
at
to
the
ride a
University of
bike
Texas
in
is very
peace.
special.
That's more
These
powerful
guys
than
knew it. That's why they came
It's
to Texas.
such a
If you ask
rush
any one
knowing
of them why they came to Texas,
Mine are the
they'd all give
first
you this
eyes
answer
to
right
see
here.
something.
And
Passionate.
today you see a bunch
Cutting
of men in
edge.
front of you.
Up
They may not have
close.
started out that 4 or 5
Stories
years
in
ago
motion.
as they are today.
Premium storytelling
I'm really
from the
proud
world
them.
of
I'm
Red
proud
Bull
my
and
two
beyond.
assistant coaches, John Paul Hebert, Richie Coughlin, the three amigos, the two Cootie brothers, and Cole, and then Mason Nome and Travis Fick. And Travis, well done today.
Welcome back,
And all of
everyone.
you
You're
guys,
watching the
everybody played well
2022
this
Red
week.
Bull Erzberg Rodeo,
The final
and
round
we
of
just
medal play
crowned a
was
new
maybe one of
champion.
the best
Pat Purnell
rounds I've
along
ever
with Johnny
seen,
Walker,
and
Daryl
definitely the
Curtis.
best round I've ever coached.
Manuel
And it
Lettenbichler
happened
takes the
right
top
here,
spot,
and-
becoming the
and it
first
gave us
father-son duo
the
to
strength
do
and
so.
energy to come
And
along
we
through
love
and-
it. It's
and do
a
this.
story for me.
Sometimes
it's a generation
inspiration
story. Like
comes from
all
places you might
generations
not
need to ride, and they
expect.
need
You
to
were
pass
kind
it
enough
down
to share
to their
the
kids.
story
Do
of
they not?
Sonny, who we
Yeah,
talked
they
to,
do.
was
I don't
out
think
there,
my
and the
kid's gonna be
relationship he
racing.
has
Oh,
with
yeah, we
Pearson.
talked about that
and the rest
earlier.
of
In a
his
different
team.
direction.
How is that put
I
into
love to hear that.
perspective
But
for these
let's
young
immediate
men,
takeaways
considering what
from
that
what just went
14-year-old
down
is
here
up
today. I
against?
think there was a lot
I think
of
the good Lord
speculation.
sent us
I
an
think we thought it was
angel,
going to
to
be a
be honest
fast
with
pick
you.
race. It was nothing of the
When
sort,
I saw
right?
the picture of
Yeah, I mean,
Sonny
they
sitting
changed the
down
Motor
with,
X Highway at the end, and
Pearson,
it was actually a game changer.
and
They
then
made it really
Tailor-Made
exciting.
stepping up and sending
also
them 3 wedges
Dynamite,
and
you know, with
and
an
a
extra
putter.
couple of twists.
And
Really
getting to
hard
know the
sections,
Centrelli family.
and it just shows you
They're
the
just
level of these guys.
outstanding,
Manny was there
unbelievable
first.
family.
I think he had to work the hardest out
My
of
wife and
everybody
I,
to make a
Pearl,
line.
just
I
love
mean, Johnny,
them
how
and
difficult
love
is
this
it to
team
get
so
in there
much.
and have to do that from a
I'm not sure why that happened. And
yeah,
Sonny,
that's the thing.
God
Obviously,
bless
you push early on to get a good lead, so then you're not in the dust from everyone else, but then you're hitting all the hill climbs.
I'm so happy for
that nobody else has been up, so
here.
you've got to
His
move
family
all
taking
the
the
rocks
time.
basically,
And all the
make a little
members
path,
at UT
make a
Golf
run
Club
in,
that are here,
and
and people that support us, and our director of golf, my director,
I know we
athletics,
expected
Chris Del
great things
Conte, our
from Manny,
chancellor.
but the day all started
Unbelievable
pretty dynamically.
You told me
As
this
we take a
morning the
look
victory in
back, early this
2012
morning,
was filled
we've
with
had,
pressure.
Red
You
Bull,
didn't maybe enjoy the moment as
skydiving
much as you
team
wanted
start
to.
things
You
off
hope to
with
do
a
that
little
today.
sneak peek of the
How were
air
those
show.
emotions
As we
challenged
take a
over
look
the last
back,
5 hours?
This is pretty cool stuff.
I think,
Great
like I told
view
you guys
from above.
last
Marco
night, they were
Watchspiel,
freed up. They played
part
some
of
of
the
the
Red
best,
Bull
most outstanding
skydiving
golf.
team, and look at the view
that I've
from
seen
above.
out
You gotta
there.
love that POV.
And I think that's just simply because
Doesn't
the
look
pressure
daunting
really
at all,
was on.
right?
They knew that we got to the place we wanted to get, and that
just
gave
a
them the
little
opportunity to just
wingsuit
play golf and
approach.
be who they were. Travis Fick on this last
That
putt.
low proximity flying. We talk
I was
about
a
things
little
that
bit
are.
nervous. It didn't
There's not
seem
a
like he
chance
was
he'd
nervous
ever
at
get
all.
me to do
Yeah.
that. I'm
And
so
I
scared
just
of
think a
heights.
calm
Look
and a
at the
peace came over
angle.
him.
Unbelievable. These
I
guys
think that's
are
because of our support.
the best of the best.
My son got to come in, Marshall, and
Just like that.
it's just been an unbelievable
Right down into the
7
pits.
hours today.
Total team effort to get to this point. You were emotional with me this morning, referencing the 3 amigos, Pearson Coody,
I'm
Parker
pretty sure
Coody,
I
and
messed
Cole
it up.
Hammer. Now that their college career's done and they leave
So
as
I was
national
talking about
champions,
things we
what have they
expected. We
meant to
expected
you in the
Manny to
program?
do great. Okay,
Well,
he
they're
was one
three
of
of the
like
best
the usual
golfers that ever
suspects. But
played at
what's
Texas.
some
We're
two
gonna miss him.
surprises that you guys were like,
and
wow?
sometimes
I did not
when a guy
expect
moves
that to go
on,
down.
you
Tristan
might
Hart.
not miss him.
Yeah.
He came
I
through
mean,
very
you love
strong.
him, but you
Yeah.
might not
Well, no,
miss
I
him. It's
expected
time to
Mario
go.
to do good, but
With
there's
these
so many
guys,
things that can go wrong at
they're
this
three of
race.
the best people on
I
the
did
planet.
expect him to
I'm
get on the
gonna really
podium,
miss
but like I
him. I'm
didn't
gonna really
expect
miss
him to be so close
and,
to battle for the lead.
and so is Texas.
Yeah, I didn't expect
but they're
it to
going
be
go
as
out there and do
difficult
great
that
things.
late
And Pearl and I are going to
in
get
the
to watch
stage
them on
of the race. I
weekends.
think,
Every weekend is a
so
blessing
many
for
times
Texas
before we've
golf.
seen where the more difficult sections
Chris Del Conte
were not
calls us brand
right
enhancers,
at the end.
and that's what we are.
And you saw the guys struggling, and they're the best
We
of the
get to
best.
bring
I
it
think
every
maybe
weekend with our
only a
alumni,
handful
and
of
these
other
guys
riders
are
could
interested
handle
in
it.
that. And
I was also super
whether it's
impressed
major
with Michael
championships
Wagner.
or
He had such a good
NCAA
start.
championships, I'm
And
really
he faded
proud
out
of our
in
program.
Carl's Dinner, but like a really
Congratulations,
good
well
effort earlier
done.
on.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Well, riders still filtering in.
Great stuff from
as,
Coach Fields,
you know,
one of the real
we're at
gentlemen.
the
John
3
Cook,
hour, almost 3.5 hour mark
with
here.
those 3 seniors,
As Carl's
so much
dinner,
was
it's still
expected of them, and
eating
that
up
loss
riders
at the
as we
blessings
speak.
in the finals.
So that's
to
Stellar, so he's
Stanford,
a
but to
junior
come
rider
back
from
and end their
Israel.
career that way.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's
Can't
cool
write
to
a
see
better
him
end.
still going.
Coach
He's
Fields
on
yesterday
Alfredo's
mentioned
team
the
as well.
fact that
Alfredo
when they
Gomez's
came here
team.
last year with basically the same
talent
team, they were flat.
emanating from all
They were
different
concentrating
parts.
a little too much
Had a
on
good
individual
showing
ideas.
at the earlier
He challenged
stops
them,
of-
and they met that
that's
challenge.
another
Even
junior
with
as
the
well,
Cooties
Nick
missing as
Breitbart
much
from
time as they
England.
did, they overcame those challenges, and they
So
came
Billy
away as
spoke.
national
When he
champions.
popped up
Congratulations,
on the
Longhorns.
time
And Arizona State with a tremendous battle back.
We've had so many
They gave it all they could.
disqualifications in the past.
Came up short last
But,
year in the
I see that
semis,
it's,
this year in the
it's back
finals.
in
But
place, so-
it has been a wonderful
got a solid
test here at
fourth there.
Greyhawk Golf Club. On behalf
mad
of
that these
all of
juniors
us
are
here
all
at Golf
getting
Channel, we want to
two
thank
Carls.
all of the
Carls
coaches
dinner.
from
It's
all
not
the
easy to get
universities
that,
on the
you know,
men's and
there's that-
women's side. Golf
the
Central
playground
is
is
coming
very
up
young.
next.
It's difficult.
So you're saying
For all the
this
news
is
and
promising.
highlights in the
Yeah.
world
Yeah.
of golf,
Yeah.
Hook 'em
It's
Horns is the
small.
answer.
Yeah.
Arizona State gave it a run. And while we have a moment, I want to thank all of the hardworking men and women of our
push
crew
from the
for 2
younger
weeks
riders.
in this intense heat here in
remember when
Scottsdale to
Matt
bring you the
Johnny
women's
told
and
Will?
men's
Well,
How much has he
NCAA
done? He's done it
championships
before.
and provided
Yeah, he's
us
done
with
it,
so
but
many
he
moments
was-
that we'll never forget
did some
and
Super
chills
Enduro
and
this year as
thrills.
well.
And a special
Like a
thanks
top-
to our producer, Bram
Yeah, that's
Packer,
like top results
and
in
director
Super
Jean
Enduro.
Del Vecchio for the work that
But he
they've done over the
races
past 2 weeks
every
and our
weekend
entire
back at
crew.
home.
For everybody,
He's doing a lot
I'm
of
Bob
riding.
Papa saying so long from Grey Greyhawk, Texas, your national champion.
This is back in Motor X Highway.
Be interesting to see how this has changed now. See if there's like a nice
They
deep
have
rut.
done it. Texas Longhorns can now call themselves.
It's a bit of a run in, but it's not super. It's not a lot easier.
So he's got a possible 9th at the moment because I'm seeing that Michael Wagner came through in 7th and Matthew Green in 8th out of Motor X Highway. So yeah, Will could be in the 9th.
Wagner's there. He's finished Dynamite.
This is an epic ride from him.
Yeah.
I mean, after what we saw earlier, you know, he was already spent in Carl's dinner and he's managed to push through that. I want to know what he took.
Well, Wagner's approach, you know, early on in the day was unbelievable. How he was able to just hang in. He had the hooks in, and nothing really happened until that one section. That's when we started to see like the elastic fantastic, or maybe not so fantastic. He kind of lost it.
Not for him.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, it bodes well, and he's showing that he's consistently in that top 10.
Yeah.
I mean, once you're starting to, always land in that top 10, that's...
Oh, that doesn't look
That's a
good.
rough ride.
That's going to...
Well, it's one way to get down, right?
Oh, that's...
Actually...
Centrum on Berg.
I think I need to take a knee stretch after that. Wow. And there's still more takers.
Yeah, but I mean...
3.5 on the clock.
You paid your money, right? You got to get your money's worth.
Have you noticed they're queuing nicely now, not like earlier on?
Yeah.
They're still going for the win.
Yeah. All decorum goes out the door when you're in the heat, of the competition, right?
Oh, yeah, you don't. Zero respect.
So Zentrum Amberg.
It looks so dry. Rock, it looks like a rock face, eh? It's so dry the way they're sliding down.
And that iron red dirt.
I still want to know how Graham got past everybody up there. What line did Graham take? I would love to know.
I can't. He'll definitely show that POV. That's going to be some good POV of Graham Jarvis climbing back.
Come on, Will, you've got this one.
Yeah.
He's lost one part of his shroud on his fork. So he's had a tumble somewhere already.
Yes. Turn it.
Oh, no.
Will.
No.
That's not what he wanted.
So close. He'll have to run it back down, I think. Yeah, he knows it. You've got to get a perfect run up really from the bottom, like.
Well, I think this, taking this angle camera-wise, it gives you a good idea of the angle, the line that they have to approach, and then, like you said, that pivot, that turn on the top.
And he's lost his peak, so he's at a.
The first clip we saw of him, he had no peak.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Great aerial view here of Erzberg. And believe it or not, there's still riders within the woods there as we check in once again with Leo.
Through to Carl's dinner. You're nearly there. Jonathan, how do you feel?
Yeah, pretty tired. I lost a lot of energy early on, like a lot of crashes and people crashing into us, but we're getting going again now, so.
How many times have you been here before?
3 or 4.
And has it been especially difficult today? What's your experience?
Yeah, there's a lot of difficult sections early on and people fighting so hard, it's a lot of crashes and stuff, but no, just keep plugging away.
Is the heat killing you?
Yeah, not too bad, but keep going.
Yes, keep going. Fantastic achievement. Good luck. Thank you.
So cool to see. Jonathan Richardson, just one of many, right?
Stop in for an interview.
Yeah, just have a couple words.
He's a good rider. He's from England as well. Top rider from England.
We've had this discussion before. What is it about England?
It's because we just ride in the worst weather all the time. Yeah, we're just used to it.
So, yeah, definitely. I think these guys have had such an advantage.
Yeah, they live in struggle, therefore I want to struggle.
Yeah, we just live in the struggle.
They find traction where there isn't any. I'm just looking quickly at the points for the overall championship, and it's still going to be like super tight.
Well, it's because by design, you'll get a little bit of a bump, just a point or two.
I could be wrong, but I think maybe Mario and Billy are going to be like level pegged at the top. Yeah. We'll have to.
We're getting some small.
One taking the biggest hit would be Graham Jarvis. Came into this tied for first overall, but that's. Mind you, just the first 2 of 8 stops, so
there's not much time to make the finish either.
Yeah. Oh, there's that corner. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So
that's the thing, when you get tired like that, you kind of just throw the bike hoping that it's going to stay there, and it never usually does.
I'm amazed. Bars are still...
And it's amazing what these bikes take these days. Who do you think that was? Do you think that was Graham?
It could well have been.
Yeah, that could have gone worse.
Could well have been. Let me go back and see before Motor X Highway. No, I would have to wait until they get out of Motor X Highway. So in a couple of minutes.
Has he checked in before then?
We'll know. Yeah, well, the last one was Carl's dinner, so we're going to have to wait and see. And Michael Walkner is, he'll be in Dynamite at the moment. I think he's actually
there
through
he is.
Dynamite.
Graham's there. He's on the screen, so it was him.
That's
Come on,
insane.
Graham. Let's
That
get
is
it finished.
insane. Well, he's got 25 minutes. Wow.
What position will that put him in now?
One man, one clock. Graham Jarvis. 25. Wow. 47 years old. He's got 25 minutes.
He's having a good look at that.
Yeah.
It'll put Graham in about 9th or 10th, so he's still going to get some good points.
Isn't it true when you look at Graham, when he looks at stuff, you can see like smoke and you can see him figuring it out. So. So jumping up from above, this last final push, only a handful of riders left are going to be able to make that 4-hour cutoff. Yeah. So total race time for Jarvis, 2 hours, 35 minutes.
Yeah, knock an hour off.
Yeah.
What time did Letty finish in? 2
right around. Yeah. Graham was. I mean, yeah. We don't want to get too what if, but what if? Yeah.
So many reached the finish. It looks like 2 hours. I could be wrong. 2 hours, 58 minutes. Yeah, that's right. 2 hours 58.
Manny finished time 2:58.
So Volkner now, he's going to get his dream finish here.
And this is.
And this kid's got heart. He's like pulled everything out to get.
This is
to
huge.
Get to the finish.
I think you're going to hear a little.
If I was him, there, I'd be on that main road next to him.
Yeah.
Come on, get over. There we go.
Yeah. And you're going to hear a notable up in the level, the raucous crowd here, right at the finish line, making
home race.
Some good history. Best finish ever for an Austrian rider.
Well, we've got to look out for him in the future because I mean he's still only 20 years old. So
that's the amazing part. He's been putting in moments like these performances. I mean, for the past 3-4 years. Yeah. So back in 2019 in Grunehelle, that was a tough one for him. But Michael Wagner, the Austrian, that much closer to making it official. And you could see when he was hitting the wall there, just running out of steam. Had to dig extra deep right at the end of Carl's dinner. Able to find the wherewithal. Had a little reserve in the tank.
Okay, so after Michael Wagner, we'll have Matthew Green and Theodore Kabakchev has come back into the picture. He's through Motor X Highway, which will put Graham in about 10th.
So he's got another 20 minutes. Graham
It'll be a big push even for Graham to come through that. I'd like to see Dynamite again and see if there's a little bit of a line going there. What do you think, Johnny? Do you think
sure, I'm sure there will be.
Doable?
Yeah, I reckon there'll be a line going on. A bit of a platform to set off from and then something halfway up. But I reckon in the middle will just be big rocks.
I mean, if he does still pull off a 10th after losing all that time, I mean, that's like... I mean, how many bikes did he pass? He had to literally ride through half the field.
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah.
Well, he's got 21 minutes to do so. And there is Wagner's mom, Michael Wagner's mom. Look at the smile as she waits. I don't think smiles get any bigger than that. That's
no, the whole family's a smiley family.
That's my boy.
He's never finished before.
And like with so many of these athletes, often it's a family affair, parents showing support, getting their kids to the races, becoming part of it, an integral part. And best finish ever for an Austrian racer.
This is going to be the biggest smile.
Yeah.
Biggest smile of anyone.
Yeah. We thought we knew what big was. This is bigger. Michael Wagner. There it is.
Wow, that is so awesome.
Karl Kadak.
That's really special.
And to get that checkered flag, what an honor. You told us how good that tastes. Cold Red Bull.
He's smiling. Look at that smile.
He's such an incredible moment. You can hear her say, "I'm so proud of you." And taking a quick look back at just a moto mountain montage. All the moments from today's Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Water on the field of play right from the start. Man, just vision.
Whoa, look at that guy go down.
Oh.
You see in the background. I did see someone crash.
Straight over the bars.
Yeah. And that must be a good rider because he's towards the inside.
Like I said, I think the stories are gonna surface as the dust settles here today.
There's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen out there, I can tell you now.
That's a cool slow-mo, eh?
Wow, look at that sideways.
And just
so there's Graham there with the white helmet on the very inside. So I wonder where it went wrong for him.
Clearly, it was visually challenged for those guys.
Yeah,
you can see. So once they made their way out of that section, and Marcel Hirscher from skiing to hard enduro. Good to see him putting in the effort. Always looks easier in highlight mode, right?
Yeah,
it
slow-mo.
does.
It just looks like, no problem, that hill.
Riding on all levels. And Lettenbichler just on a tear today. Unstoppable. Nothing seemed to phase him.
Nah.
Not one
perfect race.
Yeah.
I was just looking at Manny up there in the slow-mo. There was like zero roost coming off his tire, so he was just...
I know,
full attraction.
And it was on the ground the whole way.
Yeah.
His back wheel, he lifted it and he put it straight back on the ground to get more traction.
It's Billy, the tape that he picked up earlier. I still want to know how they went wrong.
Yeah.
All got the tape. All collected a bit of orange tape along the way. That looks like the entry into machine, am I right? No. I'm not quite sure where that is really.
There's a nice little pivot turn there.
Yeah.
There's Michele Bossi, so he's the organizer of the next race.
Of Epstein in Italy.
He organized everything there. So it's cool to see him racing.
We pretty much had a lot of, we saw Martin from Romaniacs here, we saw the guys from Erzbergrodeo, we've had Sharon Moore from the Roof of Africa here, so.
Well, an incredible day on all levels of racing. Right now we check in with Rob Warner and our own Paul Bolt. Gentlemen.
Mountain this afternoon. I'm going to say that was one of the hardest Erzbergrodeos we've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely, Rob. It started off hard. The guys were in the thick of it, in the dust, and then when they flipped over to the other side of the mountain, the new sections, Motorex Highway, They had a little surprise in store for them, and it was just a nightmare. They went on a new section that they put in overnight.
And that's kind of fair play, though, isn't it? The organisers always throw a sting in a tail. But that was a hard one. That was a stressful one for Manny Lettenbichler, who couldn't get out of that climb. Mario Ramon was breathing all over him, coming in fast. What were you saying to Manny?
Well, I'm saying to all the riders when I'm out there, I'm always trying to help them say, stay calm, you know, all the things that I would have liked to have been told to me. But yeah, he did a good job. He stayed calm. He even had to move a few sticks and branches out the road, and he got it on about the 4th or 5th time, but Mario stomped it straight away.
He did. And talking about Manny, I mean, the physical effort today that he put in, the intensity, like, it is the hardest one-day enduro in the world. He was being sick all over the place when he finished. He was shaking, you know, shivering. I mean, that's an Erzbergrodeo, isn't it? That's how it is here.
That's exactly it. I felt the same after one of mine years ago, but Manny's just dug deep. He thought Mario was going to get him, I think, at one point in Dynamite, but he stayed calm, did the best he could, and then took it to the finish line.
And back-to-back wins in this FIM Hard Enduro World Championship now for Manny Lettenbichler. He's come back from injury well. That's going to blow the overall wide open, isn't it?
It certainly is, especially with G-Force having a bit of trouble off the start. And yeah, Manny's had them 2 wins. And obviously, Mario and Manny have had them wins, and it's been really good for both of them.
And we saw some different names on the podium. You know, is it a change into the guard? I mean, some different names in there. The Canadian getting in their 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, Tristan Hart getting right in there on 3rd spot. I called him for a podium, but it's like, you know, he's got a lot of experience to get. He's getting it quick, and he's learning fast.
Yeah, watch out for him next year. Okay, well, we've had an amazing day. It's been absolutely brilliant. We're going to throw it back to you, Pat.
Thanks, Rob. Wow. My goodness, you know. And I love, you know, that POV that we're going to be seeing from Paul Bolton, you know, on all the Red Bull channels in days to come. I'm telling you, that's going to be the telling tale of really what happened to so many riders out there. We did get a ping on Wade Young's sensor, so we'll have
transponder,
to, yeah, on the transponder, and we'll have to watch here as 13 minutes on the yeah, careful there. About 13 minutes to go as we hit that 4 hour mark. Did I just condense 4 hours into 4 minutes? I did it again.
Okay, so I've got Matthew Green out of Dynamite, so he's just got to do lazy noon and come home. And then Wade, the timing, Billy also had the same issue early on, and then he popped up a little bit later. So it's very possible that Wade could be coming next, either Wade or Mehdi. And are they going to make it in 13 minutes? That's the big question.
It's a good job he let go of this bike then, because he was going to go down there fast. I'm interested to see if Matt Green can get back. He's got 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be tight.
He's going to have to sprint it. I hope someone tells him to get going.
Well, the battle for Zentrum Amberg is still for these guys. They just need to get up to that check. That's all they care
and they'll
about.
be happy. Yeah. Johnny, you've never had a down to the wire finish before the cutoff, or
no, not yet. I did lose 2018. I was close to Graham. I messed up right near the end, whereas I was pushing as hard as I could, and it wasn't far. He won it. I think I was 2nd, but like literally it was
on the wire.
Yeah, 30 seconds a minute.
How many finishes were there?
I'm not sure that year, to be honest.
Okay, so there we got Wade coming into the picture.
That shows how steep that hill is. He's really thinking about it.
Yeah. Ooh. But how far is that from the finish? And can he get there in 12 minutes? That's the question.
Wow. Yeah. Almost.
Yeah.
Matthew Green's just behind.
We could get 2 South Africans as the last 2 finishes, it looks like. And when we say last, I mean, it's 8th and 9th place. But, I mean, 500 guys started this morning. It's hard to fathom, right?
And permission to go hyperbole zone, but it's one of the most difficult ones. I think a lot of people just will agree with that flat out. And the fact that 10 finishers? That's not too many.
I wonder there's an issue with Wade, I reckon. There's something with his brakes, because he's super slow on the downhills. I know they're steep, but he's really taking it easy.
Yeah, that's not normal for Wade.
Yeah,
so Wade, also the youngest ever winner of the Roof of Africa at 16.
Yeah, that's when he came on the scene. I remember when he won that. And then the next minute he was in Europe racing.
So who produces more hard enduro just animals? England
or
100%. South Africa?
And Wade's lying fifth in the World Championship at the moment.
He's taking this one steady. I wonder if he's got a brake issue or something.
I mean, based on what he's comfortable doing.
Yeah, he should be used to that.
There's definitely a problem. I think he's spot on right with those brakes.
There's something going on.
10 minutes. 10 minutes and counting.
I'm pretty sure the Wade's going to make it to the finish.
4 hour cutoff. He just needs
his
to make
bike
it down.
because it's only downhill.
You see, he's got it in gear. He's got the back wheel locked up. So I think you're 100% right for the brake issue.
Huh.
Now Wade would definitely have ridden down that.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think he's even contemplating it. I hope he's not gone if he's got no brakes. Oh.
Doing a good job so far for Wade Young. Maybe gonna hop on. We'll roll at that last section. So Wade Young now just 9 minutes to go.
I know he's off.
I don't think he knows how close he is and how little time he's got left.
He's got an issue there. There's definitely something. He's maybe got a starter problem. Look, his bike's not starting, and he's got no seat on the bike, anyways.
And no kickstart either. All electric start these bikes.
They don't run a kickstart.
I could be wrong.
To come this far and then
not get the finish. He's strong enough. He could carry his bike from there to the finish.
That's not so crazy.
No, there's something.
He hasn't got a seat on.
So back
he's
on
still
the.
got power.
Okay.
But I wish somebody could just tell him he's only got 9 minutes, 8 minutes and 10 seconds.
So making the shift to the roads. Okay, now hitting the 9 minute mark. Wade Young. He'll definitely make the cutoff. So no chance for Graham Jarvis. We had it's kind of lightning in a bottle. A little bit of hope there, but
he'll keep pushing
Yeah.
until he gets told to stop. Well, no, to be honest, he'll probably just finish, I reckon. If they try and stop him, I think he'll just ride around them.
You're probably right, actually, in a weird, sad way.
He's not going to want to give up. I wouldn't want to give up.
Yeah.
If I got to Dynamite, I would just ride to the finish.
So Matty Green, I'm going to be gutted for him if he doesn't make it. He's not too far behind Wade, but I've got a feeling he's not going to make it.
Well,
don't be negative. We've got it. He's got it. He's going to...
Tank is always half full, according to John. You haven't learned that? So
the problem is there's so many levels here and it's so confusing. So we don't know exactly where he is. I mean, the arena might be right there, 2 levels down.
I know, but that's the far end of the prologue. They literally ride down this hill, the next hill, and then they ride all the way around. So I reckon he's got 2 minutes from there to the finish.
7 minutes left until we hit the 4
Look, he's from Wheel.
mark.
Look how buckled his front wheel is.
Wow.
Oh yeah, there we go.
That's maybe his front brake issue.
Part of the problem. Maybe he's got no front or back brakes.
No seat.
Yeah, he should make it then.
So
yeah,
6.5 on the clock. Wade Young will just get under that 4 hour mark. Be tight. We don't know where.
I don't think he's got any. I don't even think he knows that the time is so little. He's oblivious.
Or do you? I mean, obviously you're not. You're thinking about time, but you're just thinking about the race you're racing and where you're at. Right?
Yeah, you just push to the finish. You don't really. He's kind of taking it easy, but he must know a little bit what's going on with that front wheel wobbling around.
He doesn't want anybody to pass him. He keeps looking back. I wonder if Maddie's close by.
Now the final stretch for Wade Young. And right as you round this, you'll get good vision on the finish area.
I'm not seeing anybody in the background there. So, but
from that steep downhill, it's taken him nearly 2 minutes to get to there. So it's basically 2 minutes to the finish now.
And
from that steep downhill for Marty.
Yeah. So Wade's going to finish.
Just with 5 minutes to spare, Wade Young pulling in, South African. Pushing through.
Solid 7th place.
A lot of challenges.
It is a solid 7th
Yeah.
place, that.
Yeah.
I guess he'll be super angry with his result, but he's raced well.
He's been
Okay, so
been riding so strong this year, and just had a nice boost of confidence. So Wade Young gets the finish just under that 4-hour time. Words of encouragement from Mario Roman.
Here he is. Matty Green's going to make it.
Okay. Okay.
Awesome. Yes.
There we go.
He's done it, Junior.
Yes.
South Africa.
So is that 8th? 8th position for him.
That's 8th. That's a solid
Look
8th.
at him.
7th place.
So pumped.
That is awesome.
He's going to be absolutely stoked with that.
Yeah, that's and also he's leading the World Junior Championship. So I mean,
and like we were talking about, it bodes so well for the future of the sport that you have juniors.
Look how
like
pumped everyone is for it.
Yeah, Matthew Green. Then you look at Letty.
He's such a good kid.
Yeah.
And he trains a lot with Manny, and he's good friends with Billy.
Yeah.
Well, that's a perfect ending. I mean, for me, to have Wade and Maddie both make it.
Oh, sheer exhaustion. You can only imagine. Such a gangster, Billy Bull. Throw to her right now. All right. Well, still in Carl's dinner, if you can believe it or not, is our own Leo. Leo, what is the situation?
To all the warriors who made it this far to come to me where I am here at Carl's dinner, you are my absolute heroes. I do not know how you did it, but you've done it. So congratulations to all those riders. I want to say thank you to you in the studio for being my constant guide throughout the day as well. It was super helpful and so exciting. For me, this is goodbye.
All right. Well, thank you, Leo, for braving the heat out there in Carl's dinner there. It has been a hot one, and you got front and center as Kabachev.
He's still got
a little farther to go. I don't know if he's going to make the time. He's going to have...
No, he's still got Lazy Noon.
Yeah.
He's got quite a bit to go.
Yeah.
You know what's annoying for them people that are in Carl's Diner now? They've still got to get out. Like the cut-offs at 4 hours. Imagine if you're just like halfway through.
Yeah.
So you've either got to go all the way to one end, all the way back.
It's painful, but that's why you do it. That's why you do it. Well, it was great getting the updates from Carl's dinner, and you can see these guys still trying to make up. The center of the mountain there, just taking down all levels of riders. This mountain is just a beast. Have to find that.
They've got 1.5 minutes to pull that guy to that checkpoint so he gets the check. You reckon they've got it?
Yeah. Yeah. Doogie Lemkin back in the day said it hurts, it's painful, yet everybody comes.
It's so true.
Yeah.
When you
I don't know why.
Finish the race, they say I'm never coming back, and then like after a couple of months, maybe we're gonna go back.
The first time in the middle of the race for me, I was saying that I'm like, what am I even doing here? I had no idea what I got myself into.
It's an abusive relationship with a lot of love and passion for a sport, is what it is.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
Yeah, just now under the last minute here of 4 hours of the 26th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and riders still trying to make their way up. One of the first checkpoints, the early checkpoints of this race. Incredible day of competition. A lot of speculation on how it was going to unfold. And
we're waiting for the horns.
Almost time to clock out in 5, 4, 3.
We're waiting for the horns.
And there it is.
There we go.
There. An ominous sound to an incredible day of hard enduro. And you can hear that.
Will Hall
yeah.
is still stuck there.
Oh no.
John Richardson made it there. And then there's Jack Price, the 3 Englishmen riding together.
Oh.
And that can be heard throughout the valley here. That is one
crazy sound.
It's crazy how loud it is. Tell the workers when the mine is in active mode. Time to come in, clock out. 4 hours from start to finish as we look at the Iron Giant in all its glory. Brings us to our current and final results here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. And Tristan Hart, the Canadian, grabbing that 3rd final spot. Mario Ramon grabbing 2nd, and Manuel Lettenbichler, his first time ever on the top of the podium here at Erzbergrodeo. What an incredible day. As the festivities are definitely going to continue into the night here in Eisenerz. As now that the dust is settling, time to rehydrate, take a knee, and wow, just chance for all these racers just to, I don't know, get some water.
Go home.
Yeah, go home. Sleep for about 2 weeks.
Yeah. I'm interested to talk to them all now and see the stories after the race.
Yeah, me too. We've got to head down there as soon as we get out the booth.
Yeah, and I did make mention of it on redbull.tv. Be sure to check it out in this week and the following weeks. All of Paul Bolton's in the field footage will be coming to you, and you'll get to see live POV as it was happening.
That's Chris Perry over there, and that was Brandon Petrie with him.
Telling each other stories. There's the 3 Englishmen, look.
There's the 3 Englishmen.
Yeah, the boys.
I hit a trick. I had 3 crashes in the first 3 hills, I think.
I had my seat was fucking hanging off, so stop.
I think we better bleep them ones out.
Do apologize. A little robust, spicy language there. As you can imagine, spirits are a bit high in the field of play. As we're just awaiting, handing out the hardware here. So, yeah, and here's a thing that probably people have a hard time wrapping their head around beyond why people want to do this. But yeah, no money awarded, just a stone trophy.
Piece of rock.
A piece of rock is what you get for winning.
But Pat,
you know what?
That's why I've never won it, because imagine trying to get that rock home. I mean, like...
Oh, yeah.
I was literally about to say, when it's the weight of your suitcase. You can't take anything home.
So how many have you got?
Not worth it.
How many have you got, Johnny?
I've got a 3. No, I don't know. I've got a few actually, like 2nd, 3rd.
Yeah.
I've got the prologue one. The prologue one's probably, I like that one. It's only small, but it's cool to have won it.
Yeah,
it's not easy to win that one.
No, it's not.
And these are the visions.
Look at the despair.
Erzbergrodeo that really are indelible. And
Ramon Brigoli,
he's still got to get out of there.
I was thinking that you got to get all those bikes off the mountain still.
Is that Graham?
I think you're right there.
Wow. So I know, obviously, not the ideal place where you want to be. You'd rather have been on the field of play, but
I'd rather race.
Yeah.
I was more nervous coming in to do this morning. I literally got up this morning and I was so nervous. I was like, I'd much rather be racing.
Well, may I say, I know I can speak on behalf of all my friends that are fans, and you killed it, and you brought such amazing insight. And you were smart. You didn't give the total keys to the kingdom.
Nah, I didn't want to say too much.
Yeah,
I didn't want to give any secrets away.
Keep it a little tight.
Nah, I hope I could help with a little bit of knowledge from what I've done on the mountain.
And there's...
I mean,
look at that. That's sick.
Who would want to finish first and take that big lump of iron home?
Well, it's hard for Manny. He's just driving home, so it's probably good that he's won. Whereas Mario's got to fly.
Good point. You just get hammered in extra baggage fees.
Exactly. No prize money, so.
It's not easy to win one of them rocks.
Yeah.
When I spoke to David Knight, when he first won it, he won a mobile phone with like a SIM card for Austria, if he wanted it. Imagine mobile phone back then.
So it's a little bit different to MotoGP and Formula One, right?
Well, so as to get him back to come to Austria so he could just use up the minutes.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Yeah.
So also when you finish, you get one of those flags.
Yeah.
And that's already like, quite something to get a flag.
Look at that soul, it's gold. Mine's not gold, mine's silver.
Really? Even with
Yeah.
the free? Huh. So
I'll make you a sticker.
Spiced it up this year. I might spray it when I go home.
There we go.
Nothing Gold Leaf can't fix. But you made mention of David Knight. I think it's so great to see him. The likes of, Graham Jarvis, I think he is definitely an anomaly.
Who's older? David or?
No, Graham. Graham 47. David, I believe, is 44. 44, yeah. And there are your top 3 finishers. Manuel Lettenbichler.
Right, watch him lift this rock up now. It'd be so heavy to lift with one hand after just winning.
Yeah, especially with a bad wrist. And hats off too to Manny. Obviously, you guys talked about the tire setup, all the thought going into that, on top of a bike and look what seemed like great, amazing, working order.
He put himself in a good position from the start. He was second position, I think, off the start, and that's like if you get the start, that's. I'm not going to say it's 50% of your work, but it's quite a lot. Imagine trying to come through the pack. It's not easy. Like Mario was on the back foot from the start. He didn't get the whole shot kind of thing, but...
Yeah, it's half the job done, and I just have to keep thinking about Graham, of what he had to go through to go through the field and get as far as he did.
Okay. So the standings after the third stop of 8 of the FIM Hard Enduro World Championship. Billy Bolt on top, followed by Mario Roman. Manny Lettenbichler, by virtue of the win here today, moves into third. Graham Jarvis, still with those 2 third-place finishes, hanging on just outside of the top 3. And Theodor Kabachkev hanging on also into 5th. So unofficial at this point, but things are going to get a little more spicy as we move to the next stop, the 4th stop of 8, Avasone in Italy. So we welcome back everyone to the studio here. Wow, just a chance to exhale. I want to say once again, Johnny, thank you. I mean, it's, kind of put me in kind of just the driver's seat, if you will, of watching these guys. Incredible insight.
Thank you very much for having me.
You appreciate it. And Daryl, as always, I mean, You've been coming to too many to list. We don't want to go. But what's your Daryl? You've seen so many rodeos, Erzberg rodeos. Where does this one sit?
It's right on top there. If I go back and look, the other race that really stood out for me was the last Getson rodeo, when I saw how the pace guys were motocrossing it. So Manny and Billy, and then that pace now has come across here to the Erzberg, and it's so much more difficult. And if you look at the way that they tackled all the obstacles, it's so much different to 5 or 10 or 15 years ago. It's transformed completely. And where's it going to end? Yeah. The average guy can't finish this race. It's the elite. And the athletes that we have, like Johnny over here, they are just taking it to another level. Every race, year on year, gets better and better and better. And it's honestly mind-blowing. Yeah, the evolution is happening, and fortunate for the viewers, the evolution is televised. I know they loved having you in the booth and getting your insight. I'm sure all the fans want to know. Tell us again, when can we expect to see you on 2 wheels and getting back in the mix?
Well, I'm hoping in another 2 or 3 months, I reckon. I want to get back for the Enduro Cross. I don't want to push anything because I don't want to, come back out. I've come back out early and re-broke my leg and stuff like that. So I'm old enough now to realize that I want a long career, not as long as Graham, but quite a long career.
Yeah.
So I'll take it easy and come back when I can.
Yeah, be sure to get into the Red Bull APC, do all the PT. We look forward to seeing you.
Live there.
Yeah, we want to see you back with the helmet on. I want to thank everyone involved, Daryl Curtis, Johnny Walker, the rest of our production team. It has been an incredible day, and we want to remind everyone, July 9th and 10th, our next stop of the Hard Enduro World Championship Tour. That's going to be in Abastone, Italy, July 9th and 10th. You do not want to miss it. On behalf of the rest of our crew, all of our cameramen for making the pictures so incredible, we thank you. We will see you next time. Take care. See ya from Erzberg.
Thank you.
Cheers, cheers.